Douluo, the celestial pillar that shoots at the sun. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Battle against the White-Eyed Demonic Tiger King and the Diamond Mammoth. In the Phasno province, at a hidden waterfall, there were two people, including a rough man and a young man. These two people were Tang Hao and Tang San. At this time, Tang San was practicing hard under the waterfall. He held an ordinary iron hammer in his hand and had been using the iron hammer to practice the chaos cloak hammer method of the Haotian Sect, which seemed to be extremely hard. Tang Hao was thinking about something beside him. Sometimes he was stupid, sometimes frightened, and sometimes fierce. The expression on his face seemed unpredictable. Next to him was a blue silver grass. Although this blue silver grass looked ordinary, all the edges of the leaves had a trace of gold edges, showing her extraordinariness. But what others didn't know was that this blue silver grass had thoughts and souls, especially at this time. This soul seemed extremely horrified, because just in these few days, she felt a great abnormality. A new blue silver emperor was born in the blue silver grass. Originally, after she chose to transform, even if she became a human, even if she became in this state, she was the only emperor of the blue silver grass clan. Now a new blue silver emperor was born, so what was she? The former blue silver emperor? Especially her own son, will he be able to awaken the blue silver emperor bloodline in the future? All this made her fall into deep doubt, but at this time she was too weak and had no way out. Similarly, at this time in the Shyandao Royal Academy, Yu Xiaogang was watching a group of students training. This was the new Shyandao Royal Academy team. Due to their older age, Yu Xianheng and Ning Hang had already graduated from the Shyandao Royal Academy. After all, at their age, they could not participate in the next Soul Master competition. Among the trainees, the most prominent ones were Daimyu Bei, Oscar, Ma Hongjin, Zhu Xiuqing, Tailong and Bai Xiaofei, and the rest were some newly recruited talented players. These players were the most talented and powerful people in the Shyandao Royal Academy, and they were also the best in the Shyandao class. I don't know if it was because they had no confidence in their own strength, Daimyu Bei and Zhu Xiuqing did not return to the Xingluo Empire. In the Soul Master competition, although the Shyandao Team 1 entered the finals and even won the runner-up, they did not directly defeat the Xingluo Royal Academy. The strength of the two is still far behind Davis and Zhu Xiuyan, especially Davis, who may quickly enter the Soul King realm. In terms of strength, Davis and Zhu Xiuyan are still much stronger than Daimyu Bei and Zhu Xiuqing, which also led to Daimyu Bei and Zhu Xiuqing not having the confidence to return to the Xingluo Empire to compete for the throne. I don't know if the Xingluo Emperor and the Zhuyi Emperor have communicated, but the two empires actually tacitly agreed that Daimyu Bei would stay in the Shyandao Royal Academy, and even let Daimyu Bei participate in the Soul Master competition. Although Yu Xiaogang experienced a failure of this Soul Master competition, he seems to have regained his confidence now, especially the current lineup of the Shyandao Team 1 and the soul power level of the players, which gave him great confidence. In his goal, before the next Soul Master competition, Shyandao Team 1 will have at least 3 Soul Kings. Among them, Daimyu Bei, Bai Xiaofei and Tailong can completely enter the Soul King realm through 5 years of training. And others may not be unable to break through the Soul King realm through training in these 5 years. In particular, Oscar and Ma Hongjin's talents have always made Yu Xiaogang very satisfied. By the time of the next Soul Master competition, Shyandao Team may first even have 5 Soul Kings or 6 Soul Kings, and then they can easily win the championship. Among them, Tailong and Bai Xiaofei are only 19 years old now, and they will be exactly 24 years old in 5 years, just enough to catch the last tail to participate in the Soul Master competition. Among these team members, Ma Hongjin is probably the most miserable. Since joining Shyandao Royal Academy, Flanders has no way to stop Ma Hongjin from having a girlfriend, but he has also managed this only disciple more strictly, especially the training, and has tightened up. Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong was not on the team, because Ning Rongrong had been recalled to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect for individual training a month ago, mainly because Ning Fengzi got those self-created soul skills, and after confirming that they were effective, Ning Rongrong was recalled to the sect to practice alone. However, Ning Fengzi also communicated with Yu Xiagang that Ning Rongrong was still a member of the Xiangdao team, and they could participate in the Soul Master competition together in the future. After all, after the Po Yu clan and the Yu clan moved away, Ning Fengzi did not want to have conflicts with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family again, otherwise he would really be alone. In the Sunset Forest, Yang Podi was looking for something carefully at this time. Since breaking through the Soul Saint, his strength has greatly improved. Yang Podi also wants to find an opponent to test his strength, and his target is a soul beast in the Sunset Forest. After a few days of searching, Yang Podi finally found his target this time, a demon-eyed white tiger king. In the distance, there was a huge demon-eyed white tiger king, which was more than 10 meters long and extremely powerful, especially the huge demon eyes on its head and the word king on its forehead, which made it look powerful without anger, full of domineering, and showed the momentum of the king of the forest. Yang Podi ignored the others, but directly summoned his martial spirit and spirit ring, holding the soul-breaking gun, and quickly attacked the white-eyed demon tiger king. Now he just wanted to fight and wanted to know how strong he was. Facing the sudden attack, the white-eyed demon tiger king was worthy of being the overlord of the Sunset Forest. Instead, he roared and met Yang Podi's attack. Facing this white-eyed demon tiger king, Yang Podi did not dare to be careless. At the beginning, he directly used his second soul skill, Demon Tiger Destruction Kill. It just flashed by and came in front of the white-eyed demon tiger king, holding the gun with both hands and stabbed it directly. Although Yang Podi appeared very suddenly, this white-eyed demon tiger king was obviously very experienced in combat, otherwise he would not have become the overlord of the Sunset Forest. It was so powerful that it slapped over with its right hand, especially the huge tiger claw, which seemed to have the power of thunder and lightning. The soul-breaking spear and the tiger claw collided with each other, and Yang Podi retreated 5 meters directly, while the white-eyed demon tiger king also retreated 6 or 7 meters. It was obvious that the two sides were evenly matched in this attack. Yang Podi seemed to become fiercer, holding the spear with both hands and attacked again. This time, he used the second move of his soul-breaking 9 moves, spear out like a dragon. The soul-breaking spear was unstoppable and had a slight dragon roar. The white-eyed demon tiger king on the opposite side was not afraid at all. He roared again and pounced again. He actually used his body's strength to take Yang Podi's move, and at the same time, he slapped the soul-breaking spear with both hands, trying to kill Yang Podi directly. This time, the white-eyed demon tiger king had a strong stab wound on his body, and Yang Podi was also injured, and even a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yang Podi couldn't help but smile. His face seemed to be a little ferocious. It had been a long time since he had such a good fight. His heart seemed to be full of fighting spirit, and he even recalled the feeling of the killing city. This white-eyed demon tiger king is indeed a high-level soul beast. It has dominated the Sunset Forest for many years. Its strength is indeed strong. According to estimates, it is probably at the level of a high-level soul Douluo, especially its physical fitness is extremely strong. Yang Podi held the gun with both hands and attacked again. This time he used the 10,000 blades returned to 1. The tip of the soul-breaking gun pierced out countless spears, and finally formed a huge spear, as if to pierce the white-eyed demon tiger king in front. The white-eyed demon tiger king seemed to feel the danger, and roared. A ray of light flashed from his huge demon eyes, and he was hard on the spear of the 10,000 blades returned to 1, roaring like a tiger. Unexpectedly, the white-eyed demon tiger king actually took this move hard. Although there was a big wound on his body, he did not break any bones. Seeing this, Yang Podi laughed wildly. This kind of battle is interesting. I haven't felt so good for a long time. Then, the first soul ring and the third red light on Yang Podi's body flashed, which pointed out at the same time. The first soul skill, the power of 1,000 pounds, and the third soul skill, the power of gold, greatly improved the physical strength, the weight of the broken spear, and even the attack power. In particular, the tip of the broken soul spear seemed to be abnormally bright. Yang Podi attacked directly with a broken soul spear in his hand, and the white-eyed demon tiger king on the opposite side seemed to be unwilling to be outdone. He roared and went straight to meet him. The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce. Yang Podi did not use the weapon soul true body, and his strength was slightly reserved. One man and one tiger fought for half an hour before the winner was determined. At this time, Yang Podi also had many wounds on his body, and even a few bones were broken. This was caused by Yang Podi using his body to fight the white-eyed demon king head-on. In fact, if Yang Podi did not choose to fight head-on, he would not have suffered these injuries at all. The white-eyed demon tiger king was already dying, with all kinds of wounds all over his body, especially several huge puncture wounds, which even penetrated the body of the white-eyed demon tiger king. The white-eyed demon tiger king was obviously unwilling to give up, and still roared there, as if he wanted to continue fighting. At this moment, something strange happened, and three figures suddenly appeared around Yang Podi. These three people look very powerful and obviously extraordinary. In fact, Yang Podi had already felt the arrival of these three people, but he just looked down on them and didn't want to pay attention. If these three people dared to attack him, he would just kill them. The three of them seemed to form a horn, surrounding Yang Podi. The leader said, "Friend, the three of us are from the Elephant Armor Sect. This white-eyed demon tiger king is not dead yet. The three of us have taken a fancy to him. How about giving him to us?" Yang Podi sneered, "You are just three rats. You'd better leave immediately, otherwise you will bear the consequences." The leader continued, "Boy, you are already injured and you are no match for us. I advise you to be sensible." Yang Podi was completely unmoved. "It's just the Elephant Armor Sect. Even your sect leader Hu Yanzhan would not dare to talk to me like this. I advise you to get out of here quickly, otherwise I will make sure you die without a complete corpse." Someone next to him said, "Second Elder, why are we talking so much nonsense? This kid doesn't want to leave, so we can just kill him." The second elder seemed to hesitate. "It seems that your martial soul should be from the Podi clan. There is no need for our two families to have such a big conflict. I just want this white-eyed demon tiger king." Yang Podi smiled coldly and said, "You'd better ask your clan leader Hu Yanzhan if he dares to steal things from our Poi clan." The second elder looked at the dying white-eyed demon tiger king, hesitated for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Do it." After that, all three of them summoned their martial souls and spirit rings. The martial souls of these three people were all diamond mammoths, and their spirit powers were not low. Among them, the second elder was a soul fighter, and the other two were soul saints. Yang Podi just smiled coldly. Strangely, even if Yang Podi did not use his soul skills, the wounds on his body seemed to be recovering quickly. Although the battle just now was quite enjoyable, it was not used at full strength after all. Now that there is a soul fighter coming to die, it will be better to fight. Seeing the three people attacking, Yang Podi just summoned his martial soul and spirit ring slowly, especially when the 100,000-year spirit ring appeared under his feet. It seemed to stun the three people on the opposite side. Yang Podi's 100,000-year soul ring flashed, and he used his seventh soul skill, Weapon Soul True Body. Suddenly, a huge figure of tens of meters tall appeared, especially the soul-breaking spear, which became very huge and terrifying. This was the 100,000-year level Weapon Soul True Body. Then, Yang Podi threw it hard and directly blocked the attack of the three people. Then, he flashed and appeared directly next to Soul Saint, holding the soul-breaking spear and stabbed it directly. Facing such a huge soul-breaking spear, the Soul Saint on the opposite side urgently used his 10,000-year soul skill to resist, but his resistance was like paper, and the whole person and the martial soul phantom were directly pierced. The other two saw this and were horrified. They didn't expect the person on the opposite side to be so terrifying, and killed a defensive Soul Saint with one blow. The two people hurriedly used their martial soul true bodies and turned into a huge diamond mammoth. But before the two of them could react, Yang Podi flashed in front of another Soul Saint again and used the second move of the 9 soul-breaking moves, Spear Out Like a Dragon. The huge soul-breaking spear stabbed directly, mixed with bursts of dragon roars, like a dragon horn attack. Seeing this, the Soul Saint on the opposite side forcibly activated the 6th soul skill, Mammoth Control, as if trying to resist this attack. But Yang Podi's attack was not something he could resist so easily. The tip of the soul-breaking spear seemed to be able to break everything, and with extremely terrifying force, it pierced the Soul Saint again. The last soul Douluo seemed to be full of fear. He didn't expect the young man on the opposite side to be so terrifying. He killed 2 people in an instant and turned around to run. Yang Podi sneered and directly activated his 4th soul skill, Tiger Roar Breaks Thousands of Troops. The soul-breaking spear suddenly glowed with cold light and quickly stabbed at the second elder who wanted to escape. Even though the second elder ran desperately, there seemed to be a sharp sound of breaking through the air behind him. The second elder gritted his teeth and directly activated his 8th soul skill, Diamond defense. In front of the huge diamond mammoth, a huge diamond seemed to appear, trying to resist the fast-moving soul-breaking spear. But unexpectedly, the power of the soul-breaking spear was extremely terrifying, directly breaking his 8th soul skill and even destroying his defense, nailing him to the ground. A huge pit appeared directly on the ground, and the second elder was directly shattered by the soul-breaking spear. Yang Podi retracted his martial soul and couldn't help shaking his head. You want to rob with this little strength? You are too overestimating yourself. Chapter 177 Second Transaction with Jinring Su. After Yang Podi killed the 3 people from the Elephant Armor Sect, he did not use his soul skills to recover himself, but wanted to see how well his body recovered. How long would it take to recover from the current injuries? As for the 3 people from the Elephant Armor Sect, Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head. These 3 people are only level 82 soul Douluo at best. They dared to come and rob my things. They are simply courting death. According to Yang Podi's estimation, the battle with the white-eyed Demon Tiger King was so loud that the 3 of them were attracted. He just wanted to test his physical strength by fighting with the white-eyed Demon Tiger King. As a result, the 3 people thought that their strength was just like that, so they mistakenly gave up greed. After all, a dying 70,000-year-old white-eyed Demon Tiger King is a priceless treasure. Yang Podi cleaned up the scene, picked up 3 storage soul guides, and ignored them. Then, Yang Podi killed the dying white-eyed Demon Tiger King. Sure enough, a white right-arm soul bone appeared on the body of the white-eyed Demon Tiger King. He collected the body and soul bones of the white-eyed Demon Tiger King and left. Although this place is the center of the Sunset Forest, it is only more than 200 kilometers away from Xiandao City. Less than 300 kilometers, Yang Podi flapped his wings and flew quickly to Xiandao City. In less than an hour, Yang Podi had arrived outside Xiandao City. In less than an hour, Yang Podi's injuries were completely healed. This recovery ability is indeed a bit scary. He is more and more satisfied with a blue silver Emperor Soul Ring. After entering Xiandao City, Yang Podi found a hotel, took a shower, changed his clothes, and then walked towards the prince's mansion. This time he came to Xiandao City mainly to find Prince Zhu King. When Yang Podi arrived at the prince's mansion, facing the guards who tried to stop him, he took out the Poi clan's token and said, "Please inform your prince and tell him that Yang Podi has asked him to meet at the Xiandao City Hotel tomorrow morning." He left without waiting for the guards to say anything else. The prince's mansion was Zhu King's territory, and there were 2 title Douluo hidden inside. He was not sure he could fight 2 title Douluo at once, so there was nothing to say in the prince's mansion. Sure enough, Zhu King arrived on time the next morning. Zhu King seemed to be very proud and couldn't hide a smile on his face. It seemed that the recent treatment of avalanches should be quite effective. The 2 of them went directly to the top floor of the Xiandao Hotel and found a very quiet room. Zhu King seemed a little surprised. "Brother Yang, why do you want to find such a quiet place? Is there something important that you need to discuss with me?" Yang Podi shook his head. "It's nothing big, I just want to make a deal with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I personally think it's better to be more secretive." Zhu King's face changed slightly when he heard this. And Yang Podi said faintly, "What's with that expression, Your Highness the Crown Prince? I remember that we had a very pleasant cooperation last time. Your Highness the Crown Prince wouldn't have forgotten it so quickly, would you?" Zhu King just smiled awkwardly. "Brother Yang, you're joking. We did have a very pleasant cooperation last time, and we all got what we needed. I wonder what kind of deal you want to make this time." Yang Podi smiled. "I heard that the Xiandao Empire's national treasure, the vast sea universe cover, is extraordinary. I wonder if I can borrow it to have a look." Hearing this, Zhu King's face changed immediately. "Brother Yang, you're joking. The vast sea universe cover is a national treasure. I'm afraid it's not so easy to borrow it. Why don't you go directly to my father? I believe that with my father's attention to you, he should lend it to you. Your Highness the Crown Prince is too modest. Based on our last transaction, I still prefer to trade with Your Highness the Crown Prince. After all, it's good for both parties." Zhu King's face paused. "Since both parties are making a deal, Brother Yang should at least make something. You can't just ask for the national treasure of the Xiandao Empire without any real words." Of course, after saying that, Yang Podi took out a jade box from his body. After opening the jade box, there was a flaming sunflower inside, which was the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. The ultimate power of fire emanated from the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. and even the entire space seemed to be filled with fire elements. Yang Podi smiled before speaking. This is a magical herb that I got by chance. It's called Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. It has the ultimate fire attribute, and at the same time it has the attribute of the phoenix. The martial soul of your royal family is the swan. If you eat this Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, you may be able to evolve your martial soul, and you can even borrow the attribute of the fire phoenix to eliminate the toxins in your body. I wonder if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is satisfied with this Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower? Is it worthy of the vast sea universe cover? Zhu King looked at the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower with a serious expression, and even his martial soul and blood seemed to be a little touched, but he still suppressed the throbbing in his heart. Since Brother Yang has such a treasure, why don't you go directly to my father? I believe my father can also satisfy you. Yang Podi shook his head. If I go to find Emperor Zuyi, the nature of the transaction will be completely different. I'm afraid it will involve our Poi clan. I still prefer to trade with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. After all, we are all acquaintances, and we can each get what we need. Zhu King thought about it before speaking. 5 days. We will trade again in 5 days, right here. Yang Podi smiled and said, then it's a pleasure to work with you. After saying that, Yang Podi left directly, leaving Zhu King alone to think about something. After Yang Podi left, a figure suddenly appeared in the dark. It was Snakespear Douluo. Snakespear Douluo saluted Zhu King. Young master, why don't you leave this person here? In this way, we can get treasures without paying for national treasures. Zhu King glared at Snakespear Douluo. What do you know? This Yang Podi has always been meticulous. How could he not be on guard against me? My current identity is top secret and must not be exposed. You go to the spirit hall right away and confirm with Yu Guan. I want to know if this Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower can help my spirit. After hearing this, Snakespear Douluo quickly left the room. Only 4 days later, Snakespear Douluo returned to the prince's mansion in Xiandao City. Unexpectedly. Even though he was seriously injured, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan actually came to the prince's mansion secretly. Zhu King saw Zhu Douluo and said quickly, Zhu Douluo, you have worked hard. How is your injury now? Zhu Douluo shook his head. My young master, the injury is no longer serious. Although the injury is serious this time, I have received full treatment in the palace and will be fully recovered in 2 years at most. Zhu King's face seemed a little heavy when he said, what effect does this Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower have? Can it help me? Zhu Douluo pondered for a while before speaking. The Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower has the ultimate fire attribute. It can greatly improve any fire-attributed soul master. If the young master eats it, both his own fire attribute and soul power can be greatly improved. This thing can even make some fire-attributed bird-type martial spirits evolve. It can be called a treasure. Zhu King shook his head. With Yang Podi's knowledge, he should know the value of this Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. Moreover, Yang Podi is extremely shrewd and will never do business at a loss. Obviously, in his eyes, the value of the vast sea universe cover is higher than the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. You should study what the vast sea universe cover is used for immediately. After that, Zhu King took out a deep blue three-dimensional triangular crystal from his body. It was the vast sea universe cover. When the vast sea universe cover was taken out, the whole room seemed to be filled with blue light, as if they were in the ocean. Unfortunately, no matter how Zhu Douluo and his companions studied it, they could not find any abnormalities. They only knew that the vast sea universe cover was a very good storage soul guide, but as the national treasure of the Xiandao Empire, it would definitely not be that simple. Finally, Snakespear Douluo said, young master, this vast sea universe cover is probably very complicated. Do we still need to trade? At this time, Zhu King cursed the people around him countless times in his heart. He didn't expect that a group of titled Douluo couldn't see the function of the vast sea universe cover. Their knowledge was not even as good as that of a small soul emperor. Finally, Zhu King thought for a long time before speaking. Of course I have to trade. I will exchange something that is useless to me for a treasure that will greatly improve my life. No matter how you look at it, I will not lose. As for the future, we'll talk about it later. In fact, Zhu King himself felt the pressure. His original innate soul power was level 20, and he thought he was unparalleled in talent. Unexpectedly, his soul power was surpassed by Yang Podi. Now that he has this rare treasure, how can he give it up? However, Zhu King still spoke up. Are there any movements from other members of the Po Yu clan? They can't let Yang Podi come to Xiandao City alone to trade with me. Snake Spear Douluo quickly spoke up, "My lord, Douluo has returned to Yongdao City these days. In addition, Yang Zhenshin of the Po Yi clan is also in Yongdao City. It seems that he is communicating about some matters concerning the sale of medicinal materials for the Po Yi clan." Zhu King seemed to have discovered something. "What is the current strength of this Yang Zhenshin? Is there any way to find out?" Snake Spear Douluo shook his head. "This person should have a treasure that hides his soul power. If we don't fight him, we can't detect it, but it is estimated that he should also be at the Soul Douluo level, and the Po Yi clan has always been known for its strong attack power. His Holiness the Pope has ordered that unless there are special circumstances, we should try our best not to have conflicts with the Po Yi clan and the Yu Yi clan for the time being, so as to prevent making enemies and exposing our strength in advance, which will affect subsequent plans." Zhu King shook his head. "Yang Podi has such a treasure on him, it is impossible not to give it priority to his father. This fire-attributed coxcomb phoenix sunflower is probably not suitable for the Po Yi clan to take out. Then let's trade normally tomorrow, don't cause any trouble, we'll see what happens next." If it weren't for the fact that the vast sea universe cover was too precious, Yang Podi really wouldn't dare to exchange it for the immortal grass. Yang Podi never doubted Jin Ringsu's intelligence. A fool couldn't hide in the palace of the Heaven Dao Empire for so long. In the end, after thinking about it, only the coxcomb phoenix sunflower was more suitable. At least this immortal grass was of no use to the Po Yi clan for the time being. Chapter 178, Vast Sea Universe Cover. The next morning, Yang Podi and Zhu King met again in the top floor room of Xiandao Hotel. When Yang Podi took out the jade box of coxcomb and phoenix sunflower again, Zhu King also took out a deep blue three-dimensional triangle, which was the Vast Sea Universe cover. When the Vast Sea Universe cover was taken out, the whole room was shrouded in a deep blue light, as if in the ocean. Obviously, this Vast Sea Universe cover was very unusual, and it seemed to have a higher level of power. Yang Podi even felt a bit familiar, a bit like the feeling in the Killing City. According to the communication, the two sides exchanged items. Zhu King seemed a little excited to take the coxcomb and phoenix sunflower jade box that Yang Podi placed on the table, and Yang Podi also picked up the deep blue three-dimensional triangle on the table. When Yang Podi took the Vast Sea Universe cover into his hand, he seemed to feel a vast ocean aura, full of soft fluctuations, and as majestic as the sea. After observing for a while, Yang Podi took the Vast Sea Universe cover directly into his arms, and then said to the Crown Prince Zhu King, "Your Highness, our transaction this time is not bad, I hope both sides are happy." Zhu King also said with a smile on his face, "Every time I trade with you, Brother Yang, both sides are very happy. I hope we can have the chance to trade again in the future." The two communicated again for a while, and Yang Podi left the room directly. He had to go back and study the Vast Sea Universe cover carefully. After Yang Podi left, the smile on Zhu King's face froze, and it seemed to be mixed with a hint of coldness. After Zhu King returned to the Crown Prince's mansion, two people suddenly appeared in the room at this time. They were Zhu Douluo and Snake Spear Douluo. Zhu King handed the jade box to Zhu Douluo, who seemed to take the jade box with both hands, a little excited, and even the whole person looked a little trembling, without the majesty of a title Douluo at all. After carefully observing the coxcomb phoenix sunflower for a while, Zhu Douluo spoke to Zhu King, "Congratulations, young master. This immortal herb is indeed the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, a pure yang tonic. After eating it, not only will your soul power increase greatly, but even the ability of your body's flame will also increase greatly." Zhu King nodded slightly, but he still spoke. "What is the current strength of the Po Yi clan? Are there any new discoveries?" Snake Spear Douluo on the side shook his head. "Since the Po Yi clan and the Yu Yi clan moved to Almo Mountain, the people of these clans have basically stayed on Almo Mountain. Those walking below are basically ordinary disciples, and their focus is now all on Xiangxing Academy. Now they are all called Xiangxing Academy to the outside world, not the original clan. However, it is estimated that these families together have 3 title Douluo and more than 8 soul Douluo. In terms of high-end strength alone, they have surpassed the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family." Zhu King shook his head. "It seems that there are still smart people in these tribes. With such strength, they are hiding so far away. I am afraid they have noticed our plan. Forget it. As long as they don't oppose us and both sides are at peace, don't spend too much energy on them. We will see what happens later." After saying that, Zhu King's eyes seemed to have a trace of desire. Looking at the coxcomb phoenix sunflower in his hand, even his martial soul flame was touched. It is worthy of being a top-grade fire attribute fairy grass. At the same time, he seemed to have a little more fear of Yang Podi. This is the only person Zhu King has seen at this stage who is more talented than himself and more elusive than himself. Especially his mind and decision-making seem more unfathomable. It is unimaginable to abandon a treasure like coxcomb phoenix sunflower. When Yang Podi was about to leave Xiandao City, he actually met Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo. Obviously, these two people were prepared. Ning Fengzi said with a smile, "My friend Yang Podi, we haven't seen each other for half a year. Can we talk alone?" Yang Podi thought for a while and said, "Sect Master Ning is the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Since Sect Master Ning has invited me, I have nothing to refuse. Please lead the way." Ning Fengzi just smiled and nodded, and then the three of them walked to a nearby hotel and found a relatively quiet room to sit down. Ning Fengzi seemed to want to dispel Yang Podi's vigilance. "My friend, don't worry. This is the property of the Crown Prince's mansion and has nothing to do with our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect." Yang Podi just smiled and said, "Sect Master Ning is the Sect Master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. I am relieved about this. I wonder what the purpose of Sect Master Ning's invitation is this time." Ning Fengzi hesitated for a moment before speaking. "My friend Yang Podi, I took the liberty to invite you this time mainly to understand your Poi clan's attitude towards our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Spirit Hall. With your intelligence and talent, you naturally understand the current situation." Yang Podi just smiled coldly, and then spoke, "Our attitude towards other sects is very simple, that is, I will not offend others if they don't offend me. If someone offends me, I will kill them. Whether it is the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect or other forces, we have this attitude. We at Haotian Academy don't offend anyone, but we won't let anyone bully us, even if the Haotian Sect comes." Ning Fengzi nodded, "My friend, you are really frank. Recently, the second elder of the Elephant Armor Sect died in the Sunset Forest. Now the entire Elephant Armor Sect is furious. I wonder if you have heard about it." Yang Podi smiled and then spoke, "Of course I know this. The second elder of the Elephant Armor Sect and 2 soul saints wanted to steal our prey, but we killed them on the spot. They deserved to die. If the Elephant Armor Sect wants to make trouble, we are always ready to serve you." Ning Fengzi nodded, "My friend, you are really frank, but you seem to have forgotten that the Elephant Armor Sect is backed by the Spirit Hall. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner when you beat the dog. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of the Spirit Hall?" "Sect Master Ning, what you said is wrong. The Spirit Hall is indeed powerful, and we don't want to have a conflict with the Spirit Hall. As for the Elephant Armor Sect, even if I can destroy it, I'm afraid the Spirit Hall won't say anything. After all, for the Spirit Hall, if the dog is gone, they can just find another one. They won't conflict with us for a dog." After saying this, the 3 people present fell into silence. Yang Podi's words were completely beyond Ning Fengzi's imagination. After all, judging from Haotian Academy's current behavior, it was obvious that they did not want to make enemies. Ning Fengzi nodded, "Don't worry, my friend. I will never tell anyone about this." Yang Podi shook his head, "Thank you, Sect Master Ning. However, there is no need to keep this matter secret. It is normal for conflicts to occur in the Spirit Master world. I think Huai Zhen should be able to understand it." Ning Fengzi smiled before speaking, "My friend is indeed very courageous. However, my friend, I still want to ask about your attitude towards our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect." Yang Podi couldn't help but sigh, "In my eyes, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect is half a benefactor of our Poi clan. In the Battle of Haotian Sect that year, our Poi clan and Yu clan fled to Xiandao City and were rescued by you. Regardless of whether the Spirit Hall really wants to kill us all, or what your purpose in rescuing us is, in short, you have saved us. At least it has reduced the casualties of our family. We in the Poi clan have always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Over the years, we still understand a little bit about Sect Master Ning's thoughts. Both my grandfather and my grandfather-in-law treated Sect Master Ning politely. As long as they didn't go too far, they were considerate of giving in. Even when Sect Master Ning wanted my self-created soul skills, I didn't refuse. I just wanted Sect Master Ning's attitude. This can be regarded as a reward for saving me that year, but sometimes people have different positions, and they are not on the same path after all. Whether it is the Spirit Hall or the Clear Sky Sect, they are enemies of our family, and these hatreds must be taken back sooner or later." Ning Fengzi's face seemed to become solemn at this time. My dear friend, you can clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges, but I have been thinking about the wrong thing all these years. But my dear friend, whether it is the Spirit Hall or the Clear Sky Sect, their strength is probably far beyond your imagination. For example, your grandfather and grandfather-in-law will find it difficult to win the 10-year battle with Kyanjin Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo. At this time, Yang Podi also became serious. So what if it's difficult to win? If my grandfather and grandfather can't win, then my father will do it. If my father still can't do it, then I will do it. What we in the Podi clan are least afraid of is fighting. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and it was Dad Yang Zhenshin who walked in. Yang Zhenshin seemed to be pleased and said, Podi, you are right. There is no one in our Podi clan who is afraid of death. Yang Podi seemed to be surprised and said, Dad, why are you here? Have you finished your work? Yang Zhenshin shook his head. It's just a small matter. There is no need to go there in person. I just came to deal with it on the way. I heard that you were invited by Sect Master Ning, so I came to see you. Then Yang Zhenshin said to Ning Fengzi, Thank you Sect Master Ning for educating my son. The child is ignorant. Please forgive me. Ning Fengzi shook his head. Your son is very knowledgeable. I have also learned a lot from what you said today. Young Patriarch Yang, you have given birth to a good son. After a conversation between the few people, Yang Zhenshin took Yang Podi away. As for Ning Fengzi at the scene, he fell into deep thought and didn't even notice that the tea had cooled down. Ning Fengzi finally spoke to Jian Douluo. Uncle Jian, did I do something wrong? I have always wanted to unite with the Haotian Sect and make peace between the Poi clan, the Ui clan and the Haotian Sect, but I ignored the hatred between them. Now I am caught between two opposing sides. Jian Douluo shook his head. Fengzi, there is nothing wrong with what you did, but we underestimated the strength of the Poi clan. This Yang Podi should have reached the Soul Saint level. I am afraid that he got a very good soul beast in the Sunset Forest, which attracted the covetousness of the second elder of the Elephant Armor Sect. The Elephant Armor Sect has always been domineering, and this time they have hit a wall. Should we publicize this news? Ning Fengzi shook his head. As Yang Podi said, it's just the Elephant Armor Sect. They dare not cause trouble for the Poi clan, and even the Spirit Hall will not stand up for them. This Yang Podi has reached the Soul Saint level before he is 20 years old. I am afraid he has a bright future. He may be the next Tang Chen, but I find it a little strange. Faced with such a talented Yang Podi, the Spirit Hall actually allowed him to rise. It's really unbelievable. You know, Tang Chen dominated the Spirit Hall for an era. Jian Douluo's face changed instantly. Fengzi, do you think the Poi clan is colluding with the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengzi said lightly, that's not the case. The Poi clan has been fighting with the Spirit Hall for a lifetime. It's almost a feud and it's not so easy to resolve. I'm afraid there are secrets that we don't know. After Yang Podi followed Yang Zhenshin out of Xiandao City, Yang Zhenshin asked with some doubt, Podi, did you kill the second elder of the Elephant Armor Sect? Yang Podi nodded. I fought with a white-eyed demon tiger king in the Sunset Forest and beat it to death. The second elder of the Elephant Armor Sect may have thought he could take advantage, but I killed him. Dad, is there any problem with this? There's no problem. He's just the second elder of the Elephant Armor Sect. What's the big deal if I kill him? Hua and Zhen. After leaving Xiandao City, the two flew directly and quickly to Mount Almo. Chapter 179 Inheritance Failure. After a quick flight, Yang Zhenshin and Yang Podi soon returned to Mount Almo. Yang Podi returned to the room alone and prepared to study the vast sea universe cover. As for the matter of killing the second elder of the Elephant Armor Sect, neither his grandfather nor his grandfather took it seriously. After returning to the room, Yang Podi took out a vast sea universe cover and dropped a drop of his blood on the vast sea universe cover. A blue figure suddenly appeared on the vast sea universe cover, and a great suction force was transmitted to Yang Podi, as if to suck Yang Podi's blood. But suddenly there was a huge change. The white bat mark on Yang Podi's body flashed white light, instantly shaking off the suction force, and then the whole room returned to calm again. At this moment, a blood-red figure seemed to appear in Yang Podi's mind, and the figure snorted coldly, "Boy, don't be greedy." The words of the blood-red figure seemed to contain no emotion, but with this faint sentence, Yang Podi seemed to fall into endless trembling, both physically and spiritually, as if he was in sure hell. But just a moment later, the whole person seemed to have regained his calm, as if nothing had happened. Even the vast sea universe cover just lay quietly in the same place, as if there was no change. However, the cold feeling just now deeply hurt Yang Podi's heart, and he was afraid that he would be affected for a while. At this time, Yang Podi suddenly felt puzzled. Looking at the blood-red figure just now, it should be the Shura god, but what did he mean by that sentence just now? What does it mean to not be greedy? Yang Podi carefully reviewed the original work. Tang Sen in the original work also had the killing god domain, but his blood could make the vast sea universe cover recognize the master. Why didn't it work for him? With his current strength, he should be stronger than Tang Sen in the original work at that time, and the vast sea universe cover clearly reacted, but this reaction was bounced off by an inexplicable force. Could it be that his two martial souls simultaneously possessed the killing god domain, so they were rejecting the inheritance of the sea god? But this shouldn't be the case. From the beginning to the end, the Shura god didn't pass it on to him, so why would he tell him not to be greedy? Finally, Yang Podi studied it again and again, but still couldn't make the vast sea universe cover recognize its master, so he had to give up. Yang Podi couldn't help but complain in his heart, what the hell are these sea god and Shura god doing? Who can pass on the inheritance to me? Why do I feel like I have nothing now? Isn't this too much discrimination? At the same time, in the god realm, in the Shura temple, a huge blue figure came to the Shura temple. This person was the sea god Poseidon, and there was a blood-red figure sitting on the main seat of the Shura temple, which was the Shura god. The sea god seemed to be full of anger. A Shura god, what are you doing? I finally found someone who can bear the heart of the sea god. How come you intercepted him? And this kid has two martial souls. How come both of them have the mark of your Shura god inheritance? A Shura god spoke slowly. Sea god, I can't do anything about what you said. Although this kid has two martial souls, the two martial souls are actually one. There is no rejection between the martial souls, and both martial souls are attacking martial souls. When he obtained my killing god domain, the killing god domain actually chose both martial souls at the same time. The sea god seemed a little unwilling. Since this kid has obtained your killing god domain, why don't you give him a divine test? A Shura god shook his head. Although this kid has very good talent and strength, he is far from meeting the requirements of my inheritance. When he meets my requirements one day, I will naturally give him a divine test. The sea god was speechless for a while. It's not easy to get such a good seedling, aren't you wasting talent? And you are occupying the toilet without doing anything, not letting me pass on the inheritance to him. At this time, Yang Podi was worried. He originally thought that he could get the inheritance of the sea god. When he went to the sea god island to train, he could become a god before Jinriksu. As a result, he did not get the inheritance, but instead paid the coxcomb phoenix sunflower to help the enemy. This was too much of a pitfall. Although the attitude of the spirit hall is ambiguous now, it seems that there is no plan to deal with the Po Yu clan and the Yu clan. However, when the spirit hall destroys the seven treasures glazed sect and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, I am afraid that they will gradually attack my family. At that time, if my strength is not enough, it will be troublesome. Yang Podi thought for a long time and finally made up his mind. Even if he could not get the inheritance, he must let other people in his family get the inheritance, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Once the final battle of gods comes, if there is no god in the family, it will be at the mercy of others. Whether the Haotian Sect or the Spirit Hall wins, I am afraid that they will not let our Po Yu clan go. About 400 kilometers west of Almo Mountain, a group of people are sneaking quietly. They are Yang Pingan and his 7 people. After the recent battle, the 7 people have killed all the bandits and evil mercenaries in the fiefdom. Now only the Black Cloud village in front of them is left, which is also the largest bandit gang within a radius of 500 miles. After this period of eliminating bandits, the 7 people seem to have improved greatly. This is not the improvement of soul power, but the murderous intent in their eyes. During this period, each of the 7 people killed at least hundreds of people. Even Yi Lingling, who is an assistant, killed many people personally. Especially when killing people for the first time, there was blood everywhere, even including some body fragments. In this bloody scene, the 3 girls vomited all over the ground, and seemed very uncomfortable. But after continuous killing, the 7 people gradually began to adapt, and their eyes were even more fierce than the bandits. Especially when Yang Podi said that he would not leave anyone alive, everyone thought it was no big deal. But among these bandits, there were actually many old people and women, and even many children, which made the 7 people hesitate for a long time. After all, in their eyes, The elderly and children are innocent, and killing innocent people is not what a soul master should do. At this time, Yang Pingan seemed to play an important role. He said solemnly, whether these people are elderly or children, they are the family members of the bandits and enjoy the material resources brought by the bandits. Naturally, they have to pay a price. And they live in the bandits' den, which means they are bandits. We must not show mercy to the bandits. As the eldest brother said, we must not spare any of the bandits. After Yang Pingan finished speaking, he stabbed the little bandit in front of him, full of determination. When the others saw this, they seemed to be stimulated by Yang Pingan's words, and their eyes became more determined and more sinister. In this way, in a short period of time, the 7 people killed all the gangs of bandits within 300 kilometers around. Especially in the process of eliminating the bandits, the 7 people saw all kinds of fighting methods and faced all kinds of emergencies. Now they are considered to have experienced many battles and have come out of the bloody battles. Their overall strength has improved a lot. The current target is the last and most powerful gang of bandits. It is said that there is a sole emperor among this group of bandits. However, the 7 people were bold enough to sneak in and try to eliminate the last group of bandits by a surprise attack. Among the 7 people, although Yang Xianai was only at the soul sect level, she had a top-grade head soul bone, and her detection ability was the strongest among all of them. The strategy of the 7 people this time was to sneak in, and then Du Yuan poisoned them, and finally everyone besieged the Soul Emperor together. However, just when the 7 people sneaked into the central position, something unexpected happened. Countless flames suddenly appeared around them, and countless soul masters suddenly flew out and surrounded the 7 people. The Soul Emperor who was in the lead looked at the 7 people and couldn't help laughing and said, "I didn't expect that you little kids dared to come to our Black Cloud village to attack. You all stay here today." Yang Pingan looked at the bandit leader and said angrily, "How did you find us? Even if you are a Soul Emperor, you shouldn't be able to find us." The bandit leader just smiled, and then summoned his martial soul and soul ring. His martial soul was actually a lion demon dog. In particular, the lion demon dog's nose seemed unusual, and it was obvious that its sense of smell was very sensitive. 6 soul rings appeared on his body at the same time, 2 yellow, 3 purple and 1 black. The soul ring configuration was only slightly worse, but it was still okay. He was already a soul emperor. The bandit leader said proudly, "With my martial soul, as long as someone sneaks in within a few thousand meters, I will find it. You kids have good talents. As long as you stay in our mountain, I will definitely not treat you badly, especially the 3 little beauties, who are simply the wives of the bandit chief who came to my door." Du Yuan said coldly, "You are just a bunch of dead people. You still want to daydream. I have to send you to see the King of Hell in advance." During this period of time, in terms of the number of enemies killed, Du Yuan was much more than Yang Pingan, who had the strongest combat power. Especially for some low-level soul masters, the green phosphorus snake venom had a huge lethality. Facing the siege of the people around them, the 7 people were not afraid. They all summoned their martial souls and prepared to start fighting. The people around them also activated their martial souls and soul rings, preparing to besiege the 7 people. Looking at the situation around, there were more than 100 soul masters, many of whom had 5-ring soul kings, but their soul ring configurations were relatively poor. Except for the bandit leader, there was not a single 10,000-year soul ring, and there were even many 10-year soul rings. Yang Pingan shouted, "Get started, act according to the plan." After hearing this, Du Yuan directly summoned the huge green phosphorus snake king and used his 10,000-year soul skill, green phosphorus sky gang formation, which immediately spread with countless gases and flew towards everyone around. This gas seemed to be highly toxic, and even many soul masters who did not open their martial souls to resist were directly poisoned. Yang Pingan took the lead and directly stabbed the leading bandit with his hands holding the soul-breaking spear, obviously wanting to capture the leader first. Yang Xianai followed Yang Pingan and attacked the bandit leader together, while Niumeng rushed forward to protect Yang Xianai and Yang Pingan. The bandit leader seemed to be provoked. He didn't expect that a mere soul king would dare to attack him directly, which was simply a contempt for him. A huge lion demon dog directly met Yang Pingan, hoping to rely on the soul power of the Soul Emperor to subdue the leader Yang Pingan. But unexpectedly, Yang Pingan was very strong. He actually directly launched the 10,000-year soul skill, White Tiger Destruction Kill, obviously wanting to attack the bandit leader on the opposite side. The bandit leader on the opposite side seemed to be unwilling to be outdone. He actually directly launched his 10,000-year soul skill, transformed into a huge lion demon dog, waved his right hand and slapped over, and there were bursts of white light on his right hand. Obviously, this attack was powerful and powerful. At this moment, Yang Pingan suddenly launched the soul bone skill to accelerate, and Niu Meng exchanged positions with him. Niu Meng resisted the attack, while Yang Pingan wanted to stab it hard. After a round of fighting between the two sides, the bandit leader was directly stabbed by Yang Pingan, especially the huge wound on his shoulder, which looked more hideous. The bandit leader seemed extremely angry at this time. He didn't expect that he, a dignified soul emperor, was injured by two soul kings in one round. He shouted, "Everyone, come on, there will be a big reward for catching him." The people around him seemed even more excited. But they didn't know that Du Yan once again launched multiple soul skills, and various poisonous mists were spread in the air, including the excitement poison and the life poison of the green phosphorus snake king. The rest of the people were fearless and quickly harvested the bandits with the assistance of Yi Lingling. After only 10 minutes, most of the bandits were dead or injured, and even the bandit leader had a lot of wounds on his body, obviously injured by Yang Pingan. Especially under the effect of Du Yan's poison, the remaining bandits were in very poor condition, and they were all poisoned to varying degrees. The bandit leader seemed to know that the situation was over. After fighting with Yang Pingan, he fell directly to the ground, dying and fainted. The 7 people seemed to be in high spirits and accelerated their attack, while the remaining bandits were terrified and many of them fled. It was obvious that they had been defeated. At this moment, something strange happened. The bandit leader, who had already fallen, took advantage of Yang Xianyu's inattention and tried to capture Yang Xianyu, the youngest of the 7. Faced with this sudden attack, Yang Xianyu seemed to be frightened, but just when the bandit leader was about to hit Yang Xianyu, he suddenly felt dazed, and then 5 steel claws appeared on Yang Xianyu's right hand, directly piercing the bandit leader's body. The bandit leader looked at Yang Xianyu with an incredible face and spit out 4 words, "External soul bone." Yang Xianyu snorted coldly, "I knew you were pretending to be dead, and I wanted to kill you in one fell swoop." With the subsequent fighting, except for a few bandits who escaped, all the others were killed, leaving no one alive. Yang Pingan even burned down the entire Black Cloud village to prevent these bandits from making a comeback in the future. Although the 7 people had many injuries in this battle, the overall result was satisfactory and it can be said that they won a great victory. Yang Wudi, who had been observing in the dark, could not help but nodded, obviously very satisfied with the performance of the 7 people. Chapter 180 Sea God Inheritance. After Yang Podi had practiced at home for more than a month, Yang Pingan and the other 7 returned to Mount Almo. Judging from the situation of the 7 people, after this battle, both their soul power and strength have improved a lot. Yang Xianyu is now level 50, which includes more than 8 months of practice, and also absorbed an external soul bone. In fact, Yang Xianyu has been level 50 for more than a month, but he has been fighting recently and has no time to absorb soul rings. Yang Pingan has reached level 59, and it is estimated that he will reach level 60 in a few months. Niu Meng has reached level 54, and his strength has increased by 2 levels, which is not too much. Yi Lingling has reached an astonishing level 60, and is also the first one to reach level 60 among all people. Now he has the highest soul power among all people except Yang Podi, basically suppressing Yang Pingan by 1 level. Du Yan has reached level 57, which is not bad. As for Yang Yuxun and Niu Kui, they have also reached level 40. It can only be said that the talents of these 2 people are relatively poor. However, a Soul Master under the age of 23 can also reach the level of the captain of the Soul Master Academy. After 2 months of fighting, the 7 people were full of momentum. Even after this bloody baptism, each of them was vaguely filled with a hint of murderous aura. Obviously, each of them killed a lot of people in these 2 months. However, before Yang Xianyu and Yi Lingling went to find the soul ring, Yang Podi first held a secret meeting of the family. The participants of the meeting included Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, Yang Henshin, Nia Jingfen, Du Gubo, Yang Xianyu, Yang Pingan, Yi Lingling, and Du Yan, who were basically the core and future of the family. In the secret room, Yang Wudi looked at Yang Podi and said a little strangely, "Podi, is there any big thing recently? Why did you suddenly call a meeting?" Yang Podi nodded. "Now there is indeed a big thing that needs everyone to confirm together." This matter is related to the future development of our family. After speaking, Yang Podi took out a vast sea universe cover from his body, and the entire secret room was suddenly filled with blue light, which seemed extremely vast. Yang Wudi said in surprise, "Isn't this the vast sea universe cover, the national treasure of the Xiandao Empire? How did it get into your hands?" Yang Podi nodded, "This is exactly the vast sea universe cover. I exchanged the coxcomb phoenix sunflower with the crown prince Zhu King. This thing is extremely mysterious. It is a divine weapon related to the inheritance of God." Niu Gao on the side looked at Yang Podi in surprise. "Podi, God is just a vague legend. Are there really gods in this world?" Yang Podi said with a serious face. "Of course there are gods in this world, but their number is extremely rare. The founder of the spirit hall tens of thousands of years ago was the angel god, and the founder of the sea god island was the sea god. These are the only two gods that have appeared in tens of thousands of years. The old leader of the Haotian Sect, Tang Chen, ended up like this because he was pursuing the 100-level godhood. The Spirit Hall's six-winged angel spirit and Poseidon Island's sea god Douluo Poseidon sea god spirit are the only two god-level spirits in the entire Douluo Continent. It is said that god-level spirits can have a maximum innate spirit power of level 20. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. Finally, Yang Wudi spoke. "Podi, is this also the reason why you don't want to be too hostile to the Spirit Hall?" Yang Podi nodded. Jin Daoliu is the only level 99 ultimate Douluo in the entire continent. In terms of strength, except for Tang Chen who has disappeared and Poseidon Douluo Poseidon, no one in the entire Douluo continent can be his opponent. He alone in the Spirit Hall can overwhelm the entire Soul Master world. Yang Wudi nodded. "I have also heard of Jin Daoliu. After he was defeated by old sect master Tang Chen, he has been staying in the Spirit Hall and hiding from the world. Podi, what should we do now?" Yang Podi looked at the vast sea of universe in front of him. Everyone drop a drop of blood on the vast sea of universe cover to see if there is any reaction. If there is a reaction, it means there is hope to get the inheritance of the sea god. After hearing this, everyone suddenly became interested. In the following time, everyone took turns to drop a drop of blood on the vast sea universe cover, but almost no one reacted. The only one who reacted was Yi Lingling, but only a blue light appeared, and there was no other abnormality, nor did it recognize the master. Finally, it was Yang Xianyu's turn. After Yang Xianyu dropped a drop of blood on the vast sea universe cover, the entire vast sea universe cover suddenly glowed with blue light, and a huge blue shadow appeared. Then, the vast sea universe cover actually attached directly to Yang Xianyu's hand, and a great suction force came, as if it wanted to merge with Yang Xianyu as a whole. Then, Yang Xianyu's soul power disappeared rapidly, and Yang Wudi and others hurriedly injected soul power into Yang Xianyu, but it was like a drop in the ocean, and there was no reaction. Finally, amid the exclamations of everyone, Yang Xianyu fainted, causing everyone to worry. At this time, Yang Podi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was shocked and speechless. He didn't expect that the sea god would choose his sister Yang Xianyu. After all, he was also a 9th level innate spirit with twin martial spirits. Especially after eating many immortal herbs, his talent was not bad at all. How could he not get the inheritance of the sea god? Niu Jinfeng said quickly, "Podi, what's going on? Why did Xianyu suddenly become like this?" Yang Podi couldn't help but sigh. "This is good news. Xianyu should have been recognized as the master of the vast sea universe cover, and she will be able to get the inheritance of the sea god in the future, but the inheritance of the sea god is extremely difficult. It requires many tests, and if each test is not completed, there will be fatal danger. It is still too difficult for Xianyu now." At this time, Yang Podi was also thinking secretly. In the original work, Tang San was able to pass the 9 tests of the sea god, which could be said to be a combination of various luck. When it came to the first test of the sea god, Oscar and Ning Rongrong provided extreme assistance, and Xiao Wu even helped at the last moment. It can be said that with Tang San's ability, he could not pass the first test of the sea god. As for his sister, her strength seems to be much worse. Although she is now level 50, you have to know that when Tang San accepted the sea god test, he was already level 66. And he also had the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone sacrificed by Xiao Wu, so his strength was unprecedentedly strong. In addition, Tang San has also undergone ice and fire body training, and his physical fitness is much stronger than Xianyu's, especially Tang San's killing god domain, which also played a great role in the test. Comparing from various aspects, If Xianyu is allowed to accept the sea god's 9 tests now, it is probably no different from sending herself to death. If I had known that this would happen, I would have let Xianyu accept the sacrifice of the Blue Silver Emperor. Maybe with a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, there would be a glimmer of hope. But the Blue Silver Emperor's soul ring is really not compatible with Xianyu's soul-breaking gun, which is purely a waste. And although Xianyu's head soul bone is also a top grade, it is too old for a god. If I had known that, I would not let her absorb it. It just happened that the head soul bone could not be replaced. Besides, Tang San will go to Sea God Island in 4 years. Who knows what Sea God will think when he compares them. In terms of talent, Xianyu may not be bad, but Xianyu's innate full soul power is still far behind Tang San's innate full soul power plus twin martial spirits. Besides, there is also Poseidon, who would not sacrifice himself if it were not for Tang Chen. Seeing Yang Podi's face getting darker and darker, everyone also understood the seriousness of the matter and fell silent. Half an hour passed quickly, and Xianyu woke up slowly. Niu Jinfeng hurriedly hugged Xianyu, as if she was afraid that something would happen to her little daughter. However, Xianyu was in high spirits. "Mom, I have good news for you. Just now, a blue figure entered my mind and told me to go to Poseidon Island within a year to take the test, saying that I will receive the inheritance of Poseidon. As long as I can pass the inheritance test, I will be the new Poseidon. Mom, I'm awesome." Upon hearing this, Yang Podi spit out the tea he had just drunk, spitting it all over Niameng's face, making the people around him look strange. Yang Podi complained in his heart, "What is this old guy Poseidon doing? Does he really want to kill his sister?" Tang San didn't have a time limit, so why did Xianyu limit him to going within a year? Xianyu came over, with a proud face. "Brother, I'm awesome, right? I will be the successor of the sea god in the future." Yang Podi couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Awesome, my sister is really awesome. I will rely on you to protect me in the future." Xianyu, did the sea god say what the consequences would be if I didn't accept the inheritance? Xianyu said with a serious face. The sea god said that now the vast sea universe cover has recognized me as its master, and will be connected to my soul in the future. If I don't go, it will destroy my soul. Yang Podi felt dizzy when he heard this. The old sea god actually came up with such a ban. He was simply determined to kill my sister. In the end, everyone left the secret room amid the admiration of everyone, and Yang Xianyu excitedly took the vast sea universe cover back to his room. But it's not good to hit Yang Xianyu too hard now, and Yang Podi couldn't tell the difficulty of the sea god's 9 tests. After Yang Podi returned to the room, he thought about it and decided to find a way to improve Yang Xianyu's strength as soon as possible. He wouldn't go to Poseidon Island without any preparation to die. In the god realm, Poseidon Temple, Poseidon and Shura were actually sitting together. Shura's face seemed a little dark. "Poseidon, what the hell are you doing? You actually want to pass on the throne to a child under 15 years old. Even if this child has good talent, it is impossible for him to pass your Poseidon 9 tests. You don't want to be partial, do you?" Poseidon shook his head. "How could I be partial? I'm still considering whether to increase the difficulty of Poseidon's test." "Poseidon, what do you mean? You actually want to increase the difficulty of the test? This will make it even more difficult for this little girl to pass your test. Do you want to pass on the throne?" Poseidon smiled. "Maybe this little girl can't do it. Doesn't she have an older brother? Her older brother will definitely find a way to help her pass the Poseidon 9 tests." Shura. Chapter 181 Training Plan. After thinking for a night, Yang Podi found his father and grandfather the next morning, mainly to discuss the next year's Xianyu training. There were only Yang Podi, Yang Zhenshin and Yang Wudi present, and there was no need for others to know. Looking at Yang Podi's somewhat solemn expression, Yang Zhenshin couldn't help but say, "Podi, you have wasted a lot of time on the inheritance of the sea god this time. Although it is not you who got the inheritance of the sea god, it is not bad that your sister got it. I believe you will have better opportunities in the future." Yang Podi shook his head. "Dad, I'm not disappointed that I didn't get the inheritance of the sea god, but there are other problems. The inheritance of the sea god is not that simple, and the assessment of the sea god will also be extremely difficult. With Xianyu's current strength, it is impossible for him to pass the assessment. Tang Chen was so powerful back then, he was already level 99, and he was invincible on land, but he didn't pass the god test and ended up half dead. Xianyu is so young now, This assessment is too difficult for her. After hearing this, the faces of both Yang Zhenshin and Yang Wudi became solemn. It seems that the inheritance of the sea god is not so easy to get. Yang Wudi said solemnly, "What should we do now? If the assessment is really so difficult, wouldn't Xianyu be sending herself to death? And now that Xianyu has been recognized as the master of Hanhei Huang, I'm afraid there is no way out." Yang Podi couldn't help but sigh, and then took out some things from his body, including the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor right leg soul bone, the 100,000-year-old titan python right arm soul bone, and the 70,000-year-old white-eyed demon tiger king right arm soul bone. When Yang Podi took them out, both Yang Wudi and Yang Zhenshin were stunned. They didn't expect that in such a short time, Podi actually got another top-grade soul bone. Yang Podi thought for a moment before speaking. The sea god's divine test is extremely difficult. In the end, it requires the soul master to reach level 99. In the past 100 years, only Poseidon, Tang Chen and Jin Daoliu have reached level 99 in the entire Douluo Continent. The divine test is even more difficult and requires higher standards for the examinees. I plan to give these 200,000-year soul bones to Xianyu to absorb in a while. In addition, I plan to take Xianyu to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, and let Xianyu practice ice and fire to improve her physical fitness. At this time, Yang Zhenshin hurriedly said, "Podi, ice and fire body training can indeed greatly improve physical fitness, but there are many dangers. I'm afraid it's not that simple. And now there is no 8 anise mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot delicate shoe. I'm afraid it will be a life and death struggle." Yang Podi thought for a moment and took out 2 jade boxes from his body. The 2 jade boxes were one cold and one hot, which looked very unusual. The jade box on the left was a fiery red gelatinous object, and the jade box on the right was a group of ice crystals. Obviously, these 2 things were not ordinary things. These 2 are the fiery gel of fiery apricot and the ice crystal of 8-angled mysterious ice grass. They are one of the essences left behind by these 2 immortal herbs. They should be able to play some of the functions of their original bodies. With my help, it shouldn't be a problem. According to my plan, Xianyu must at least be promoted to level 65 before going to Sea God Island to have a chance to pass the assessment, otherwise it will be very difficult, and I may have to find a way to get another 100,000-year soul bone for Xianyu, so that she can ensure that she can take the assessment smoothly. Another point is that it is best for all of Xianyu's subsequent soul rings to be absorbed across levels, and it is best to absorb water-attributed strong attack soul beasts, which can also reduce the difficulty of her divine test. After listening to Yang Podi's words, Yang Zhenshin and Yang Wudi's faces became more solemn. According to Yang Podi, the difficulty of the sea god inheritance assessment may be far beyond their imagination. So many arrangements need to be made, and looking at Yang Podi's expression, it seems that these are far from enough. Yang Zhenshin then spoke, "Podi, what should we do now? Is there anything we need to pay special attention to?" Yang Podi did not answer Yang Zhenshin's words, but spoke to Yang Wudi, "Grandpa, if it takes a long time to refine 2 explosive soul pills, I may need 1 or 2 more." Yang Wudi immediately widened his eyes. "Podi, you don't want to add more spirit rings to your original martial soul, do you? This will damage your future strength, especially it will affect your improvement after level 90. Yang Podi shook his head. "Now I have no other way. I need to get a 100,000-year level spirit bone as soon as possible, and it cannot overlap with the current spirit bones. I have to go to the Xingdao Great Forest. Grandpa, don't worry, I can only add 1 more spirit ring to my original martial soul, which will not have any impact on me in the future. In addition, let Uncle provide a gravity pressure environment for Ping and Niameng, Lingling and Sister Yan, so that they can practice as soon as possible and strive to break through level 60 within a year. In addition, the whale glue purchased by our family in advance should be taken by them as soon as possible, so as to improve their physical fitness and spirit power." Yang Wudi was a little surprised. Since they are not participating in the inheritance of the sea god, is it necessary to be so urgent? Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking. The Sea God Island is a magical place. In addition to the sea god inheritors, ordinary soul masters can also be assessed. I plan to take them to the Sea God Island for training, so that they can also improve quickly. Dad, this time you and Mom will follow me and Xianyu to the ice and fire yin-yang eye. After the ice and fire body refining, Xianyu will stay in the ice and fire yin-yang eye to practice, and Mom will take care of her and provide her with gravity boost to speed up her practice." After hearing these words, Yang Wudi hurriedly said, "I can refine 2 explosive soul pills in 3 days and give them to you in 3 days. In the next 3 days, except for Yang Wudi who was in seclusion to refine medicine, the others were accompanied by their elders and took whale glue. Everyone had a good improvement, basically able to improve their soul power by 1 level, and their physical fitness was also greatly enhanced." And Yang Podi found Yang Pingan and handed him the 70,000-year-old right arm soul bone of the white-eyed demon tiger king soul. When Yang Pingan saw this top-grade soul bone, his eyes were full of desire, but he still refused. "Brother, I can't have your soul bone. You have helped me so much, I don't know how to repay you. Besides, you haven't absorbed the soul bone yet." Yang Podi looked at Yang Pingan. "Pingan, this soul bone is given to you by the family. If you really want to repay in the future, you should practice hard and contribute to the Poi clan in the future." After hearing this, Yang Pingan took the soul bone and said with a solemn face, "Brother, don't worry, I will practice hard and fight for the Poi clan in the future. I will never let you and the 2 grandfathers down." Yang Podi nodded with some relief. On the Douluo Continent, no matter what time, the family is often the most important, and it takes countless people to struggle to stand firm. I remember when I read the original work, many people said that Tang Hao was a slave of the sect. For the sake of the sect, he could ignore everything, and even regarded Tang San as the original fault as an explanation to the Haotian Sect. In fact, this is the case in Douluo Continent. If there is no Haotian Sect, how could Tang Hao have a full set of higher soul bones? How could he achieve such great achievements? And all of this is the cultivation of Haotian Sect, of course. A big thing happened in the past few days. Du Guyan, as a girl, also had an aphrodisiac effect after absorbing the whale glue of the 10,000-year level. The whole person was in a psychedelic state. Although Du Gubo is Du Guyan's grandfather, as an old man, it is not easy to deal with such things. As a result, he actually found Yang Podi and wanted Yang Podi to help solve the problem. He also kept saying that Yang Podi had seen Du Guyan's body and needed to be responsible for Du Guyan, which made Yang Podi speechless. Although Yang Podi is not a gentleman, he doesn't want to let such a thing happen in a muddle. After all, he had a relationship with Yi Lingling in this way, and he really doesn't want to make the same mistake again. Finally, Yang Podi came up with a plan. Together with Du Gubo, he took Du Guyan to the snow and put her in an ice pond, which could also reduce the effect of whale glue. It must be said that Du Guyan in the ice pond really looked extremely charming, with a unique style. Unfortunately, before Yang Podi could feast his eyes, he was driven away by Du Gubo, who was protecting his child. This made Yang Podi embarrassed, especially afterwards. Every time Du Guyan saw him, her expression was very strange, as if she had a little more charm, and even a little different. Du Gubo also found Yang Podi and complained directly, "You little monster, you come up with all kinds of messed up things, which are really harmful to people. Now my Yanayan is complaining about me." Yang Podi couldn't help but smile. "Grandpa Dugu, this is a secret treasure that our family doesn't want to pass on. If we didn't have such a good relationship, I wouldn't tell you. Just tell me, is this whale glue effective for soul masters?" Du Gubo nodded. "The effect of whale glue is indeed good. Yanayan has increased her soul power by 1 level, and her physical fitness has also improved a lot. I don't know how you found out. Did you eat too much at once when you were secretly eating it?" Yang Podi was speechless. "Grandpa Dugu, you are slandering me. Couldn't my grandfather have discovered it? Can't it be a secret of my Podi clan?" Du Gubo could not help laughing. "Don't I know who your 2 grandfathers are? They are a bunch of rough guys. Your second grandfather doesn't even have a wife. How could he discover such a secret? As for the secret of your Podi clan, that is even more impossible. If you had such a secret, you wouldn't have no soul Douluo at the beginning, and I also heard that when you first arrived in Xiandao City, your father Yang Zhenshin bought whale glue many times, and all kinds of news about his poor health were spread. At that time, I was wondering, how could a high-level soul master have such a bad health? After all this time, I guess it was your stupid idea that came up with this," Yang Podi said quickly. "You can't blame me for this. If I didn't do this, we wouldn't be able to buy so much whale glue at a low price. Otherwise, where do you think everyone gets what they eat? If everyone knew this secret, I'm afraid the price of whale glue will skyrocket tenfold, and no one will have anything to eat." The 2 chatted for a while, and finally Du Gubo said faintly, "Little monster, what do you think of Yanayan? I think Yanayan likes you very much. How about letting Yanayan be your girlfriend? Yang Podi was silent for a while before speaking. Sister Yan is a very nice person, and she is also very beautiful, but it takes affection for two people to get along with each other. I have always treated Sister Yan as my sister, and there are a lot of things happening recently, so I haven't thought about it so much for the time being. Let's talk about this kind of thing later. Douluo couldn't help shaking his head. You little monster, why do you think so much? If anything happens, don't we old people have to take responsibility? Even if it is the spirit hall, don't think of dealing with us easily. Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head. Who knows what will happen in the future? Now it seems that the world is peaceful, but in just 4.5 years, there will be smoke everywhere, countless sects will be destroyed, and even 10 years later, there will be a rare war of gods in the past, sweeping across the entire Douluo Continent. Chapter 182 Return to Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, after Yang Podi received 2 soul-exploding pills from his grandfather, he followed his parents and his younger sister to leave Mount Almo. The distance of this trip was nearly 3,000 kilometers, but the four decided to fly quickly, while Yang Xianayu followed his mother Niu Jinfin. As for Xianxing Academy, Grandpa Yang Wudi took Yi Lingling and Yang Pingan to hunt soul rings, but judging from their appearance, they should go to the frozen forest, where there are also many 10,000-year soul beasts. After flying for a few days, the four came to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire in the sunset forest. When the second grandfather Yang Wudi saw the 4 people coming, he was surprised. 2 titled Douluo came at once, which obviously meant something big. Yang Xianayu proudly told about how he had obtained the inheritance of the sea god, which made Yang Wudi laugh heartily and even a little excited to tears. He didn't expect that under his witness, the Po Hun clan actually had the hope of giving birth to a god. In the future, the Po Hun clan will stand on the Douluo continent for 10,000 years, even like the current Wuhan Hall. And this person is his most beloved granddaughter, which makes him even happier. At the same time, Yang Wudi also had a little doubt. Podi, are you too impatient? Now Xianayu has only obtained the inheritance, and it will take another year before she goes to the Sea God Island. Yang Podi shook his head. Second grandfather, although Xianayu has been recognized as the master of the vast sea universe cover, it can be regarded as the inheritance of the sea god, but this is just an opportunity to accept the god's test. It is still difficult for her to pass the god's test with her current strength. If she really goes to the Sea God Island, it will be difficult to turn the tide. After speaking, Yang Podi took out 2 soul bones from his body, which were the 100,000-year-old blue silver emperor right leg soul bone and the 100,000-year-old titan python right arm soul bone. Yang Podi handed the 2 priceless soul bones to Yang Xianayu. Xianayu, you should absorb these 200,000-year soul bones first, so that you can better pass the ice and fire body refining, and it should not be so painful. Especially this blue silver emperor right leg bone, it will be of great help to your body. Although Yang Xianayu was young, he obviously knew the value of these 2 soul bones. He just took the soul bone silently. Brother, I will definitely return you 2 better soul bones in the future, especially when I become a god. I will definitely give you the best. You will always be my big brother. Yang Podi couldn't help but sighed. Xianayu, you must remember that if you want to pass the god test and truly become a sea god, the process will go through countless pains and difficulties. Even if there are thousands of difficulties, you must cross them. For tens of thousands of years, only 2 people have become gods, and they are all amazing talents. If you want to become a god, you must reach their height and work 100 times, 10 times, or 1,000 times harder than them. But don't worry, no matter when, brother will be by your side to protect you. After hearing this, Yang Xianayu's face became more serious. Brother, I will definitely work harder than before. After that, Yang Xianayu began to absorb soul bones, while Yang Podi practiced near the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. For those who have practiced ice and fire, the speed of practice here will become faster. I have to become stronger, otherwise I will not be able to face the future. Moreover, after finishing the recent things, I have to consider my subsequent development. Soul Saint is not good enough after all. It took Yang Xianayu 4 days to absorb 2 pieces of top-grade soul bones this time. It is probably because her soul power is too low. After Yang Xianayu absorbed the soul bones, he said excitedly, Brother, I feel that my strength is unprecedentedly strong now, especially since I have obtained 4 very good soul bone skills. I am afraid that no one in the Soul King realm can be my opponent, and I can even defeat the Soul Emperor. Moreover, I feel that my soul power has increased a lot. I am afraid that after absorbing the soul ring, the soul power will increase even more." Yang Podi smiled. "Normally speaking, with your current strength, it is a little too early to absorb these 2 soul bones. These 2 soul bones are too powerful and consume a lot of soul power. I am afraid you can't use them many times now. I let you absorb it mainly to improve your physical fitness and make your body stronger so that you can withstand ice and fire body refining. After all, I only have the fiery apricot glue and the 8 anise mysterious ice grass ice crystals in my hand, which are still somewhat different from the original fairy grass." After speaking, Yang Podi took out the jade box containing the fiery apricot glue and the 8 anise mysterious ice grass ice crystals and handed it to Yang Xianayu. "Now you take these 2 treasures at the same time, and then enter the spring water to exercise. You will experience great pain, but it will also greatly improve your physical fitness. Remember one thing, keep your original intention, and constantly break through yourself. Only in this way can you truly transform and become stronger." Niu Jinfeng on the side was still worried. "Podi, isn't this a bit too dangerous? Even I am afraid of the spring water. I'm afraid that even the titled Douluo can't withstand the poison of the spring water." Yang Podi shook his head. "The spring water of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire is the ultimate ice and fire poison. It is also one of the most poisonous in the world. It is because of this powerful ice and fire power that the effect of strengthening the body can be achieved, and the body can be immune to ice and fire, and can be invulnerable to all poisons, and even the foundation of becoming a god can be cultivated." After Yang Xianayu took the 2 jade boxes, his face was full of determination. "Brother, I know that since I accepted the inheritance of the sea god, you have been worried about me. I will definitely work hard to become stronger and will not let you down." After that, Yang Xianayu put the incandescent glue and ice crystal together without hesitation, and then swallowed it into his stomach. After the fiery gel of the fiery apricot and the ice crystals of the star anise ice grass entered her body, Yang Xianayu became extremely painful, and her body was even twitching. Her body also changed greatly. One side became as hot as a raging fire, and her whole body was red. The other side became as cold as ice, and her whole body turned ice blue. Niu Jinfeng wanted to go forward to help, but before she got close, her whole hand seemed to be frozen. It was obviously caused by the fact that she was about to touch the ice blue part of Yang Xianayu's body. Yang Podi hurriedly said, "Xianayu, calm down, go to the spring water to relieve your pain." After hearing this, Yang Xianayu staggered and jumped into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Then there seemed to be a scream in the spring water, and the sound seemed to be accompanied by great pain. Mother Niu Jinfeng seemed to be extremely reluctant to look at the figure in the spring water, and even tears came out. As time passed, the screams gradually became smaller, and seemed to become more and more powerless, and finally slowly disappeared. Yang Podi walked to the spring and felt it carefully. He found that Yang Xianayu's breath seemed to be gradually changing, as if it was the transformation of life, just like a silkworm. The ice fruit yin-yang ice spring next to it was like a cocoon. When Yang Xianayu woke up again, she would undergo a qualitative transformation, like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. 3 days passed, and Yang Podi and the other 2 also guarded for 3 days. Until 3 days later, there seemed to be a strong breath of life in the spring. The spring was turbulent, and a figure slowly began to walk out of the spring. Yang Podi quickly turned his head away and left far away, with his back to the spring. Yang Podi knew that the ice and fire yin-yang eyes would turn all objects on his body into ashes. His sister was almost 15 years old and a big girl. As a brother, it was not good to peek. As the figure appeared, several people exclaimed. Niu Jinfeng seemed to cry with joy, but she quickly took out a piece of clothing from the soul guide and quickly put it on Yang Xianayu. After Yang Xianayu changed her clothes, she said excitedly, "Brother, I succeeded. I think from now on, I will no longer be afraid of cold and heat, or even poison." Dad Yang Zhenshan, Mom Niu Jinfeng, and second grandfather Yang Wushuan were also very pleased, feeling that their daughter had grown up. In the next few days, everyone practiced on their own. Yang Xianayu was adapting to her body after the ice and fire body refining, and Yang Podi was also practicing beside the ice and fire yin-yang eye spring. The speed of practice here is indeed much faster. Second grandfather Yang Wushuan checked near the sunset forest to see if there was a soul beast suitable for Yang Xianayu. According to Yang Podi's requirements, Yang Xianyu needed a water-attributed soul beast of about 40,000 years old. Compared with Yang Podi's fifth soul ring at that time, Yang Podi's twin martial souls were awakened at the silver level and could absorb soul rings beyond the level. Yang Xianyu also went through the ice and fire body refining, and had 3 top-grade soul bones on his body, so a soul beast of about 40,000 years old should not be a problem. Yang Podi himself was also thinking about his future development direction. The soul-breaking spear has always been the path of extreme strength. After absorbing 7 power-type soul rings, the soul-breaking spear has reached 8,000 kilograms. Now it may not be called the soul-breaking spear, but more like the Overlord's spear. As for the sharpness of the spear, through the absorption of gold-type power soul beasts, such as the Golden Crocodile King and the Golden Lion King, plus the 9-leaf sword grass, it can basically meet the current needs. So the soul ring that the soul-breaking spear can absorb in the end needs to be carefully considered, and it is best to achieve the effect of extreme gold. Although the physical fitness can still keep up, it always feels that there is still something lacking. Although the strength and recovery ability are sufficient, the speed is still lacking. When facing the enemy, it is impossible to play an advantage in speed. Although I killed a soul Douluo and 2 soul saints of the Elephant Armor Sect in seconds last time, the Elephant Armor Sect has always been known for its strength and defense, and its speed is the slowest among the soul masters of the same level. If I really meet a title Douluo of the agility attack system, I am afraid I will still be at a disadvantage. This is also the reason why Yang Podi has not absorbed the leg soul bone. Even if he got 2 pieces of blue-silver emperor right leg bones in a row, he always felt that they were useless. Yang Podi has always wanted to build his martial soul into a hexagonal warrior. Each soul ring and soul bone must be selected very carefully. Not only the best soul beast, but also the attack, defense, speed, destruction, recovery, control and other aspects must be done to the extreme. Yang Podi even considered whether he could absorb 500,000-year soul rings according to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, and add space, spirit and the like. Would that be more powerful? Just when Yang Podi was thinking alone, his second grandfather Yang Wudi brought very good news. In the Sunset Forest, he actually found a 40,000-year-old black water dragon crocodile, which is a water-attributed best soul beast. Whether it is attack, defense, speed, all aspects are very good. It is also an extremely terrifying existence among crocodiles, second only to the Golden Crocodile King. But my mother Nia Jinfeng is a little worried. Can Yang Xianyu absorb this age and this level of soul beast now? However, after Nia Jinfeng personally tested Yang Xianyu's physical strength with her pressure, she finally felt relieved. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Gold of Living Beings. When the second grandfather Yang Wushuang found this black water dragon crocodile, Yang Podi was relieved. At least he didn't have to waste time taking Xianyu to the core area of Xingdao Great Forest. The 5 of them set out immediately and found this black water dragon crocodile in a remote pool about 60 kilometers north of the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. This black water dragon crocodile is nearly 20 meters long, with thick scales all over its body. Its huge mouth looks extremely terrifying. Unexpectedly, there are 2 small horns on the head of this black water dragon crocodile, which looks a bit out of place. Now there are 3 title Douluo taking action, plus Yang Podi's title Douluo level combat power, facing a mere 40,000-year-old soul beast, but it is relatively easy to subdue this black water dragon crocodile. Amid the worries of several people, Yang Xianyu began to absorb this 40,000-year soul ring. The process seemed a little difficult, and even Yang Xianyu's face showed some very painful expressions, but with the flashing of Yang Xianyu's head soul bones and leg soul bones, he finally completed the soul ring absorption without any danger. Fortunately, the external soul bone of the crocodile tail did not appear again. If a girl really has a crocodile tail, I don't know if it will affect the image of the future sea god. After Yang Xianyu absorbed this soul ring, her body seemed to have a little water attribute, especially Yang Xianyu's soul power improvement was even more exaggerated, reaching an astonishing level 58. At this rate, It will take at most half a year to reach level 60, which can be regarded as a little hope of passing the 9 tests of the sea god. After everyone discussed for a while, Niu Jinfeng was responsible for guiding Yang Xianyu's practice, and fought with Yang Xianyu every day to ensure that his actual combat ability would not decrease. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire also had a very good effect on Niu Jinfeng's cultivation. Now Niu Jinfeng has reached level 93, surpassing the second grandfather. However, the second grandfather's cultivation speed is also very good. It is estimated that he will be able to break through a level 93 in 1 or 2 years. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire are indeed a treasure land for cultivation. If Grandpa Yang Wudi knew that his soul power was surpassed by his younger brother Yang Wushuang, I don't know what he would think. After some communication, Yang Wushuang, Yang Zhenshin and Yang Podi left the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and prepared to go to the Xingdao Great Forest to find suitable soul beasts and soul rings. In fact, there should still be many 100,000-year soul beasts hidden in the Xingdao Great Forest. Even if it is not in the inner lake deep in the core area, there should be a single 100,000-year soul beast, but these soul beasts are hidden, not as ostentatious as the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python. Otherwise, it would not happen as in the later generations. The Podi sect hunted 700,000-year soul beasts in a short period of time. These soul beasts can't have grown up in these thousands of years. The 3 of them searched in the core area of Xingdao Great Forest for half a month, but still did not find the soul beast that Yang Podi wanted. Although there were many soul beasts of 80,000 or 90,000 years, Yang Podi looked down on the quality and attributes of soul beasts. On this day, the 3 of them felt 3 powerful soul beasts. Obviously, these 3 soul beasts were very extraordinary. However, when the 3 of them sneaked up, they turned out to be the 3,000-pound ant kings. Each 1,000-pound ant king was about 3 meters long, and seemed to be full of power. It even had wings on its back. Yang Wushuang couldn't help but complain, "Why are there so many weird things in this Xingdao Great Forest? I've never seen such a big 1,000-jun ant. It looks like it's almost 90,000 years old. Considering the 1,000-jun ant's bloodline, can it grow to such a long age?" The 30,000-year-old 1,000-jun ant on Titan was already very exaggerated. I didn't expect that there would be 3 such terrifying 1,000-jun ants here. It's completely beyond people's imagination. Yang Podi seemed to think of something. "Second Grandpa, do you think these 3,000-jun ants have eaten some rare treasures to grow to this extent? Otherwise, with a 1,000-jun ant's bloodline, I'm afraid they can't grow to this level," Yang Podi thought to himself. Douluo Continent is also known as the Bloodline Continent. No matter whether it is human soul masters or soul beasts, they attach great importance to bloodline. As long as the bloodline is slightly poor, its growth will be restricted. Just like Uzziah Gang, it was because the attribute of the golden holy dragon in his bloodline was too low that he degenerated into Luo Sanpao. Soul beasts are also restricted by their bloodline. If they are just ordinary soul beasts, it is difficult for many soul beasts to surpass the 100,000-year level, let alone the 10,000-year level. Just like the soft-bone rabbit, I have never heard of a 10,000-year level soft-bone rabbit in the Stardao Great Forest. The bloodlines of the 3 Kyanjin ants in front of them are definitely not simple, especially in the core area of the Stardao Great Forest, which is full of dangers. Other soul beasts will not let the 3 of them grow slowly. Especially here, the richness of life seems to be higher than other places. It is obviously a treasure land. Yang Podi couldn't help but think of something and couldn't help but say, "Second Grandpa, Dad, let's drive these 3 Kyanjin ants away. There must be treasures nearby, and they are definitely peerless treasures." After hearing this, Yang Zhenshin and Yang Wushuang looked at each other and nodded. Then, the 3 concealed their auras and approached the 3,000 Titan ant kings secretly. At this moment, the 3 suddenly jumped up at the same time, each holding a soul-breaking spear in their hands, and quickly attacked the 3,000 Titan ant kings. Each of them was targeting one, obviously wanting to take advantage of their unpreparedness and launch a sneak attack. The 3 attacked very quickly and fiercely, especially when the 3 of them activated their martial souls at the same time, as if they wanted to kill all 3,000 Titan ant kings with one blow. It must be said that the soul-breaking spear at the title Douluo level is indeed terrifying in attack power, especially when all attack spirit rings are added. Even a title Douluo of the same level would find it difficult to withstand it. With the shocking blows of the 3, They all stabbed directly into the bodies of the 1,000 Titan Ant Kings, but the 3,000 Titan Ant Kings were indeed physically strong, and they each withstood the attack. Only having a deep wound on their bodies that could be seen to the bone, but they were not seriously injured. Moreover, the 3,000 Titan Ant Kings were extremely fierce, and even though they were injured, they actually attacked head-on without fear. However, under the injury, the 3,000 Titan Ant Kings could not defeat the titled Douluo one-on-one, especially Yang Podi and the other two, who attacked extremely fiercely and launched their own 10,000 years spirit skills, as if they were fighting desperately. Especially Yang Zhenshin, who is at the peak of level 95, probably surpassed most of the titled Douluo at level 96 in terms of attack alone. Especially Yang Zhenshin intentionally or unintentionally blocked the 3,000 Titan Ant Kings' way back to their nest. After 10 minutes of fighting, the 3,000 Titan Ant Kings had various wounds on their bodies. In the end, the 3,000 Titan Ant Kings flapped their wings and left the place quickly, not even caring about the nest. And Yang Podi and the other two just watched the 3,000 Titan Ant Kings leave quietly, and did not chase them. After all, the target this time was not the spirit rings of the 3,000 Titan Ant Kings, and with Yang Podi's current strength, he probably could not absorb the spirit rings of the 3,000 Titan Ant Kings at the same time. After driving away the 3,000 Jun Ant Kings, Yang Wudi seemed to be still in fear and couldn't help complaining. The defense and strength of these 3,000 Jun Ants are really terrifying. Even a newly titled Douluo may not be able to defeat one alone. Yang Podi shook his head. These 3,000 Jun Ants can break through the limitations of life and bloodline and reach the realm of more than 90,000 years. I'm afraid it's the pinnacle of ant-type soul beasts. It should be that their bloodline has evolved, and they can be called Ant Kings. This is why I like this place. Then, the three of them began to search carefully here, but after searching for a long time, they seemed to have found nothing, and only a huge ant nest was left. Yang Zhenshin's face was a little solemn. Podi, do you want to go into the nest of the 1,000 Titan Ant King to look for it? Ant nests are relatively complex, and there are probably crisscrossing inside. I'm afraid there will be some danger. Yang Podi thought carefully. Dad, this is the place where the vitality of this nest is the strongest. I'm afraid the treasure is inside the nest. I have to go in and take a look. You wait for me outside, I'll be out soon. After saying that, Yang Podi ignored the objections of Yang Zhenshin and Yang Wudi and crawled directly into the nest of the 1,000 Titan Ant King. Although the 3,000 Titan Ant Kings are 3 meters long, their bodies are only about 1 meter long, and the ant nest is generally similar to the size of the ant's body, so the entire ant nest is only a little more than 1 meter, and they can't stand and can only crawl. After Yang Podi crawled into the ant nest, he directly summoned the 3-meter-long golden crocodile king's external soul bone and used it to explore the way ahead to prevent any unexpected situations. As Yang Podi went deeper, he didn't seem to find anything unusual. The only difference was that the deeper he went into the 1,000 Jun Ant's nest, the stronger the life seemed to be. Until he entered the deepest part. There was a relatively empty place where people could stand up. But in the nest of the 1,000 Jun Ant King, Yang Podi searched carefully for a long time, but he didn't seem to find anything. Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head. It shouldn't be. The breath of life here is so strong, it's probably comparable to the core area of the starred-out Great Forest. How could there be no treasure? Yang Podi grabbed a handful of oil and smelled it carefully. This oil was very different from the oil outside, and it actually had a very strong breath of life, which was a bit incredible. As if thinking of something, Yang Podi summoned his martial soul, the soul-breaking spear, and the golden crocodile king's tail soul bone, and started digging with each other. As the digging went deeper, the breath of life became stronger, which also made Yang Podi very sure that the treasure was under the 1,000 Jun Ant King's nest. And Yang Podi continued to dig along the life. As the excavation went deeper, a 2-meter square hole appeared in the nest. When the excavation exceeded about 20 meters, it seemed to hit something hard, and even the soul-breaking spear and soul bone could not pierce it. Yang Podi excavated more carefully, fearing that he would disturb something. If he dug out a 100,000-year-old soul beast, it would be a bummer. However, when the hard object finally appeared in front of Yang Podi, he was stunned. It turned out to be a piece of metal with a very strong breath of life. This piece of metal was not big, but it was extremely heavy, especially the breath of life, which was simply terrifying. Yang Podi couldn't help swallowing his saliva, but he couldn't help the ecstasy in his heart. I've made a fortune this time. This thing is probably the gold of life. This piece of gold of life is only the size of 2 fists, but it is more than 100 kilograms. No wonder these 3,000-pound ant kings can reach 90,000 years. It turns out that there is such a treasure. And this piece of gold of life is probably not less than the one Hou Hao obtained. It can be used as the foundation for becoming a god on the future, and even a divine weapon can be made. After Yang Podi left the nest of the 1,000 Titan Ant King, Yang Zhenshin and Yang Wushuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when the two saw the life gold that Yang Podi took out, their eyes widened. Although they didn't know what life gold was, this metal with a strong aura was far beyond people's imagination. Yang Zhenshin couldn't help but say, "Podi, what is this? It looks very extraordinary." Yang Podi just smiled and said, "This thing is called life gold. Legend has it that the foundation of the entire Xingdao Great Forest is life gold. This is a rare treasure that can be used to create artifacts." When the two heard this, their faces changed. Artifacts are legendary, and they didn't expect to find such a treasure here. After the three of them communicated for a while, Yang Podi put away the life gold. The three of them rested and recovered for a while, and then continued to look for soul beasts. However, the search for soul beasts was not so smooth. Yang Podi even thought about whether to look for the dark demon evil god tiger. He always felt that his age was relatively low. His current strength was pretty good. He always wanted to get a red soul ring. If there was a black soul ring inserted in it, it would always feel a bit ugly. This day, the three of them came to the edge of a cliff. The entire cliff was bare, with no soul beasts or plants. However, the more such places there are, the more powerful soul beasts there are. Yang Podi felt that there seemed to be a very strong aura under the cliff. Finding a very good soul ring for the second martial soul is a magical skill. Chapter 184 Space Bone Dragon. The three thought about it carefully and felt that there should be a very powerful soul beast under the cliff, and it seemed that this soul beast was probably very extraordinary. When the three sneaked into the bottom of the cliff, they saw a nest from a distance, and there was a soul beast sleeping in the nest. This soul beast was very big, with a length of 40 meters. It was very strange. Unlike other soul beasts, it did not look like skin on the surface, but like a skeleton. The whole body was covered with thick skeletons, which looked very majestic. In this case, it was estimated that its defense would be extremely amazing. After the three arrived, the soul beast seemed to sense something unusual, and it smelled it carefully, and even snorted. The three hurriedly left the bottom of the cliff, and only discussed it quietly after leaving. Second Grandpa Yang Wushuang said very seriously, "This should be a space bone dragon, and it is a space bone dragon that has reached 100,000 years. It will be very difficult for the three of us to kill this space bone dragon." Yes, this soul beast is a space bone dragon, and its appearance is even a bit similar to the martial soul of the 7 treasures, glazed sect bone Douluo, but it is more terrifying and more difficult to kill. This space bone dragon is over 40 meters long, and its whole body is full of strength, especially the thick bone armor. In terms of defense, it is basically the pinnacle of soul beasts. I am afraid that its defense attribute is even stronger than that of the diamond mammoth and the plate armor giant rhinoceros. What is even more terrifying is that the space bone dragon has a very strong space attribute, which is unique among all soul beasts. You know, there is a saying in the fantasy world that time is king and space is respected. Yang Podi teleported, but he only mastered a little space attribute. This space bone dragon is probably even more terrifying, not to mention that this is a real 100,000-year soul beast. In terms of strength, it is probably not weaker than the sky blue bull python. Especially in terms of escapability, it is probably far better than the sky blue bull python. After all, the sky blue bull python masters the lightning attribute, while the space bone dragon masters the space attribute. Yang Podi thought for a long time before speaking. Second grandfather, this space bone dragon is very suitable for my main martial soul. Although it is difficult for us to kill it head-on, if we poison it, we should still have a chance. Yang Wushuang nodded. If we just poison it, we do have a chance, but I'm afraid we only have one chance. If we can't kill it with one blow and let this space bone dragon escape, we may find it difficult to catch up, and judging from the situation just now, this space bone dragon should have a very high IQ and extremely sensitive reaction. I'm afraid even if we poison it, we have to be more careful. Hearing this, Yang Zhenshin and Yang Podi both nodded. In the following time, The three of them quietly watched this space-bone dragon, carefully observing its every move, especially the problem of eating. Unexpectedly, this space-bone dragon seemed very lazy. It usually slept in the nest under the cliff, and only went out to find food once every 10 days or 8 days. The food it ate was varied, and as long as the soul beast close to the nest would be eaten by it. The three of them observed for more than half a month, and finally took action after thinking and calculating. The three secretly captured a 2,000-year-old black bear soul beast, which is also one of the soul beasts that the space-bone dragon likes to eat the most. They ate this type of soul beast twice in a row. After knocking the black bear unconscious, they directly made two poisons. One was colorful and the other was Bloody Mary. Both poisons were strengthened with snow swan kisses, and the toxicity was tens of millions times that of the original poison. In addition, these two poisons were specially treated, and the surface was covered with thick solid grease, without a trace of breath leaking out, and then the two poisons were put into the mouth of the black bear. Then, the black bear was woken up, and the soul power was directly used to lift him and throw him off the cliff, creating the illusion that the black bear accidentally fell off the cliff. At this time, after the black bear fell off the cliff, he just felt puzzled, but when he saw the terrifying space-bone dragon, he seemed to want to escape. The space-bone dragon was surprised, and he didn't expect that there was a black bear who dared to run to his territory. The space-bone dragon seemed to be worried and did not eat a black bear that fell from the sky immediately. Instead, it released its own pressure, threatened the black bear, and even communicated with a black bear. At this time, the black bear just wailed a few times, and seemed to be trembling all over. I am afraid that it has been scared. Finally, after confirming again and again, the space-bone dragon found that there was no problem, and swallowed a black bear in one bite. Especially the huge mouth that opened, regardless of the black bear's resistance, it actually swallowed the 5-meter-tall black bear in one bite, and chewed it a few times, and then continued to sleep after eating. Seeing this, Yang Podi and the other two paid more attention to the space-bone dragon. They didn't expect that the black bear, which was famous for its strength, had no power to resist in front of him. After waiting for a few more days, the space-bone dragon did not show any signs of being poisoned. Instead, it didn't like to sleep as much as before, and seemed to become irritable. As the space-bone dragon became more and more violent, it actually flew out from under the cliff and flew to a nearby forest. It ate several large soul beasts in the forest, and even razed the entire forest to the ground. Among the soul beasts it ate, a soul beast of 10,000 years level was completely powerless under its hands. And from its appearance, after destroying a forest, it didn't seem to want to return to the bottom of the cliff, and seemed to want to do something else. Yang Podi suddenly said, "Not good, this space-bone dragon may have found that it was ambushed, and it probably wants to escape." Yang Wudi felt a little incredible. How is this possible? Does the space-bone dragon have such a high IQ? Yang Podi's face was grim. No matter what, we must not let it run away, we must attack. Seeing this, Yang Wudi and Yang Zhenshin also nodded. There was no way to deal with this situation. The three of them quickly approached the space-bone dragon. When they were only about 50 meters away from the space-bone dragon, they suddenly jumped up at the same time, summoned their martial spirits and spirit rings, and attacked the space-bone dragon with soul-breaking spears. And the three of them seemed to have used all their strength from the beginning. 3 soul-breaking spears attacked the space-bone dragon from 3 different directions. But the space-bone dragon seemed to react very quickly. He roared and a huge dragon tail swung over, blocking the attacks of the 3 people at the same time. Moreover, there were only 3 huge puncture wounds on the dragon tail of the space-bone dragon, but there was no bleeding. Obviously, the defense of this space-bone dragon was stronger than expected. Seeing this, the 7 soul rings on the 3 people flashed, and they activated their weapon soul true bodies at the same time. 3 huge figures held 3 huge soul-breaking spears, as if they wanted to tear the entire space-bone dragon apart. But unexpectedly, the space-bone dragon roared and spoke in human language. "Human, you dare to plot against me." Then, something similar to a black hole appeared in front of him, sucking the attacks of the 3 people directly into it and then turning it into nothingness. At the same time, in the distance, there were several huge explosions. Yang Podi hurriedly said, "Be careful of this black hole, it can divert our attacks. If we attack him in different positions, he can't divert our attacks at the same time." Seeing this, Yang Wudi and Yang Zhenshin waved the soul-breaking spear to cooperate. Yang Wudi held the soul-breaking spear and attacked the head of the space-bone dragon, Yang Zhenshin attacked the torso, and Yang Podi attacked the tail. But again, unexpectedly, the three people's attack seemed to have hit nothing. The original position of the space-bone dragon was empty, and the space-bone dragon was now hundreds of meters away. Yang Podi couldn't help but complain, "This is probably a space exchange. I didn't expect this space-bone dragon to have such a terrifying ability." Seeing this, the three of them quickly flashed and continued to attack the space-bone dragon 100 meters away. For a tidal Douluo, a distance of several hundred meters can be reached very quickly. Seeing the three people attacking them continuously, the space-bone dragon seemed to become even more angry and became much more violent. He actually swung his tail and forcibly withstood the attacks of Yang Podi and Yang Zhenshin. A pair of huge dragon claws tore at Yang Wudi, obviously wanting to get rid of one person first. But Yang Podi and Yang Zhenshin's attacks on the space-bone dragon only caused a huge cut again, but this time a little blood flowed out. However, the second grandfather was in more pain. The huge black dragon claws collided with his soul-breaking gun, and the second grandfather was directly repelled. It seems that the attack power and strength of this space-bone dragon are also very strong. Yang Podi gritted his teeth and directly launched the sixth soul skill, Golden Lion Roaring Sky Break. A huge golden light of the Golden Lion King pounced on the space-bone dragon, as if to tear him apart. But the space-bone dragon roared again, and a black hole appeared in front of it, and even a black hole appeared next to it. After the golden light entered the black hole, it actually flew out of another black hole and attacked his father Yang Zhenshin. Yang Zhenshin was immediately startled and quickly dodged, but the golden light was extremely fast, and it was not so easy to dodge the 80,000-year soul skill. Yang Zhenshin had to bite the bullet and activate the 8th soul skill to resist, but he was shaken away, and even a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yang Zhenshin could not help but get angry. "You bastard, you want to murder your own father? This soul skill is so powerful," Yang Podi quickly said. "This is the ability of the space-bone dragon. It can transfer long-range attacks. Long-range attacks are useless to him. We can only fight in close combat." Yang Podi quickly used the first soul skill, the power of 1,000 pounds, and the third soul skill, the power of gold. The attack power and weight were greatly increased, especially after adding the weapon's soul true body. The attack was even several times more than usual. After all, just a weapon's soul true body can increase the attack power by 500%, and with the addition of 2 top-grade amplification soul skills, the attack is even stronger. Especially now that the soul-breaking gun has been taken 8,000 pounds, even a 100,000-year soul beast can hardly block it without injury. Yang Podi also used the killing god domain, and the space-bone dragon's movement became relatively slow within the domain, and even the transfer distance became relatively close. It is indeed a domain that can limit the power of soul skills. Yang Wudi and Yang Zhenshin also stabilized their minds and quickly attacked the space-bone dragon. Although this space-bone dragon was extremely powerful, and it would occasionally replace space in an attempt to escape the encirclement of the three people, it could only escape a few hundred meters each time. It was obviously because it had fallen into a state of madness and could not concentrate its spirit, so it could not move further. But after many battles, the space-bone dragon was also covered with scars, especially the great trauma to its spirit. The space-bone dragon might be very good in terms of physical defense, but in terms of spirit, its defense was still lacking, especially when Yang Podi repeatedly used the 4th style of the soul-breaking 9th world, Bloody Rain and Wind. The combination of mental power, the god of killing domain, and the spearlight formed a blood-colored spearlight spiritual attack, which directly avoided the space-bone dragon's strong defense and attacked the space-bone dragon's mind. After the space-bone dragon was attacked, it was traumatized many times, and even its entire body became more crazy. The 100,000-year soul beast can be on par with the title Douluo, mainly relying on its strong physical fitness. The soul beast clan is still inferior to humans of the same level in spiritual cultivation, even for the 100,000-year soul beast. Finally, under the siege of the three people, the space-bone dragon fell to the ground, dying, and it was obvious that it would not survive. Yang Podi and the other two were also exhausted, and there were even many wounds on their bodies, especially Yang Podi himself, who used mental attacks many times, and his breath was even weaker. Yang Podi finally gave him a fatal blow, and a blood-red soul ring suddenly appeared above his body, which had a strong suppressive force on the surroundings. It was worthy of being a pure 100,000-year soul ring. Yang Podi hurriedly took out the gold of life, dragon mushroom leaves and a large amount of elixirs. The three swallowed the elixirs and dragon mushroom leaves in big mouthfuls, and surrounded the gold of life to absorb the breath of the gold of life, trying to recover. In just half an hour, the three of them recovered most of their strength. This gold of life is definitely a treasure of life attributes, and even mental strength can be quickly restored. Yang Zhenshin said with some worry, Podi, you consumed a lot of energy this time, can you still absorb this spirit ring? Yang Podi nodded, under the effect of the gold of life, I have now recovered most of my strength, and it should be no problem to absorb the 100,000-year spirit ring. Besides, the energy of this spirit ring should be similar to that of the Titan Python. I am much stronger now than before. Chapter 185 Divine Skills. After Yang Podi had recuperated for about half an hour, he walked to the body of the space-bone dragon and began to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring. Yang Podi had already absorbed 100,000-year soul rings twice, and this time it was much easier than the Titan Python. In just 30 hours, he had absorbed all the soul rings. Yang Podi's soul power level had also reached level 79, and he would reach level 80 in a few months at most. However, the pitfall was that the space bone dragon actually had a right leg soul bone, which made the three people look gloomy. Yang Podi thought about it carefully, and finally gritted his teeth. Second grandfather, Dad, I will absorb this soul bone. After absorbing this soul bone, I should be able to exceed level 80. Then we will find another soul beast, Yang Zhenshin said a little worriedly. You absorbed 400,000-year soul rings in just a few months. Will there be any problems with your body? Yang Podi shook his head. After absorbing the soul ring, I feel that my soul power is very deep. There is no rejection between the two martial souls, so there shouldn't be any problems. The three of them were silent for a long time, and finally Yang Zhenshin spoke. Then you absorb this soul bone, but you must pay attention to your body and don't force yourself. Now there is still a year before Xianai goes to Sea God Island. Don't make yourself too hard. Yang Podi nodded and began to absorb the right leg soul bone of the space bone dragon. This time, it only took about 20 hours to absorb. After absorbing the soul bone, Yang Podi's soul power finally reached level 80, or even more than level 80. I'm afraid it's at least at the peak of level 81. If he absorbs another soul ring, it will be displayed at that time. When Yang Podi finished absorbing the soul ring, his second grandfather Yang Wushuang said, let's go to the space bone dragon's nest to rest for a while. Now everyone is injured and not on the best condition. It's better to rest first. There are no soul beasts coming to that place, so it's relatively safe. Hearing this, Yang Podi and Yang Zhenshin also agreed. The three of them rested in the space bone dragon's nest under the cliff for 3 whole days before they fully recovered to their best condition. Of course, several people also searched in the space bone dragon's nest, but found nothing. Yang Podi was so angry that he couldn't help shaking his head. This space bone dragon is too lazy. Don't dragons like to collect treasures? Why is there no treasure at all? Yang Podi also sorted out the soul ring and soul bone skills of this space bone dragon. It must be said that this space bone dragon is indeed a top-grade soul beast, and it is an extremely powerful dragon-attributed soul beast. The soul ring skills and soul bone skills are very good, and they are basically the strongest attributes of this space bone dragon. Soul ring skill 1, Space Displacement. You can summon something similar to a black hole to divert the enemy's attack. Yang Podi even found that if you use this skill, you may even be able to move people and objects, and the location of the space displacement will be very far, as long as your mental power can feel the location. If this space bone dragon had not been poisoned, it might not be so easy to hunt. Soul ring skill 2, Bone Dragon Guard. You can summon a bone dragon to resist the enemy's attack, which is the strongest physical defense. Right leg soul bone skill 1, Space Replacement. You can activate the soul bone skill to replace yourself with the people and objects detected by your mental power. This is a bit similar to the Zuanming replacement, but it is much more convenient to use, and it does not consume much soul power, which is very practical. Right leg soul bone skill 2, Bone Dragon Tail Swing. When the soul bone skill is activated, it is like using the tail of a bone dragon to deliver the strongest blow to the enemy, comparable to the blow of a 100,000-year-old space bone dragon swinging its tail. After possessing these 4 skills, Yang Podi felt that his ability to fight would be greatly enhanced. Even if he faced his father, he would have the strength to fight, and there was even a great hope of winning. Yang Podi couldn't help but think of Bon Douluo, who was known as the most mysterious among the titled Douluo. After Yang Podi possessed these 4 soul skills, he felt that he could be more mysterious than Bon Douluo and more difficult to defend against. Yang Podi originally mastered teleportation, but it was still possible for teleportation to be detected by others, and the distance was very close, only a few dozen meters. However, after having the soul ring and soul bone skills, he felt that he had mastered the space more proficiently, and it could even be said to be more elusive. After resting for 3 days, the 3 left the space bone dragon's nest and began to look for new soul beasts. Originally, Yang Podi wanted to find the dark demon evil god tiger, but since the 3 of them entered the Xingdao Great Forest, it has been more than a month, and they haven't even found the shadow of the dark demon evil god tiger. I don't know where it has hidden. But this time, they were lucky. In just 3 days, they found a very good soul beast, and it was also the top-grade gold attribute, power-type soul beast that Yang Podi had always wanted. Especially when he saw this soul beast, Yang Podi couldn't help but drool. The 3 of them were in the woods and saw a soul beast that looked very strong. The soul beast was golden all over, with golden skin and hair, and even its eyes. This is a golden behemoth with a height of more than 20 meters. The tail of the golden behemoth is as straight as a fir, the muscles are as strong as diamond, and the bones are as hard as copper and iron. Especially the claws, it seems to be able to tear the world apart. The only drawback is that it has not reached 100,000 years. It is only about 96,000 years now, and it may need to be treated with a soul-exploding pill. Yang Wudi said in a serious tone, "Podi, are you sure you want this golden behemoth? The behemoth is known to be able to fight dragons. In terms of strength, it is not inferior to the Titan giant ape and the dark gold deer or claw bear. Especially the golden behemoth in front of him, his bloodline is probably very unusual, especially those sharp claws, which are probably close to the ultimate gold. In terms of defense, this golden behemoth is probably not inferior to that space bone dragon. In terms of attack power, it is probably even better than the Titan giant ape of the same level. It will be extremely difficult to kill him. Especially after he breaks through to 100,000 years, he will probably be very powerful." Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking. "Second Grandpa, this is the spring water from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. It should be more effective to use it against the golden behemoth." After that, Yang Podi took out a jade bottle, which contained the spring water from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. The poison of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire comes from the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. It is uncertain what the effect will be on the dragon race, but for other soul beasts, the effect will definitely be very good, especially for the dragon race's natural enemy, the behemoth. After the 3 of them planned for a while, Yang Wudi suddenly said, "This time you give me 2 soul explosion pills. Maybe 2 soul explosion pills will be effective." Seeing that Yang Podi seemed a little puzzled, Yang Wudi continued, "Although the soul explosion pill is effective for soul beasts, the higher the bloodline of the soul beast, the stronger the energy in its body. Each upgrade also requires more energy. This golden behemoth's bloodline is too advanced, and 1 soul explosion pill may not be enough." After observing for a few days, this golden behemoth is worthy of being a top-grade soul beast. It is extremely strong in all aspects. Facing a 30,000-year-old iron-armored thorn dragon, it does not even need to use its claws and can tear it apart directly. This strength is simply astonishing. As for how to make the golden behemoth eat the soul explosion pill, the old method was still used. The soul explosion pill was directly sealed on the food of a golden behemoth. The relatively troublesome thing was the spring water of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, which was more difficult to poison the golden behemoth. In the original novel, Tang San used seawater and the vast sea universe cover at the same time to poison the evil demon killer whale king tribe, but it was more difficult for the golden behemoth. After a few people tried it, the golden behemoth was still sensitive to the spring water of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. And the father seemed to be determined, "If we really can't poison it, we will use colorful and Bloody Mary. It's just a battle. The 3 of us should be able to deal with this golden behemoth." However, Yang Podi thought again and again, and finally put these 3 poisons in another soul beast at the same time, especially the poison of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and directly sealed it with a jade bottle and placed it in the stomach of the target soul beast of the golden behemoth, and knocked this soul beast unconscious and placed it nearby. After all, after breaking through 100,000 years, the golden behemoth might need to eat. As expected, as the two soul exploding pills entered the body, the soul power of the golden behemoth slowly increased, and the speed of improvement was far less than that of the blue silver king. However, this golden behemoth finally broke through to the 100,000-year level. In the core area of the Xingdao Great Forest, the azure bull python, the titan giant ape and Xiao Wu were together. Although the distance was more than 10 kilometers, they still felt a breath of the birth of a 100,000-year soul beast, especially the azure bull python, which was more sensitive to the golden behemoth. The titan giant ape suddenly spoke in a deep voice, "Brother, it's that golden behemoth, how is this possible? He actually broke through to the 100,000-year level so quickly." The azure bull python seemed to have a very heavy expression. "A lot of things have happened recently. I feel that the space bone dragon is dead. Erming, Sister Xiao Wu, you have to be careful and don't leave the vicinity. I'm afraid someone is hunting 100,000-year soul beasts." Erming seemed a little conflicted. "Brother, do you want me to go and see that golden behemoth?" Xiao Wu on the side had a very conflicted expression. I don't know if he was worried about this golden behemoth. After all, the golden behemoth was the enemy of Daming. The azure bull python shook his head. "If this golden behemoth really breaks through to the 100,000-year level, you are not his opponent, and I may not be able to beat him. You will be relatively safe only if you stay with me." As the golden behemoth broke through to the 100,000-year level, Yang Wudi seemed a little conflicted. "Podi, should we take action directly while this golden behemoth has just broken through and has not yet fully adapted?" Yang Podi shook his head. "This golden behemoth is too powerful. If he is not poisoned, even if the three of us can win by force, I'm afraid we will pay a huge price. It is better to continue observing and wait until he is poisoned. Although we need 100,000-year soul bone now, there is still a long time and we can afford to wait." As Yang Podi said, "In terms of attack power, this golden behemoth is almost reaching the realm of extreme gold. In terms of attack power, it is probably far beyond the titan giant ape Ming. It is too difficult to kill it, so it is better to wait for the opportunity to take action." Chapter 186 Golden Behemoth. Just as Yang Podi expected, even the powerful golden behemoth needs to eat, especially after entering the 100,000-year soul beast. The demand for food is even higher. After the golden behemoth was promoted, he quickly went out to look for food and found the soul beast that Yang Wudi had dealt with. Obviously, the golden behemoth's IQ is not as good as that of the space bone dragon. Seeing the food specially prepared for it, it directly tore the soul beast apart and began to eat it. Yang Wudi and the other two looked at the golden behemoth, who was eating the soul beast with extreme nervousness, ready to attack at any time. Sure enough, as time went by, the golden behemoth kept chewing the food, and suddenly let out a scream. It was obvious that he had bitten the jade bottle to pieces, and the ice and fire yin-yang ice spring water flowed out of the jade bottle and directly entered his mouth. In particular, the three of them also felt a unique breath of the ice and fire yin-yang ice. The three of them looked at each other, and then, regardless of the danger, approached the golden behemoth. The golden behemoth in the distance was holding his mouth directly, and he seemed to be in great pain, and there seemed to be a big wound in his mouth. Yang Wudi glanced at the two of them, and finally made up his mind and said, "Let's do it. It's best to kill it as soon as possible." The three of them quickly flew towards the golden behemoth, summoning their martial spirits and spirit rings at the same time, and even used their weapon spirit bodies at the first time. Even though the golden behemoth was seriously poisoned and seemed to be very crazy, it seemed to be not afraid of the attacks of Yang Podi and the other two. Instead, it ignored its injuries and directly faced the attacks of the three people, especially its pair of sharp claws. With just a desperate grab, it tore a large crack in the entire ground. Fortunately, the three of them dodged in time, otherwise everyone would be in danger. The three of them were like flying a kite. Dad Yang Xianxian faced the golden behemoth head-on, while Yang Podi and Yang Wudi attacked from both sides. As long as the golden behemoth was facing anyone, they would never fight it head-on. However, it must be said that the defense of this golden behemoth was really terrifying. Even a blow from the weapon's spirit body could only pierce a hole in it, and would not cause much damage to it. Fortunately, the golden behemoth had been poisoned, especially under the stimulation of the poison, It seemed to be a little crazy and unable to attack accurately, otherwise it would be more difficult for the three people. However, as time went on, the three people gradually gained the upper hand, which might also be the effect of the poisoning before. But at the same time, using the weapon's soul true body also consumed a lot of energy for the three people, especially for Yang Podi, who was only level 80 now. After using soul skills many times, his soul power dropped sharply, and it was estimated that he might not be able to survive this golden behemoth. Second grandfather Yang Wudi saw the battle between the two sides and knew that he had to take action. He saw that the first 8 soul rings on his body had all melted, and all the soul power was integrated into the 9th soul ring. The entire soul-breaking spear became much stronger, especially the soul power was very terrifying. Then the 9th soul ring flashed, which was the 9th soul skill of second grandfather Yang Wudi, Demon Wolf Destruction Kill. The soul-breaking spear seemed to attack the golden behemoth at a very fast speed, especially on the soul-breaking spear. The destructive power almost reached the extreme, which was also Yang Wudi's desperate attack, comparable to the fatal attack of the 96th level title Douluo. Yang's henshin, who was confronting them head-on, ignored the danger and launched his 8th soul skill, Giant Ape Destroying God, which was also a full-strength attack. Yang Podi gritted his teeth, ignored the rapid consumption of his soul power, and also launched the ring melting, and then used his 6th soul skill, Golden Lion Roaring Skybreaking. A huge golden light turned into Golden Lion King, and pounced directly on the golden behemoth. Facing the full-strength attack of the three people, it can even be said to be a desperate attack. The golden behemoth also roared, as if putting all its strength on its claws, desperately grabbing the three people. It was just the last attack, and Yang Podi and the other two won. The soul-breaking spears of the three people pierced the body of the golden behemoth, especially the desperate attack of the second grandfather Yang Wudi, which actually pierced the body of the golden behemoth directly. However, facing the claws of the golden behemoth, the three people could only say that they had a small victory, because the three people were wounded to varying degrees, especially Yang Wudi, who was seriously injured, and even the whole person's breath was much weaker. Yang Podi could not care about so much, and continued to attack the golden behemoth. He threw a huge spear blade into the golden behemoth's mouth, and pierced the entire head through the mouth, which was a fatal blow to the golden behemoth. As a blood-red halo appeared on the golden behemoth, the battle came to an end, and the three of them won a tragic victory. Yang Podi quickly came to Yang Wudi and Yang Zhenshin. Obviously, both of them were seriously injured, especially Yang Wudi, who had a very hideous wound on his body, which was even fatal to ordinary people. Yang Podi quickly swallowed a lot of herbs for both of them, and then summoned his own martial soul. At the same time, 2 blood-red soul rings appeared. The first soul ring flashed, and the first soul skill of the martial soul, Blue-Silver Recovery, and a green light suddenly appeared on his body and injected into the three people. The wounds on the three people were recovering rapidly under the naked eye. After more than 10 minutes, the wounds on the three people were almost recovered, and even the soul power was restored a little. At this time, Yang Wudi interrupted Yang Podi. Podi, don't waste your soul power anymore. The injuries on our bodies are all healed, and you still need to prepare to absorb the soul ring. You should quickly recover your soul power, otherwise this soul ring will be wasted. Yang Podi had no choice but to stop his soul skills and took out the gold of life. He quickly absorbed the life breath and the gold of life and tried to recover as much soul power and physical strength as possible. This battle was the most powerful one Yang Podi had exerted in recent years, and it could even be said to be the most dangerous one. When Yang Podi recovered for more than 40 minutes, his physical strength, soul power, and even mental strength had only recovered about 50%, but there was no time. If the soul ring was not absorbed within an hour, it would automatically dissipate. Yang Wudi said quickly, Podi, how is your body now? Can you still absorb this spirit ring? If not, forget it. Our main goal is the spirit bone. At most, we can search for it in the Xingdao Great Forest for a while. Yang Podi nodded, it should be fine. My body has recovered more than 50%, so it should be able to absorb it. Yang Wudi nodded, then you be careful, Zhenshin, you continue to use the gold of life to recover your body. I will immediately set up a poison array next to the corpse, which is safer. Yang Podi and Yang Zhenshin both nodded, and then everyone started their own work. Yang Wudi took out various poison powders from his body and began to set them up around him, while his father Yang Zhenshin continued to absorb the life energy of the gold of life to recover his body and spirit power. Yang Podi began to absorb the spirit ring, but this time it was much more difficult to absorb the spirit ring. After all, his physical condition was relatively much worse than before, and the process was extremely painful. After Yang Podi completely absorbed this soul ring, 3 days had passed, which was longer than the time he had spent absorbing soul rings before. Especially the special gold energy that far exceeded that of the Golden Lion King was indeed extremely dangerous. When Yang Podi opened his eyes, he saw the worried eyes of his father and second grandfather. It was obvious that they had been worried about him all the time, and they were relieved only after he had absorbed it. Yang Podi quickly said to Yang Wushuang, "Second grandfather, what kind of soul bone is it this time?" Yang Wushuang smiled and said, "We are lucky this time, it is a left arm soul bone." Yang Podi was relieved, and finally achieved the purpose of this trip. Yang Podi looked around, and there were many soul beast corpses on the ground. Obviously, they were the soul beasts that wanted to attack the 3 people in the past few days, but they were either poisoned to death or killed by Yang Wushuang and Yang Zhenshin. After taking turns to recover in the past few days, Yang Wushuang and Yang Zhenshin both recovered to their best condition. Just as Yang Podi and the other 2 were about to leave, the entire earth seemed to shake, and then a huge figure appeared. This soul beast had muscles all over its body, and its body was like granite. It was obvious that its defense was also very strong, and there was actually a little girl on his shoulders. This was the Titan giant Ming and Xiao Wu. Ming seemed a little annoyed and said, "Humans, you actually dare to come to the starred-out Great Forest to hunt 100,000-year soul beasts?" Yang Podi looked at the 2 people in front of him and couldn't help but said, "Isn't it normal for humans to hunt soul beasts? Have you ever seen a soul master who didn't hunt soul beasts to upgrade? Am I right, Xiao Wu?" Xiao Wu seemed a little angry. "You are Yang Podi from the Xiandao team too. I didn't expect that it was you who came to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast. Don't you know that 100,000-year soul beasts have feelings?" Yang Podi shook his head. "What you said is interesting. Tang San's father Tang Hao also has a 100,000-year soul ring. Could it be that he picked it up? What you said just now about the problem of 100,000-year soul beasts having feelings. I don't deny that, but the world of soul masters is the law of the jungle, just like you. When you were in the spirit hall, you had no strength, so you could only be slaughtered. Similarly, those soul masters who entered the starred-out Great Forest to hunt soul beasts, if they encountered powerful soul beasts, wouldn't they also die at the hands of soul beasts?" Hearing this, Xiao Wu was speechless for a moment. Just as Yang Podi said, the law of the jungle is the iron rule of the soul master world. But Xiao Wu finally spoke up, "Are you going to hunt me as a soul ring in the future?" Yang Podi couldn't help but smile. "I'm really sorry, you little rabbit, I'm not interested in you as a soul ring." Xiao Wu was speechless for a moment when she heard this, but she still said stubbornly, "Do you look down on me so much? I'm very strong." Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head. "According to you, do you want me to use you as a target to hunt soul rings in the future?" Xiao Wu was speechless again, but Ming on the side spoke up, "Sister Xiao Wu, don't be afraid, Daming and I will protect you." The 2 sides confronted each other for a while, and it seemed that neither of them had the intention to take action. Finally, Yang Podi and the other 2 prepared to leave. But before leaving, Yang Podi said to Xiao Wu, "Xiao Wu, I have a piece of advice for you. Although I am not interested in your spirit ring, there are still many people who are interested in your spirit ring, such as your enemies. I advise you to stay away from them, otherwise you will be captured if you are not careful." After that, Yang Podi ignored Xiao Wu's gloomy expression, and the 3 of them left the Xingdao Great Forest directly. The behemoth is known as the existence of a dragon that can be torn apart by hand. The level of my golden behemoth is set relatively high, almost the same level as the dark gold terror claw bear or even higher. Chapter 187 Condensing Soul Core. After Yang Podi and the other 2 left, they left the Xingdao Great Forest and returned to the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. It took a total of 1.5 months to go to the Xingdao Great Forest, absorb soul rings, find soul beasts, etc. However, after returning to the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, this soul bone was not immediately absorbed by Yang Xianyu. At least she had to wait until she broke through to level 60. Yang Xianyu is now at the peak of level 58. At this rate, she will soon reach level 60. If it is just for her to improve, it may make her dependent. After all, Yang Xianyu does not have a twin martial spirit. It will be more difficult to improve after reaching the title Douluo. Yang Podi also sorted out the harvest this time alone. This trip to the Xingdao Great Forest was a good harvest. I got 2 very good 100,000-year soul rings and 2 100,000-year soul bones. Especially the soul ring and soul bone of the golden behemoth, even among the 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones, it is considered a top quality. The 8th soul skill, Golden Behemoth Slash. When using the 8th soul skill, swinging the soul-breaking spear can send out a slashing wave that can cut through everything in the world, ignoring defense and breaking everything. This soul skill is a bit similar to the claw that the Golden Behemoth used to tear the sky when fighting against the Golden Behemoth. The 8th soul skill 2, Earth Behemoth Break. When using the 8th soul skill, you can directly summon a huge soul-breaking spear, which greatly increases both weight and attack power, and has gravity lock, launching attacks in a straight line, indestructible, and the attacked objects on the attack line are suppressed by gravity. According to Yang Podi's own estimation, one of these 2 soul skills is similar to soul power attack, and the other is similar to physical attack. The focus of soul skill 1 is to show the gold energy of the golden behemoth, and the focus of soul skill 2 is the power attribute of the golden behemoth. With these 2 soul skills, Yang Podi is even confident that he will be invincible in a battle with Qianjin or Jiangmo Douluo. Especially Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear, the weight has increased again, now reaching 12,000 jin. From the perspective of weight alone, although it is still far less than the Sea God Trident, it is comparable to ordinary artifacts, especially when using several amplification skills, it will become even more terrifying. The spear blade of the soul-breaking spear has also changed. The original silver-white has now turned into gold color similar to the golden behemoth. Even when facing those hard precious metals, it can be easily cut. According to estimates, it should be very close to the ultimate gold. The soul-breaking spear has added 8 consecutive power types, plus some extreme gold energy, especially 2 top-grade 100,000-year soul rings. Now the soul-breaking spear is getting stronger and stronger, and can even be called an artifact. If Yang Podi's own physical fitness is not extremely strong, I am afraid that he can't fully exert the power of this soul-breaking spear. In the next period of time, Dad Yang Zhenshin did not plan to leave, and also practiced in the ice and fire yin-yang eye. After the battle with the golden behemoth, although the 3 of them suffered a lot of injuries, they also had some insights. Especially for his father Yang Zhenshin. This battle even made him feel that he had touched a bottleneck of level 96, which was also a gain. And Yang Podi's soul power was also raised to an astonishing level 84 this time, mainly because of the addition of a 100,000-year-old space bone dragon right leg soul bone and a golden behemoth soul ring. However, as the second grandfather Yang Wushuang said, he had raised 14 levels in just a few months. The physical changes were too great, and he needed to seriously comprehend and adapt to the improvement of his own strength. Yang Podi originally planned to study the problem of soul core when he just broke through the soul saint, but he has been busy recently, and there is no time to calm down. Now that things are almost solved, it is better to calm down and study the problem of soul core. Normally, it takes mental power to reach the level of title Douluo to condense the first soul core. Although Yang Podi is only level 84 at this time, due to the all-round improvement of his body martial soul and the Wangchuan Piashu Du he took at the beginning, his mental power has long surpassed that of soul masters of the same level, at least reaching the mental power of level 95. Originally, Yang Podi's plan was to take the Xingluo spiritual pearl and use this method to condense the first soul core, but with Yang Podi's current strength, I'm afraid that the Xingluo spiritual pearl will not be of much help. In the original work, the research on the soul core was also based on Douluo's poison pill. Now that he has Douluo's poison pill in hand, the research will naturally be twice the result with half the effort. Recently, Yang Podi has put all his thoughts on studying the poison pill. Every time Yang Podi looks at the poison pill, he can't help but marvel, Douluo's luck is really too good. I don't know how many times he has experienced the brink of life and death before he condensed the poison pill. It's simply ingenious. After Yang Podi studied for a whole month, he began to prepare to condense the first soul core. This morning, the 5 people gathered together, even the father and the younger sister stopped practicing, ready to watch the method of Yang Podi's first soul core condensation, and at the same time to facilitate rescue at any time. Yang Podi glanced at the 4 people around him and said with a firm face, I am going to start. You should focus on the specific condensation process of the soul core, so that it will be convenient for the future development of our family." The four people nodded solemnly, especially the father Yang Zhenshin and the younger sister Yang Xianayu. The two of them directly used the head soul bone to exert their mental power to the extreme. Yang Podi calmed down and summoned his soul-breaking spear to his right hand, but this was not the entity of the soul-breaking spear, but more like the origin of the soul-breaking spear. In Yang Podi's right hand, a small soul-breaking spear was dragged in the void, as if it was the origin of his martial soul. Then, the soul power on his right hand began to rotate, and the way it rotated was a bit similar to the way Douluo's poison pill operated. As time passed, the origin of the soul-breaking spear in his hand disappeared, slowly turning into a golden sphere, and it was always rotating rapidly. In this sphere, it seemed that all of Yang Podi's soul power was contained, and all of this needed Yang Podi's own mental power to control it. As the soul core rotated faster and faster, the consumption of mental power became greater and greater. Even Yang Podi was a little out of range at this time, and the soul power of the whole body was consumed greatly. As Yang Podi's last bit of soul power was injected into the golden soul core, the soul core seemed to be able to operate independently, and Yang Podi's mental power was basically consumed by about 80% at this time, and even his breath began to wane. As the soul core rotated rapidly, it quickly absorbed the soul power in the air, just like a whale sucking water. The four people on the side were very worried and kept an eye on the changes in Yang Podi's body at any time, so as to facilitate timely research. The next step is the most difficult step, to put the soul core in the palm of the hand into the body, that is, to integrate the soul core and the body into one. The most important thing is to understand the soul-breaking gun itself. As some titled Douluo feel, people's martial souls are alive, full of vitality, and even have thoughts. Only by fully understanding your martial soul can you truly use your martial soul to condense the soul core, make the soul core operate automatically in the body, and make the whole body's soul power, soul core and even body merge into one. As Yang Podi used the last of his mental power to guide, the soul-breaking spear soul core gradually began to enter his body. However, this was also the most dangerous time. If one did not understand the martial spirit well enough, a huge repulsive force would form between the body and the martial spirit soul core, which was enough to tear the entire body apart. As the soul core finally entered his body, Yang Podi even felt that his body seemed to have a little crack, but Yang Podi endured his mind and completed the last operation. After completing this last step, Yang Podi himself fell into deep sleep. When Yang Podi woke up again, a full day had passed. At this time, Yang Podi just felt a splitting headache, as if his mental power was overconsumed, but his body had fully recovered with his powerful recovery ability. Yang Podi looked inside his body. There was no change in his original mind. It was still a silver giant holding the soul-breaking spear, but a golden soul core appeared in his danshin, and the soul core seemed to have a little more connection with the body, especially the soul core actually rotated autonomously and quickly absorbed the soul power in the air, which made both the cultivation speed and the soul power recovery speed much faster. The four people on the side also breathed a sigh of relief. Second grandfather Yang Wudi carefully observed Yang Podi's soul core, and said with a heavy face, "Podi, how do you feel now? Your soul core method looks very good, but the process is too dangerous. I'm afraid it will be more dangerous for others to condense it." Yang Podi nodded. "Although I have condensed a soul core, there are still some omissions in the operation process. I will sort out the specific operations in the process and tell you later. In addition, there are 3 points to pay special attention to when condensing a soul core. The first is that the mental strength required is very high. It must at least reach the level of title Douluo, or even the level of high-level title Douluo. The second is that you must have a very good understanding of your own martial soul and be able to integrate a martial soul with yourself into whole, so as to reduce the repulsive force between the body and the soul core. The third is that the physical fitness requirements are relatively high. If other people want to condense a soul core, it is best if I, Xianayu or Lingling are by their side, so that they can help in the first time. It is best to have a title Douluo above level 95 by their side to help at any time." However, Yang Podi smiled and said, "Of course, soul cores are of great help to soul masters, especially for title Douluo. The soul power below the title Douluo is gaseous. After entering the title Douluo, the body's soul power will all turn into liquid. However, after reaching level 95, the liquid will gradually solidify into a solid state. This is one of the reasons why it is difficult to cross between these three levels. Yang Zhenshin on the side could not help but nodded and said, "That's true. There is a saying that those below the title Douluo are all ants. Title Douluo far surpass Soul Douluo in both soul power level and soul power depth. Especially since I entered level 95, my cultivation speed has slowed down a lot." Yang Podi nodded and said, "This is probably the reason why it is very difficult to improve the soul power by one level after becoming a title Douluo. Many soul masters are trapped below level 95 all their lives, and it is difficult to improve by one level even if they spend their entire lives." In the next few days, several people were sorting out the methods of condensing soul cores, and finally after some discussion, they decided on the best plan. Dad Yang Zhenshin was a little impatient to start condensing the first soul core. The whole process was relatively safe. After all, Dad's soul power had reached the peak of level 95, especially with an 80,000-year-old head soul bone. His mental power was the ultimate of soul masters of the same level. After condensing the soul core, Dad Yang Zhenshin finally broke through the bottleneck and his soul power reached level 96. Especially when he looked at the rapidly rotating soul core in his Danshin, Yang Zhenshin himself even smiled a little, as if he finally saw the hope of being promoted to level 97 in the future. As for the second grandfather Yang Wushuang and the mother Nia Jingfeng, with the help of Yang Podi and others, they finally condensed the soul core. However, their process was extremely dangerous. If Yang Podi and Yang Xianyu had not used the soul skills and soul bone skills of the Blue-Silver Emperor respectively, I am afraid that their bodies would have been on the verge of collapse several times. After several people condensed their soul cores, Yang Podi thought about it for a long time and finally decided to go out for a walk. Since entering Soul Douluo, the speed of soul training has obviously slowed down a lot. It is estimated that no matter how hard he practices, he can only improve by 2 levels at most every year. It is better to go out and see the scenery of the major cities. Now it is nearly 9 months before Xianyu goes to the Sea God Island. When that time comes, the three of us can take Xianyu's soul ring with her. Younger sister Yang Xianyu is also very confident. "Brother, don't worry, I will definitely work hard to practice during this period. Besides, I now have the vast sea universe cover. So I will be safe even if I go to the starred out Great Forest." Since the vast sea universe cover recognized the master, Xianyu has also mastered the 4 skills of the vast sea universe cover, and there is really no need to worry about her safety. After thinking for a while, Yang Podi finally went out alone to walk and experience. Chapter 188, Sword Douluo. Yang Podi left the yin-yang eye of ice and fire alone, intending to go to the entire Douluo Continent to train, especially to see the current major sects and other cities to see how they are developing. Since coming to Douluo Continent, Yang Podi has been under great pressure, and has been working hard to make his family stronger. After all these years of hard work, he has a little family background. At least he will not be in danger. Now Yang Podi is 1.95 meters tall, with an average appearance, not handsome, but very resolute and sunny. His figure is not too strong, but his muscles are very strong, as if he is full of strength. After leaving the Sunset Forest, Yang Podi dressed in a more ordinary Soul Master outfit and bought a black horse casually, intending to walk around the entire Douluo Continent alone, to see the mountains and rivers, and to see the so-called major sects and 2 empires. The first place he went to was Thunder Canyon, which is where the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is stationed. It must be said that the location of Thunder Canyon is extremely dangerous, especially there is a big river that directly separates Thunder Canyon from the outside world, which is simply a natural barrier. The terrifying lightning element seemed to cover the entire Thunder Canyon. No wonder the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family chose this place as their sex residence. This place is indeed an excellent treasure land for the soul masters of the lightning element. However, it is obvious that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is particularly domineering and exclusive. Non-sectarian disciples are not allowed to enter the Thunder Canyon. Outside the Thunder Canyon are various outer sects, and there are also a lot of soul masters. Even many patrolling disciples have reached the Soul King realm, and the elders in charge of the outer sects are all high-level soul saints. It is worthy of being one of the top 3 sects. Although there is only one title Douluo, there are really many Soul Douluos, probably more than 10 patrolling disciples with Soul King's Yang Podi, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, and actually drove him away directly. "Who are you?" "This is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Outsiders are not allowed to enter." Leave quickly. Yang Podi looked at the patrolling disciples in front of him, couldn't help shaking his head, and then led the horse away directly. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is worthy of being one of the top 3 sects. Even though it is relatively declining now, it still has very strict control over the sect, and it can even be said that it is more overbearing. And the surrounding hundreds of miles are all within the scope of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Ordinary people only know about the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and have no concept of the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Dao Empire. This is probably the 1,000-year heritage of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Then I went to take a look around the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is relatively interesting. The sect is built directly in the mountains, which can be regarded as a barrier. An Akibeo city was built dozens of kilometers outside the mountain gate of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Akibeo city does not prohibit outsiders from entering, but it still strictly checks the outside population. The main people who come and go are some businessmen. This is also very similar to the style of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, which is the largest commercial organization, or commercial sect, on the Douluo Continent. Akibeo City is very prosperous, with many businessmen coming and going, and of course there are more disciples patrolling. The disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect were relatively gentle, not as overbearing as the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Perhaps this was the way businessmen dealt with the world. It had to be said that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect had very accurate and timely control of information. He had only stayed in the Seven Treasures City for 1 day, and early the next morning, Ning Fengzi came to visit with Sword Douluo. Ning Fengzi seemed to be smiling. "My friend, it's been a long time since we last met. I didn't expect that you would have the time to visit my Akibeo city. I will naturally do my best to be a good host." Yang Podi also smiled. "Sect Master Ning, you are too kind. I am just an ordinary person. I have been wanting to relax recently, so I thought about walking around the entire continent on a horse and taking a look at the beautiful scenery of the continent. It can be regarded as a way to broaden my horizons." However, Jian Douluo on the side was touched. "My friend, you are in a good mood. When I was young, I also liked to travel the world with a sword. Unfortunately, I am now disturbed by worldly things and don't have this interest." Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head. "Senior Jian Douluo, you are too kind. As long as you have a dream in mind, what can't you do?" Ning Fengzi seemed more enthusiastic. "It's rare for you to come to our Akibeo city. Why don't you visit our Akibeo Glazed Sect?" Yang Podi seemed a little surprised. "Sect Master Ning, I'm afraid this is not very convenient. I just want to walk around the continent." Ning Fengzi seemed to understand Yang Podi's concerns. "Don't worry, my friend. This is just a private invitation. It has nothing to do with any sex affairs. Besides, Rongrong also misses the days when she was in Xiangdao Team 2. Unfortunately, Almo Mountain is too far away and she has never had time to go there." Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking. "Then I'll trouble you, Sect Master Ning." Then, under the leadership of Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo, they visited the entire Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is indeed the richest sect in the entire continent. The interior of the entire sect is magnificent and as luxurious as a palace. Of course, they also met Gu Douluo and Ning Rongrong. Gu Douluo was quite surprised. He didn't expect Yang Podi to dare to visit the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Ning Rongrong was quite happy. She seemed to have returned to the days when she was in Xiangdao Team 2. After visiting the entire Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Ning Fengzi seemed a little proud. "My friend, what do you think of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect? It's pretty good, right?" Yang Podi couldn't help but praise. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect is worthy of being the richest sect on the continent. It is indeed flourishing. Both the sect management and all aspects are very good. The two sides seem to have a particularly harmonious conversation. Finally, Ning Fengzi spoke. "Young friend, where else do you plan to go on this trip?" Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking. "I just want to travel around the world simply. I first went to the outskirts of Thunder Canyon, and now I have come to the Akibeo city of the Akibeo Glazed Tile Sect. Next, I plan to go to Xingluo City and Wuhan City, which can be regarded as a trip to the entire Douluo continent. After I have traveled around the whole world, I may plan to go out to sea and experience the magnificence of the sea." Jian Douluo couldn't help but nodded. "Young friend is indeed knowledgeable and has a very extraordinary state of mind. I have studied the way of the sword all my life, and I would like to have a sparring match with you. What do you think? Yang Podi couldn't help but smile. Senior Jian Douluo, you are a title Douluo of level 96, and my strength is far inferior to yours. Jian Douluo shook his head. This has nothing to do with the level of soul power. I can suppress it to the same soul power realm as you. It's just a sparring match, and I can guarantee your safety afterwards. Yang Podi thought for a moment before speaking. I have always wanted to ask for advice from the masters of the time. It is rare that Senior Jian Douluo is interested in this. Let's have a discussion. Thank you Jian Douluo for your advice. Next, the five of them came to a large training ground in the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. Ningfengzi directly dismissed everyone. There were only 5 people on the scene. Yang Podi said to Jian Douluo a little seriously, Senior Jian Douluo, since we are discussing, there is no need to suppress our realm. I will ask you for advice. Several people around seemed to be confused, especially Jian Douluo. After all, he was a level 96 title Douluo and was known as the #1 attack Douluo on the continent. Yang Podi summoned his martial soul, the soul-breaking spear, and 8 soul rings appeared at the same time. The colors of the soul rings were yellow, purple, black, red, and red. Especially when the 2 blood-red soul rings appeared, everyone on the scene was stunned. Yang Podi, Po Hun Gun, 84th level strong attack system combat soul master, please teach me. Jian Douluo's face seemed to become more solemn, and he summoned his Wu Hen Kisha sword, and displayed 9 soul rings at the same time. The soul rings were yellow, purple, black. Jian Dao Chengxin, Wu Hen Kisha sword, 96th level strong attack system combat soul master, my friend, be careful. Yang Podi held a Po Hun Gun in his hand, and his figure flashed, and he appeared directly in front of Jian Douluo, and stabbed him with a gun, which was a common move, instant attack. Jian Douluo reacted very quickly and slashed with a sword. The tip of the Po Hun Gun and the blade of the Kisha sword collided with each other. This move seemed to be evenly matched, and both of them retreated half a step. Jian Douluo couldn't help laughing. My friend, you have great strength. Senior, you have deep soul power. I admire you too. Then, Jian Douluo swung his sword and chopped. A huge sword energy flew out, and Yang Podi also held the gun with both hands and stabbed hard, and the soul-breaking gun flew out a spear light. The 2 people collided with each other and directly split the ring. Yang Podi moved forward again and stabbed directly, while Jian Douluo held the 7 killing swords and attacked with ease. In just 1 minute, the 2 sides fought many times, and neither of them was at a disadvantage. But Jian Douluo suddenly exploded at this time, and chopped directly with a sword, and the sword energy intertwined, directly forming a kill word, which seemed to have a strong killing intention. Yang Podi quickly swung the soul-breaking gun, and directly shot out like a dragon. The soul-breaking gun was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and savagely collided with a kill word. But with just this one blow, Yang Podi was directly forced to retreat 5 steps, and even a mark appeared on the ground, which was caused by the friction between the soles of his feet and the ground. Yang Podi's face was extremely excited. The 7 killing sword technique is really powerful. Senior, please take my move. Countless spear beams appeared from Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear, spreading all over the world, and all the spear beams gathered together to form a huge spear beam that stabbed Jian Douluo. Jian Douluo saw this and swung his sword again. This time, 2 kill characters appeared. The spear beams collided with the kill characters. This time, it was Jian Douluo's turn to be forced back, but he only took 2 steps back. Jian Douluo couldn't help but say, my friend, your move is good. I'm afraid you are also a sword expert. Now it's my soul skill. Jian Douluo directly used the 4th soul skill, killing intent, and a huge cross quickly attacked Yang Podi. Yang Podi saw this and directly used the 5th soul skill, Tyrannosaurus Destruction Strike. The soul-breaking spear was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex colliding, directly smashing the attacking cross. Seeing Yang Podi blocking his soul skill so easily, Jian Douluo became interested. He activated his soul skill again. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Countless sword rains suddenly appeared in the sky, all stabbing at Yang Podi. Seeing this, Yang Podi quickly waved his soul-breaking spear to block the endless sword rain, which seemed a bit embarrassing. But at this moment, Yang Podi's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared directly outside the range of the sword rain. Then the 4th soul ring flashed, and he directly used the fourth soul skill. Tiger Roar breaks thousands of troops. 7 soul-breaking spears suddenly appeared and quickly stabbed at Jian Douluo from 7 directions, and each shot seemed to have a locking effect. Jian Douluo was a little surprised at this time. He waved his sword continuously to block the attacks of these soul-breaking spears, but the force seemed a bit beyond his imagination. Then the two of them exchanged countless moves, fighting with each other with guns and swords, but neither seemed to be able to take advantage of the other. Jian Douluo's soul power was deeper, while Yang Podi seemed to have the advantage of a heavier and more powerful soul-breaking spear, especially since Yang Podi could barely keep up with Jian Douluo's attack speed. Jian Douluo seemed even more excited. "My friend, you have to pay attention to the next sword." Jian Douluo's 8th soul ring flashed, and suddenly a 4-armed giant appeared in the sky, with the 7 killing swords in each of his forearms. 4 crescent-shaped sword ki attacked Yang Podi from all sides, seeming to have infinite power, and even the whole person was a little suppressed. It was Jian Douluo's 8th soul skill, moving mountains and filing the sea. Yang Podi gritted his teeth, and his 6th soul ring flashed. Using his 6th soul skill, Golden Lion Roaring Sky Break. A huge golden light turned into the phantom of a golden lion, meeting Jian Douluo's 4-sword ki, but Jian Douluo was still more powerful in this attack, and Yang Podi was directly forced back more than 10 meters away, and even a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yang Podi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said excitedly, "This move is interesting. Watch my strongest attack." Yang Podi's blood-red 8th soul ring flashed, and the soul-breaking spear swung directly, and a slash flew over quickly, and the surrounding void seemed to be cut open. Jian Douluo's face was solemn. After all, this was a 100,000-year soul skill, and no one dared to underestimate it. Jian Douluo directly used his 9th soul skill, the God and Demon Slash, to release a huge space in the sky, and countless heaven-destroying and earth-destroying supreme sword ki fell down, which was powerful enough to even kill the same level of title Douluo in seconds. But unexpectedly, even if countless sword ki collided with Yang Podi's slash, they were still defeated, and the whole sky seemed to be cut open. Obviously, Yang Podi had the upper hands in this move, but in the end, Jian Douluo turned into a long sword and used all his strength to barely avoid this attack. After everything dissipated, Yang Podi and Jian Douluo both returned to the ring, but it was obvious that Yang Podi's consumption was more than Jian Douluo's. A trace of blood was still flowing from the corner of Yang Podi's mouth, but he looked a little excited as he spoke. "Senior Jian Douluo, it's almost done. It will be meaningless to fight any further." Jian Douluo also nodded. "It's almost done, my friend. Your 100,000-year soul skill is indeed powerful. Senior Jian Douluo has deep soul power and outstanding swordsmanship. He deserves to be the #1 attack Douluo on the continent." This battle lasted for about 10 minutes. Both sides showed most of their strength, but overall, Yang Podi was still far behind, at least in soul power. He would be defeated in a long battle, but if he fought to the death, I am afraid both sides would suffer losses. Besides, Yang Podi could leave the battlefield at any time if he wanted to. Chapter 189 Visiting Ju Douluo. Yang Podi and Jian Douluo both rested for a while and soon recovered. Jian Douluo looked at Yang Podi's condition and couldn't help shaking his head. As expected, heroes emerge from youth. I didn't expect that you have such outstanding physical fitness at such a young age. I'm afraid that no one in the world will be your opponent in less than 10 years. Yang Podi shook his head. Senior Jian Douluo, you are too kind. I am still far from it. Jian Douluo thought for a while before speaking. 100,000-year spirit ring should have 2 spirit skills. Will your other spirit skill be more powerful? Yang Podi shook his head. Almost, but my other 100,000-year spirit skill is a single-point attack. Jian Douluo heard this and his face changed slightly, obviously understanding what Yang Podi meant. Then the 5 of them drank some tea together and chatted for a few words, and Yang Podi left the 7 treasures glazed sectas for other words. No one said them. Smart people don't need to say it so clearly. After Yang Podi left, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo were together again, but the faces of the 3 seemed to be much heavier. Ning Fengzi finally spoke. Uncle Jian, what do you think of the battle just now? Jian Douluo shook his head. In the battle just now, Yang Podi and I both showed a lot of strength, but we should both be reserved. At least Yang Podi has not used his weapon Soul True Body. The power of 100,000-year weapon Soul True Body may be beyond our imagination. Ning Fengzi thought for a while before speaking. Uncle Jian, how do you think Yang Podi absorbed 100,000-year soul ring with his 7th soul ring? The physical fitness of a normal person should not be able to reach this level. Even if it is the 8th soul ring, absorbing 100,000-year soul ring is unimaginable. Gu Daoluo on the side seemed a little entangled. Fengzi, Jian Run, why didn't we keep Yang Podi just now? We should be able to do it with the strength of the 3 of us. Jian Daoluo shook his head. He can't be kept. Don't forget that he still has a pair of wings that he hasn't used. What's more, when he dodged my move of 10,000 swords returning to the origin just now, he probably used a soul bone skill, and it was a space-type soul bone skill. Old Gu, you should have felt it. Bone Daoluo thought carefully for a while before speaking. It is indeed a space-type soul bone skill. I'm afraid this soul bone is very old, but why did Yang Podi accept a battle with the old swordsman? He could have ignored it or even walked away. Sword Daoluo's face was a little solemn. There are mainly 2 aspects. First, Yang Podi himself is probably about to reach a bottleneck. By fighting with me and learning from each other, his realm will be improved. Don't forget, he was only level 67 during the Soul Master competition, and he actually rose to level 84 in a short period of time. Although soul power can be improved with natural treasures, combat effectiveness may not keep up. Yang Podi traveled around the world, probably also to stabilize his realm and improve his state of mind. On the other hand, he probably wanted to show his strength. The battle just now basically proved that he has the combat strength of a title Daoluo level. Although I can defeat him, I can't keep him. It also tells us not to attack his family members at will. Ning Fengzi thought for a while. This Yang Podi will not be hostile to our 7 treasures glazed tile sect in the future, right? And why is he going to Wuhan City next? Isn't he afraid that the Wuhan Palace will keep him? Jian Daoluo shook his head. Ordinary title Daoluo can't keep him at all, and the old guy in the Wuhan Palace will not lose face to deal with the child. Besides, this Yang Podi has never shown hostility to any force. Fengzi, I have also gained some insights from this battle. I may plan to go into seclusion for a while recently. I will trouble you and Old Bones with the affairs of the sect. Ning Fengzi seemed a little surprised. Uncle Jian, are you going to break through? Jian Daoluo shook his head. I'm still far from a breakthrough. I just saw Yang Podi's fighting style and gained some insights into swordsmanship. Yang Podi absorbed all the power-type soul rings. His soul-breaking spear is terrifyingly heavy, and it is also extremely sharp at the same time. It is simply unheard of. Bone Daoluo seemed a little strange. How is this possible? Did this kid absorb all power-type soul rings? So I'm also very surprised, unless his 200,000-year spirit rings are very special. Yang Podi also led the Black Horse away from the 7 treasures glazed sect at this time. Although he was slightly injured in this battle, he will recover soon, especially fighting with a master like Jian Daoluo. He did have some insights. At least he is more fluent in the use of spearmanship and spirit power. In fact, Yang Podi could have avoided this battle, but after thinking about it, he still felt that it would be better to fight. On the one hand, he really needs to fight with masters from all aspects to truly improve himself. Jian Daoluo is worthy of being called the first attacking Daoluo on the continent. He can use weapon spirits to the extreme, and he can learn a lot from fighting. On the other hand, he really wants to deter others. After all, he will go to the Sea God Island for at least 4 years, so as to avoid some people revealing their intentions. Then he walked and stopped along the way, sometimes leading the horse to walk slowly, sometimes galloping on the horse, basically walking in the forest, drinking some mountain spring water when thirsty, and hunting soul beasts when hungry. It can be regarded as fulfilling his little wish, traveling the world with 1 person, 1 horse and 1 gun. It took more than a month to arrive at Xingluo City. Xingluo City and Xiandao City are 2 completely different scenes. Xiandao City may be because the royal family is relatively weak, so it is relatively more tolerant. Various forces are intertwined. Basically, every major sect has more or less people in Xiandao City. Xingluo City seems to be more strict. Both discipline and people are much stricter. It is a bit militaristic. It relies on the army and strength to suppress the world. It is worthy of being feared by even the Spirit Hall. Yang Podi even saw the Emperor Xingluo and the Queen traveling. It can only be said that the Emperor Xingluo is worthy of being the overlord of one side, worthy of being the title Daoluo with the spirit of the White Tiger. It is really domineering. After Yang Podi left Xingluo City, he began to head to Wuhan City. After another month of stopping and walking, he finally arrived at Wuhan City. Seeing Wuhan City again, I always feel that there is an inexplicable majesty. It is worthy of being the holy land of soul masters, especially after the two realms have been promoted. The feeling seems to be deeper. Under the special light of Wuhan City, it seems that both the body and mind are much happier. After entering Wuhan City, Yang Podi went directly to Zhu Daoluo's house. After all, this is the only person he is familiar with in Wuhan City. At least he has a good impression of Zhu Daoluo. When Yang Podi came to Zhu Daoluo's house, he knocked on the door and a feminine voice came from the room. Who is it? You knock on the door in the broad daylight. Don't you know that I am recovering from my injuries? But after opening the door, both of them were shocked. Zhu Daoluo was wearing a very feminine outfit. It was obvious that he was a little free at home, especially the outfit, which made people wonder whether he was a man or a woman. Zhu Daoluo was also very surprised to see Yang Podi. Yang Podi? Why did you come to Wuhan City? Don't you know we are a big enemy? Yang Podi looked at Zhu Daoluo's outfit and forced a smile. Senior Zhu Daoluo, I have been traveling around the world recently and came to Wuhan City, so I plan to stay here for a few days. Zhu Daoluo was speechless. You are not shy at all. Aren't you afraid that I will report to His Holiness the Pope and arrest you directly? Yang Podi couldn't help but smile. I am not an enemy of Wuhan Hall. Why does His Holiness the Pope arrest me? But you snatched the 3 soul bones that His Holiness the Pope was going to give to the Golden Generation. Now you are a big enemy of the Wuhan Hall. You can't blame me for this. Besides, even if I didn't take it away, didn't the Golden Generation lose to Shai and Dao Team 1? No matter how you count, it's not the turn of the 3 of the Golden Generation. Zhu Daoluo was speechless when he heard this, but still said, my current injuries are all caused by your grandfather and grandfather. We are enemies. Yang Podi took out a jade box and said with a smile, it's just a battle, isn't it? No one died. Besides, I was going to give you this 1,000-year-old purple gold orchid to taste. Since you don't agree, forget it. Before Yang Podi finished speaking, Zhu Daoluo snatched the jade box and said a little stubbornly, I didn't let you in because of your 1,000-year-old purple gold orchid, but because you are alone and have no place to live. Suddenly, a voice came from the room, Old Chrysanthemum, who is it? I didn't expect someone to visit you, Zhu Daoluo said quickly, it's just a kid. I guess he admires me. When Yang Podi entered the room, he saw a person sitting on the sofa in the middle of the room. It was Ghost Daoluo. But at this time, Ghost Daoluo was dressed in casual clothes, lying there without any sitting posture. There was no trace of ghostliness or the usual majesty. Yang Podi suppressed his smile and saluted, greetings, Senior Ghost Daoluo. Ghost Daoluo was also a little surprised. Aren't you the kid from the Poi clan? Why are you here to visit Old Chrysanthemum? Yang Podi quickly said, I am traveling around the world and happened to come to Wuhan City, so I came to visit Senior Chrysanthemum Daoluo. Ghost Daoluo just said oh, and then continued to close his eyes and pretend to sleep, not taking it seriously at all, which made Yang Podi speechless. Chrysanthemum Daoluo next to him looked at the purple gold orchid in the jade box, and seemed to be full of smiles. Little Podi, where did you get this purple gold orchid? It is really very good. It would be great if it could reach 10,000 years old. I went to the Starred Out Great Forest recently and picked it up in the Starred Out Great Forest. Chrysanthemum Daoluo was also speechless. How could you pick up so many good things in the Starred Out Great Forest? You said the same thing about the Kirin Tongshan chrysanthemum last time, and there was also a coxcomb phoenix sunflower in the middle. Should I also go to the Starred Out Great Forest for a few more laps? However, Zhu Daoluo still felt a little regretful. Why did you pick this 1,000-year-old purple gold orchid so early? If you wait for a few thousand more years, it will grow into fairy grass. Yang Podi was speechless for a while. I can't live for a few thousand more years. Besides, if I don't pick it, others will pick it. Besides, if it grows for a few thousand more years, it may become an 8-petal fairy orchid. Zhu Daoluo's eyes lit up. You could also know about 8-petal fairy orchids? You don't have 8-petal fairy orchids, do you? Yang Podi hurriedly shook his head. How is this possible? The 8-petal fairy orchid is a legendary fairy grass. How could I have a fairy grass? Zhu Daoluo couldn't help but muttered in a low voice, it's not like you don't have a fairy grass. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Arrival at Hanhei City. Arriving at the home of Douluo of the Spirit Hall, the following days were quite leisurely. The three of them were leisurely at Douluo's home, and there was no politeness at all. Yang Podi and Douluo seemed to have met each other too late. Although Douluo's home did not have many rooms, there was a huge garden in the backyard, in which various exotic flowers and plants were planted, and there were even many thousand-year-old spiritual herbs. It was estimated that Douluo had looted them from outside in recent years, and some of them were even very good. Yang Podi himself was also very interested in these flowers and plants, especially Yang Podi would take out one or two spiritual herbs from time to time, and the envious Douluo was itching to bite. However, the two had different views. Douluo obviously loved flowers and plants very much, and regarded flowers and plants as his own life, while Yang Podi knew more about the way of refining medicine, mainly the situation of some flowers and plants cooperating in refining medicine, which was more repulsive to Douluo, a flower lover. Douluo, who was standing by, looked like he was not surprised. Although he did not communicate with Yang Podi, he did not reject it. Unexpectedly, Douluo, who lived such a refined life, could cook delicious dishes. He seriously suspected that Douluo was just eating and drinking here because he found it troublesome. Of course, during the communication between the few people, they also understood some of the past of Ju and Douluo. Douluo was born as a commoner, and Douluo was also born in a poor family. Both of them joined the Spirit Hall since they were young and were cultivated by the Spirit Hall. In their eyes, the Spirit Hall was their home. Yang Podi could not help but sigh. No wonder the two were so loyal to the Spirit Hall. It was basically impossible for them to betray the Spirit Hall. However, the two were still kind people and could make friends. He did not know if it was because Douluo was too bad. He had lived here for half a month, but there was not even a visitor, and even no one to treat them, which made Yang Podi suspicious. Instead, Douluo spoke leisurely. Our injuries have already healed for the most part. The remaining injuries are basically some fundamental problems. Those healing soul saints have no way to help us, so we have to rest on our own. Besides, in order to heal our injuries, His Holiness the Pope spent a lot of effort and even took out a lot of natural treasures. Otherwise, we wouldn't have recovered to this extent so quickly. As for our friends, they are all titled Douluo. They are either out on business or busy practicing in seclusion. How can they have time to visit us every day? As for those juniors, few of them are worthy of us. After hearing this, Yang Podi was also suspicious. Either Douluo had a personality problem that scared away a lot of people, or Douluo was specifically responsible for the punishment issues of the Spirit Hall, so no one dared to come. But it's okay this way. This really looks like life. That afternoon, after lunch, the three of them all slumped on the sofa, with no manners to speak of. Unexpectedly, someone came to knock on the door to visit. Douluo didn't even open his eyelids. Zio Podi, go open the door. Yang Podi was speechless for a while, but he still went to open the door. However, he was surprised after opening the door. There were two people who came to visit, and they were two women. One was Hulina, who he met in the Soul Master competition, and the other was also a pretty middle-aged woman. She looked like the Flame Eagle Douluo who appeared in the original book, and seemed to be called Linglun Douluo. The two were also surprised to see Yang Podi coming to open the door, especially Hulina. Aren't you Yang Podi from the Haotian Sect team? Why are you in Douluo's house? Yang Podi couldn't help but laugh. I've been traveling recently, and I just came to visit Senior Douluo. Flame Eagle Douluo seemed a little accustomed to it, or he might have known it a long time ago, and just took Hulina into the living room. The two did not avoid Yang Podi during their conversation. It seemed that they were ordered by Pope Bidong to visit and express their condolences. And judging from their conversation, it seemed that the four of them were quite familiar with each other, especially Douluo and Flame Eagle Douluo. They seemed to have a very good relationship. If Yang Podi did not know Douluo's character, he would have suspected that they were having an affair. After Flame Eagle Douluo and Hulina finished their visit, they ignored Yang Podi and left. After the two left, Yang Podi thought about it carefully, and finally said to Douluo, Senior Douluo, I have been away for a while, and it is time to go home. I will take my leave now. Senior, you can come to visit Amo Mountain when you have time. I have a lot of good things at home. Douluo's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he seemed a little reluctant, but he didn't know what he was reluctant to leave. But Ghost Douluo, who usually didn't talk much, suddenly said, "Yang Podi, you're going to Almo Mountain is not bad. Shyang Academy is far away in Almo Mountain. No one will care about those little fights." Yang Podi saluted quickly. "Thank you Senior Ghost Douluo for your guidance." After Yang Podi left, Ju Douluo suddenly said, "Old Ghost, what do you think of this kid?" Ghost Douluo rarely opened his eyes. "Not bad, he is a smart person, but it's a pity." Ju Douluo on the side also nodded, "It's indeed a pity." After Flame Eagle Douluo and Hulina left, Hulina seemed a little puzzled. "Senior Flame Eagle, how did Yang Podi come to Wuhan City? Should we report to His Holiness the Pope?" Flame Eagle Douluo shook his head. His Holiness the Pope already knew about it when Yang Podi entered Wuhan City on the first day. His Holiness the Pope has his own considerations. You don't have to worry, but Nana, you have to work harder to be in the same generation as this kid, otherwise he will become the inner demon of everyone of your generation. When Yang Podi left Wuhan City leading the Black Horse, he looked at the tall Wuhan City and couldn't help shaking his head. Wuhan City is indeed a good place, especially for cultivation. It is a treasure land, but it's a bit of a pity. During the past half-month, under the shining of the special light of Wuhan City, his state of mind has been more peaceful than before, and he even has some insights that he doesn't usually have. Although he has not practiced, his soul power seems to be slowly improving. Yang Podi continued to walk and stop, and even ran to the place where he was born, which was the location of the Haotian Sect. He seemed to have a trace of nostalgia, and at the same time, he also showed a trace of hatred for the towering mountains in the distance. Finally, he sighed and left. This journey took a full 8 months, and he almost traveled through most of the Douluo Continent, and finally arrived at Hanhei City, which was also the final destination. Of course, he also encountered the group of wolf bandits. Seeing the bloody scene full of killing, it seemed like he had returned to the city of killing. Yang Podi himself was also very fierce, and killed all the wolf bandits, regardless of gender, age or young, and happily got a piece of soul bone in his left leg. After arriving in Hanhei City, Yang Podi was completely different. He was no longer as loose as he was when traveling alone. He became much stronger and restored his previous decisive and shrewd appearance. When Yang Podi looked at the boundless sea and the turbulent waves, it was the first time he had seen the sea in his 2 lives. He seemed to be touched and his state of mind became much more open-minded. His soul power also broke through to level 85 at this moment. All this was as natural as a result. You should know that Yang Podi had not practiced at all in the past 8 months. Instead, it was more like a state of mind to exercise himself. At this time, Yang Podi's heart was as vast as the sea, and his mental power seemed to have made a qualitative leap. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, it was as if the world had changed drastically, and his mental power seemed to have broken through a certain realm. After arriving near Hanhei City, Yang Podi let go of the dark horse that had been following him for a while, and stayed alone in the Hanhei City Hotel, ready to wait for the arrival of his younger sister and the others. Yang Podi himself also visited the entire Hanhei City, buying various supplies, and even bought a Dragon Abyss boat in the original book, which was a small gain. In the following time, the main thing was to try to adapt to the fighting style of the Sea Soul Master. With Yang Podi's current soul power level, he had no way to enter the fighting soul field to fight, and could only visit it. Yang Podi simply rented a beach to practice swimming and exercise, which was a small gain. After waiting in Hanhei City for almost a month, the people from Shyang Academy finally arrived. This time, Yang Zhenshin personally brought 5 people. After seeing Yang Podi, the 5 people were very happy, especially Yi Lingling. The 2 of them were like newlyweds who had been separated for a long time. Du Yan, on the other hand, looked a little resentful. After this period of hard training, everyone has improved. Among them, Yang Xianyu has improved the most. Now his soul power has reached level 66, which is the highest level of soul power among all people. Especially with the ice and fire body refining and 4 top-grade soul bones and external soul bones on his body, it is probably difficult to meet an opponent in the same realm. And Yang Xianyu's 6th soul ring has also reached about 70,000 years. It is a top-grade ice-attributed soul beast Zuanbin giant dragon. It is said that his father Yang Zhenshin and his 2 grandfathers personally went to the extreme north to hunt it together. Yi Lingling is now level 65, and her soul power ranks 2nd among the 5. The auxiliary system will indeed be cultivated relatively slowly, and since she has eaten whale glue a long time ago, eating whale glue again will not improve much. However, compared to the last time she left Xianxing Academy, Yi Lingling was only level 60, and she has improved 5 levels in less than a year, which is not bad. Yang Pingan is now level 65, which is also improved by eating whale glue and obtaining the 6th soul ring, and absorbing a top-grade soul bone. Du Yuyan is now level 62, which can only be said to be okay. After eating the fairy grass, her soul power can keep up with others. Niu Meng is now level 59, and he is the only one among all people who has not reached the Soul Emperor realm. Yang Podi thought carefully for a while. Now there is about 1.5 months before the Xianyu assessment requirements, and there is still hope to improve again. So, Yang Podi took out the left leg soul bone obtained by the wolf bandit and handed it to Niu Meng. Niu Meng, you absorb this soul bone as soon as possible. Before we set off for the Sea God Island, try to reach level 60 and absorb all the soul rings. By then, we can all be soul emperors. Yang Podi knew that in the assessment of the Sea God Island, one can obtain a God-given soul ring. Naturally, the higher the level, the better the effect of absorbing the God-given soul ring. If several people can reach level 80 or level 90 to absorb the God-given soul ring, the effect will be even better, but it's a pity. Besides, Niu Meng's original speed is a bit slow, and this soul bone that can speed up is also very suitable for him. Chapter 191 The Miserable Tang San. In the next few days, Yang Podi led a group of people to practice swimming on the beach. These people had basically never been in the water before. They were all landlubbers. If they fell into the sea, it would be a disaster. If they became a drowned soul emperor, it would be a joke. Especially in the later Poseidon assessment, several levels are related to seawater. It is good to adapt in advance. Niu Meng finally reached level 60 by absorbing soul bones and taking whale glue again. Now even if it is hard to stack, he must be promoted to level 60 first. Yang Zhenshin personally took Niu Meng to get soul rings. Of course, what Yang Podi didn't know was that under his operation, Douluo Continent also underwent a lot of changes. First of all, due to the spread of various secrets, all major forces are now trapped in various hard training, especially the Wuhan Hall, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. They have obtained almost all the secrets. After some research, especially after determining the effect of the secrets, a large number of people in the organization began to practice. Although the Zhuanshan Guang is a bit truncated, it does not completely affect the practice. It is just that the difficulty of practice will increase greatly, especially without the 4th level in the middle, which will make it more difficult to practice. But no matter what, the castrated version of Zhuanshan Guang is also a top-level practice, which is much more advanced than the current meditation method. As for the lack of the 9th level, it is probably only when the Zhuanshan Guang is practiced to a very high level that it will have an impact, but this impact will not appear for at least 5 years. You must know that Yang Podi has just practiced to the 5th level. According to Yang Podi's own estimation, after the spread of Zhuanshan Guang, the number of soul Douluo on the Douluo Continent should increase in the future, but the number of title Douluo may not increase too much, unless those are really talented or have high comprehension. Another impact is the spread of hidden weapon blueprints. Not only the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, but other sects have also collected a large number of hidden weapon blueprints, especially the 2 empires, which are simply like finding a treasure. Many blacksmiths in Jiangxin City suddenly became popular, and countless forces competed to win them over. The largest group was won over by the Spirit Hall. After all, the Spirit Hall had many people in Jiangxin City and could take action at the first time. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was a little slower, and the number of people won over was relatively small. Xianxing Academy relied on the advantage of the prophet and secretly abducted a few people to Almo Mountain during the process of spreading the secrets. Although they were not master craftsmen like Lu Gao, their casting skills were pretty good. Moreover, Xianxing Academy did not want any casting masters, but preferred some relatively ordinary and low-key foundries, because Xianxing Academy did not intend to forge any hidden weapons. There even seemed to be some debate within the academy. However, Yang Podi still overwhelmed the others at that time. Grandpa, we are just for the protection of the academy. Although these hidden weapons are exquisitely made, their power is relatively weak. They are still a little lacking in the protection of the sect. Moreover, they are too complicated and expensive to make, and the cost performance is not high. Besides, hidden weapons are more suitable for sneak attacks, and have nothing to do with our defense of the home. It is better to make something else with greater power. As Yang Podi said, the location of the Academy's mountainside station did not build any huge divine crossbows, but built other things, similar to the crossbow carts used in ancient battlefields, and also built some bed crossbows. Although they are less portable, they are more powerful for defending the home. In short, all major forces are competing in arms. The two empires are the strongest. After all, the two empires have a complete casting system. The Wuhan Hall and the Kibaoli sect are second, and the other sects are far behind. The purple extreme demon eye is another widely spread technique. After all, this is a rare technique that can cultivate spiritual power, and even some high-level soul masters have begun to practice it. As for other secret books, they were also widely spread, but they were obviously not as valued as Zhuanshan Guang and hidden weapon drawings. The only one who paid special attention to them was the Kibaoli sect. After all, they were restricted by their martial spirits and had no attack power. The relatively pitfall was the Haotian Sect Tang Zio, and the five elders looked at the many secret books they had collected, and everyone was speechless. Now the outside world is widely spreading that these secret books were leaked by the traitors of the Haotian Sect, and even the Haotian Sect's chaotic cloak hammer method was spread. But after some research, everyone found that these secret books had nothing to do with the Haotian Sect, but they couldn't explain it clearly. These secret books contained the Haotian Sect's chaotic cloak hammer method, especially these hidden weapons. It seems that except for the Haotian Sect, other sects really can't make them. After all, everyone in the Haotian Sect is a master of casting. Another point is that many of the skills in the secret books were originally displayed by Tang San, but outsiders didn't know that Tang San had never been to the Haotian Sect. In short, according to these seemingly true and false information, basically all of them point to the Haotian Sect. It seems that there is a big net that wants to surround the Haotian Sect for a while. The Haotian Sect became the cusp of the storm. Tang San has been practicing with Tang Hao for more than a year, and his soul power has been raised to level 50. In terms of soul power level, it is a little higher than the original, but in terms of the speed of hammer practice, it is a little worse. After all, without the ice and fire body refining and the longing for the autumn water dew, both physical fitness and mental strength are much worse. However, Tang Hao still decided to let Tang San obtain the 5th soul ring first, and then continue to practice the hammer method. This will at least not affect Tang San's practice progress. However, when Tang Hao brought Tang San to the blue-silver forest, everyone was dumbfounded. The originally dense blue-silver forest has now become extremely desolate. Not to mention the blue-silver king of 85,000 miles, even the blue-silver grass of 1,000 or 10,000 years has not been seen. Tang San used the blue-silver grass spirit to experience it many times. The speed of soul power improvement here is indeed slightly faster. But he can't feel any other changes at all, let alone the affinity of the blue-silver grass. After trying several places in a row, he didn't feel anything, and finally gave up. Tang San looked at his father with some doubts. "Dad, there doesn't seem to be anything special here. Have you been deceived?" Tang Hao couldn't help shaking his head, and finally said helplessly, "The spirit you awakened is not ordinary blue-silver grass, but blue-silver emperor, which comes from your mother's bloodline. Your mother once brought me here. There's an 85,000-year-old blue-silver king here. He can help you awaken your bloodline and spirit again, but now he can't be found." Then, Tang Hao described in detail the incident of being chased by Kyank Sunji of the Spirit Hall and then sacrificed by the blue-silver emperor, and his face seemed full of sadness. After hearing this, Tang San's face was full of anger. "I didn't expect the Spirit Hall to be so despicable and kill my mother. I must seek revenge from the Spirit Hall." But Tang San thought for a while, and still spoke. "Dad, how can I awaken the blue-silver emperor spirit now?" Tang Hao shook his head. "I don't know what to do. Maybe I have to wait for your mother to grow again." When Tang San heard this, his face suddenly turned black. His mother is now just an ordinary blue-silver grass. If he wants to wait for his mother to grow, it may take tens of thousands of years. How can he get it? Tang San thought carefully for a while, and finally decided, "Dad, I plan to go to Xiandao City. On the one hand, I want to ask the teacher for the subsequent cultivation direction, to see if he has any knowledge that can help me awaken the blue-silver emperor, including the direction of obtaining spirit rings from the blue-silver grass. In addition, I also want to see the development of the Tang sect. We have disappeared for more than a year now, and the spirit hall should not be so strict in arresting us. Although Tang Hao is personally strong, he has been studying the clear sky hammer all his life. How can he know how to cultivate the blue silver grass? He had no choice but to agree to Tang San's request. Moreover, with Tang Hao's own strength, even if he encounters multiple tidal Douluo, he can leave calmly. However, when the two returned to Xiandao City, it seemed that everything was beyond their expectations. First, Tang San and Tang Hao sneaked into the Xiandao Royal Academy. Uzia Gang was also very puzzled when facing Tang San's questions. Uzia Gang had never even heard of the Blue Silver Emperor, so how could he know that the Blue Silver Emperor spirit was awakened again? However, after Uzia Gang's analysis, Tang San finally decided to acquire spirit rings from venomous snake spirit beasts and spider spirit beasts. These two types of spirit beasts are very suitable for the characteristics of Tang San's blue silver grass martial spirit control. Tang Hao himself also agreed very much. After all, in Tang Hao's eyes, the one that will really improve Tang San's strength in the future must be the clear sky hammer. Then Tang San and Tang Hao returned to the Tang Sect, but their current situation was a bit disappointing to Tang San. Originally, the Tang Sect relied on the hidden weapon business with the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect to make a lot of money, but now the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect has not placed any orders for hidden weapons for the Tang Sect. The Tang Sect's income suddenly dropped sharply, and it returned to the original situation of the four clans surviving alone. It can even be said that it is worse. After all, there is an additional Min clan that needs to be supported, and the Po clan that was originally responsible for the business has run away. When Tang San heard this, he was immediately furious. I didn't expect the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect to not buy our hidden weapons. What are they doing now? They actually gave up cooperating with us. Titan seemed to grit his teeth and finally made up his mind before speaking. Young master, except for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, I'm afraid other sects will not buy all our hidden weapons. Then, Titan described in detail the large number of secret books and blueprints that appeared on the black market, especially those secret books, which were actually consistent with the skills that Tang San practiced, and even a large number of hidden weapon blueprints appeared. Now all the major sects and the two empires hired people to make hidden weapons, and there was no need to spend a high price to buy from the Tang Sect. After hearing this, Tang San's face turned black. He didn't expect that the Tang Sect's secret books and hidden weapon blueprints that he regarded as treasures were actually in every family. How could he revitalize the Tang Sect in the future? Tang San quickly said, Senior Titan, who released these secret manuals and blueprints? Is there any news now? Titan shook his head helplessly. It is said that it was two men in black. No one has found their specific information, but it is said that one of them is the Clear Sky Hammer Spirit. If the young master wants to know more details, it is best to go to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect or the Clear Sky Sect. As the largest sect now, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect has business all over the continent, and the news is definitely more extensive and clear than ours. And I don't know if the Clear Sky Sect has any information about the person who spread the secret manuals. After hearing these words, Tang San couldn't help shaking his head. Clear Sky Hammer Spirit? This is impossible. My father and I have never been back to the Clear Sky Sect. Tang San had absolute confidence in the circulation of the Tang Sect's skills. After all, these skills were unknown to him and even his father. How could the Clear Sky Sect have them? But after a conversation, Tang San decided to go to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, on the one hand to communicate about the subsequent business issues, and on the other hand to find out the news about the leakage of the skills. When Tang San and Tang Hao arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, they were personally received by Ning Fengzi, and even Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were there. Ning Fengzi did not hesitate and spoke directly. Tang San, how come you suddenly have time to visit my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect? Tang San seemed a little impatient and spoke. Sect Master Ning, I want to ask you about two situations. Please tell me. Ning Fengzi smiled. We are all from the upper three sects. I will definitely tell you if there is any news. Tang San thought for a while before speaking. Sect Master Ning, do you know about the secret book leaked outside recently, and the issue of the transaction between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Tang Sect's hidden weapon? Ning Fengzi did not waste any words and directly took out a lot of things from the Soul Guide, including various Tang Sect secret books and hidden weapon drawings. After seeing these things, Tang San's face became darker and darker. As the real owner of these secret books, he naturally knew more about these secret books than others. But Tang San couldn't say anything at this time. He couldn't say that these secret books were missing. Those crucial hidden weapon drawings were very detailed and had no omissions at all. Moreover, once he said the omissions of the secret books, and let people have the complete secret books, I'm afraid everyone in the world would come to him. After reading these secret books, Tang San left the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect with a lost face. As for the future business, he didn't say anything. Now Ning Fengzi has the drawings and blacksmiths, so he doesn't need to buy them from the Tang sect unless Ning Fengzi is a fool, who would spend such a waste of money? Tang Hao saw Tang San had the same expression for several days in a row, so he slapped him directly. Zio-san, what's wrong with you now? Have you forgotten your mother's hatred? But Tang San was still very disappointed. These secret books are all mine. I don't know who spread them to the whole continent. This is cutting off the foundation of my Tang sect. Tang Hao slapped him again when he heard this. What's a mere Tang sect? It's just a child's toy. In this world, strength is always respected. As long as you are strong enough, you will have the final say in the future. My Haotian Sect's chaos cloak hammer technique is not too difficult for some high-level blacksmiths, but who in the world dares to practice it? As long as you are strong enough in the future, you will have the final say in the world. When you are invincible, as long as you want to take back these secret books and skills, isn't it just a matter of a word? The foundation of our soul masters is martial soul and strength. You have a rare twin martial soul and innate full soul power. You will definitely have a bright future in the future. You can lead the Haotian Sect to greater glory. By then, let alone secret books and skills, even if you want to take revenge, there will be no problem. After hearing this, Tang San seemed to have regained some of his confidence and decided to work harder to cultivate so that he could revive the Tang Sect in the future. As for the issue of absorbing spirit rings, he finally chose a more than 10,000-year-old soul-devouring demon spider, as Yu Zhiagang recommended. Chapter 192 Shocked Seahorse Douluo. After Tang San knew about his mother's affairs and the spread of the Tang sect secrets, he was not affected. Instead, he worked harder to cultivate and vowed to seek revenge on the spirit hall sooner or later. He also vowed to find the person who dared to leak the Tang sect secrets and make him pay the price. It must be said that this is in line with Tang San's character. He is strong and paranoid. The three most paranoid things in Tang San's life are Xia Wu, Tang sect and revenge. Sometimes paranoia is also a kind of motivation. Yang Podi has no mind to worry about Tang San's current situation. The only thing he cares about now is the group's trip to the Sea God Island. Niu Meng finally reached level 60 and obtained the spirit ring in the past few days. Now he is at level 61. Of course, after some searching and comparison, he found a good team. It is said that they are also going to transport supplies to the Sea God Island. As for the map to the Sea God Island, Yang Podi himself also bought several maps through different channels in Hanhei City at a high price, and ensured the authenticity of the map through comparison. Dad Yang Zhenshin even showed a strong pressure to prevent any problems from happening to the fleet. After all, going to sea is not a trivial matter, especially since this voyage may take nearly a month, which should not be underestimated. If you really encounter the kind of pirates who rob money in the original book, it will be troublesome. I don't want to face the deep-sea demon whale king now. After paying enough money and showing strength, the team finally set sail and began to head to Poseidon Island. Looking at the turbulent sea and the endless sea, the group looked very excited. Of course, Yang Podi himself also arranged the personnel. At least one of Yang Podi, Yang Pingan, and Niu Meng stayed on the deck to ensure that the course was normal. After more than 20 days of sailing, they finally arrived near Poseidon Island, especially the blue light spot in the distance, which looked extremely solemn. The captain and others would not approach Poseidon Island again. In their eyes, Poseidon Island was sacred and inviolable. As for the issue of material handover, Poseidon Island would naturally send people to deal with it and would not let their ships approach. After Yang Podi thanked the captain, he was ready to leave. He needed to find a way to get to the last few dozen kilometers of Poseidon Island. But it was very simple for Yang Podi. He directly used his soul power to support the other 5 people, and then spread his wings and flew directly to the South Sea Island. After so many years of training and growth, the wings of the Tiger Eagle have now reached the level of 70,000 years, and the width has even reached 5 meters, and the flying speed is extremely fast. In just 10 minutes, the last few dozen kilometers of distance were reached above Poseidon Island. After entering the range of Poseidon Island, the 6 people stayed directly on the beach and did not continue to fly forward, because Yang Podi felt an invisible suppression force in the air, which seemed to restrict other flying soul masters from flying over Poseidon Island. Looking around, Poseidon Island was full of green, as if it had returned to the mainland, especially the strong life breath of various plants, as if entering a primeval forest. Only in the star forest can you feel such a strong breath of life. And this product breath is extremely pure, without any blood and killing. The beach looked very white and pure under the sunlight. The white beach, blue ocean, blue sky, and countless flying seagulls were just like a paradise on earth. The three girls couldn't help but cheer. After such a long sea voyage, they finally reached their destination. At this moment, 7 people suddenly emerged from the woods, and each of them was wearing yellow clothes. Although their clothes were different from those of the soul masters on land, from the fluctuations of their soul power, it was obvious that they were all soul masters. The leader seemed a little angry. He didn't expect that someone would dare to trespass into Sea God Island. Who are you? Why did you trespass into Sea God Island? When Yang Podi saw these people, he hurriedly stepped forward to salute. 7 seniors, the 6 of us admire the reputation of Sea God Island, so we want to pass the assessment and join Sea God Island. The middle-aged man in the lead seemed a little confused, and looked at Yang Podi and the other 6 carefully. Judging from your attire, you should be land soul masters. Sea God Island does not welcome foreign soul masters, let alone land soul masters. Leave the same way you came, Yang Podi hurriedly said. This senior, I heard that land soul masters can also join Sea God Island through assessment. Please help me confirm it. The middle-aged man in the lead seemed a little confused and looked at the 6 people. You know a lot about Sea God Island, but I advise you to leave quickly. Although land soul masters can join Sea God Island through assessment, Lord Sea God's assessment of land soul masters is very strict, and you can't pass it. You guys are all still very young, and I can see that you all have very good talents and strengths, but joining Sea God Island requires not only courage, but also the favor of Lord Sea God, so I advise you to leave as soon as possible and don't die in vain. Yang Podi smiled slightly. This senior can rest assured, we are not reckless people. There are certain reasons for coming to Sea God Island this time. We will definitely not die in vain. Besides, as a soul master, you naturally have to have the courage to face all difficulties. Otherwise, how can you become stronger? Please help me, senior. After Yang Podi finished speaking, he glanced at the 5 people behind him. Yang Xianyu and the other 5 also became very serious. We are not afraid of death, please help me, senior. The middle-aged soul master's face also became very serious at this moment. As a soul emperor, he could not even feel the soul power level of the 6 people in front of him. Obviously, they were all at least at the soul emperor level. Especially looking at the faces of the 6 people, the oldest was probably only about 20 years old, and the youngest, Yang Xianyu, was probably still a student. The middle-aged spirit master finally spoke seriously. I will give you one last chance. You still have time. You should know that the assessment given by Lord Poseidon is not only about strength and courage, but also whether Lord Poseidon favors you. Sometimes Lord Poseidon's assessment is very simple, just asking you to pick up a handful of sand. Sometimes it is very difficult, and it is possible for you to challenge and even defeat a 100,000-year spirit beast, and once you participate in the assessment, you will never have the chance to quit. There are only 2 choices, pass or die. Even if you face death, have you considered it? Yang Podi said with a determined face. Senior, I am ready. I want to accept the assessment. The 5 people behind him also spoke at the same time. Senior, we are all ready. We want to accept the assessment. The middle-aged spirit master couldn't help shaking his head, and finally told the spirit master next to him something. After hearing it, the spirit master quickly left the scene. The middle-aged spirit master said to Yang Podi and the other 6, you follow me, I hope you don't regret it. Then, under the leadership of the middle-aged spirit master, the 6 people left the beach and walked directly towards the woods. Yang Podi and the other 6 followed the middle-aged spirit master cautiously into the woods. There was actually a path in the woods that could be walked on. Yang Podi wanted to know the surrounding situation through perception, but his perception seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, just like the Slaughter City, and this blocking force would be even stronger. The middle-aged spirit master seemed to have sensed something, but he just said lightly, don't try to sense anything. This is the Sea God Island. Everything is protected by the Sea God. Yang Podi's face couldn't help but change. This Sea God is quite interesting. He is willing to send down such divine power to protect an island. You know, The sea god island is much larger than the slaughter city, with a radius of hundreds of kilometers. After walking for a while, the 6 people came to a strange pool of water. The pool was surrounded by dense forests. It looked like it was about 500 meters in diameter. In the middle of the pool, there was a triangular platform with a strange stone pillar standing on it. The stone pillar was shaped like a pointed cone, with a special sculpture carved on the top, and countless complex patterns engraved on the entire column. It seemed that endless energy was emanating from the pillars, covering the entire sea god island. In particular, there was a figure sitting in the center of the pillars, wearing black clothes. Yang Podi thought to himself, this must be the 7 sacred pillars of sea god island. The person under the 7 sacred pillars should be titled Douluo. However, the scale and power of these 7 sacred pillars were far beyond imagination. I'm afraid that these 7 sacred pillars echoed each other from afar, and their power enveloped the entire sea god island. The middle-aged man in the lead seemed to become serious. Welcome to the sea and the sea, the seahorse holy pillar. This is one of the 7 holy pillars of Poseidon Island. Poseidon has endowed the 7 holy pillars with divine power, and the will of God is spread through the 7 holy pillars. Any holy pillar can test foreign soul masters. You will get the test questions from Lord Poseidon here. Then, the middle-aged man in the lead bowed to the seahorse holy pillar. Report to Seahorse Douluo. There are foreign land soul masters who want to accept the assessment of Lord Poseidon and join Poseidon Island. Please allow me. The people under the seahorse holy pillar suddenly opened their eyes and exuded extremely strong soul power. Land soul masters want to accept the test of His Majesty the Poseidon? You are only qualified to accept the test if you cross the sea and the sea and come to the seahorse holy pillar. Countless waves were actually set off in the originally calm pool of water in front of them, and even a strange energy came from above the seahorse holy pillar, covering the entire pool of water, giving people a great sense of repression. Hearing this, the 6 people of Yang Podi looked at each other, and Yang Pingan spoke first. Let me try first. Yang Pingan was the first to jump into the sea. Facing the waves, Yang Pingan directly summoned his martial soul, the soul-breaking spear, and kept stabbing at the waves in front of him, directly piercing the waves. But at this time, the seahorse Douluo on the opposite side suddenly waved his hand, and the wave seemed to become stronger and more turbulent. Seeing this, Yang Pingan's eyes seemed to be full of determination, and the 5th soul ring on his body flashed. It was his 5th soul skill, White Tiger Destruction Kill. A huge soul-breaking spear was unstoppable, directly splitting the waves in front of him in half, and Yang Pingan himself quickly followed the soul-breaking spear and came directly in front of Seahorse Douluo. Seahorse Douluo could not help but nod his head. Your spear skills are good, and they are full of determination to move forward. I'm afraid it will be difficult for anyone among the Soul Emperors to defeat you. What's more, you are only in your early 20s, and you have such strength at such a young age. No wonder you have the confidence to come to the Sea God Island. You are qualified to accept the assessment of Lord Sea God. In the following time, the remaining few people took turns to play and adopted various methods to pass through the sea and the sea. The second one to play was Du Guyan. Du Guyan was relatively simple and rough. One soul skill directly poisoned all the sea soul beasts. Facing the surging waves, the green phosphorus snake king directly used the move of the dragon's tail to split the waves, and then transformed into a green scale snake king and swam over quickly. After all, many snake soul beasts can also swim. Seahorse Douluo looked at the many sea soul beasts that were poisoned, and was speechless for a while. Wasn't the strength of this toxin a bit too exaggerated? Fortunately, Du Guyan directly detoxified the soul beasts in the sea and the sea, otherwise it is unknown whether they would become enemies. The third person to come on the field was Niu Meng. Niu Meng was only 20 years old now, but he was already 2.2 meters tall, with extremely exaggerated muscles, like a calf. This guy didn't care about the attacks of the sea soul beasts or the waves, and directly rushed over with his defense turned on. The sea soul beasts and the waves were just like tickling. Seahorse Douluo was speechless again. Young man, your defense is good. I'm afraid no one can beat you in the Soul Emperor stage. The fourth one was Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling had good physical fitness. Facing the attacking waves, she directly used the self-created soul skill taught by Yang Podi, the soul power version of the Rasengan, which directly knocked the waves away, and then ran over quickly. As for the last time when countless waves and sea soul beasts attacked her, Yi Lingling's body was seen flashing red. It was her current soul skill, the body protection divine light, which directly shook the waves and sea soul beasts away, and then quickly ran to the shore. Seahorse Douluo stared at Yilingling with eyes wide open. Little girl, if I see correctly, you should be a healing soul master, right? I didn't expect that you actually have such a powerful self-created soul skill. And what was the last soul skill you just used? Yilingling hurriedly saluted. Senior, the soul skill just now is the soul skill brought by my martial soul evolution. I call it the body protection divine light. The self-created soul skill before was taught to me by my friend. Seahorse Douluo couldn't help but complain. When have you heard that a martial soul can have such a level of soul skills after evolution? And the self-created soul skill just now is also very good. It was actually taught by a friend. This is just a girl in her 20s? The fifth one to go over was Yang Xianyu, but Yang Xianyu was obviously more domineering. He also used the soul skill of the soul-breaking spear to move forward and rush directly. Moreover, the power of that soul skill might be even stronger than Yang Penguin. Seahorse Douluo's face suddenly turned a little dark. A 15-year-old soul emperor, what kind of monster is this? Chapter 193 Red Level 7th Test Yilingling. As 5 of the 6 people have passed through the sea and the sea, Seahorse Douluo is a little stunned. What kind of monsters are these 6 people, especially this 15-year-old girl? Is she 15 years old? Especially after careful observation, Seahorse Douluo found that this 15-year-old girl's gun skills are very good, her strength and speed are exaggerated, and her physical strength is a bit scary. Although she is a strong attack spirit master, her defense is probably not worse than the pure defense spirit master in front. Just when Seahorse Douluo was still doubting himself, Yang Podi also began to cross the sea in the sea. Yang Podi attached the Zhengjin key from his whole body to the periphery of his body, directly forming something similar to a spherical protective shield. This is exactly Yang Podi's understanding and application of gun intent and sword intent, and it is also because after absorbing the golden behemoth spirit ring, he has already been very close to the ultimate gold. Yang Podi summoned countless gun intents to form a protective shield and walked straight through the sea in the sea. The process was not hurried or slow, like a leisurely walk in the garden. Seeing this, Seahorse Douluo waved his hand, and the waves became extremely turbulent. Countless sea soul beasts attacked along the waves. However, no matter whether it was the waves or the sea soul beasts, when they approached the protective shield, the sea soul beasts were directly bounced away, and the waves turned invisible, as if they were cut by countless tiny spear intents. This was the result of Yang Podi's deliberate control of the strength of the spear intent, otherwise all these sea soul beasts would be strangled. Yang Podi walked leisurely across the sea and came to Seahorse Douluo. The whole process was like a walk, which made Seahorse Douluo speechless again. What surprised Seahorse Douluo in particular was that he could not see through the specific soul power level of the examinee, and the Zhengjin aura even made him feel threatened. Seahorse Douluo finally swallowed his saliva. Hello, congratulations on passing the assessment of the sea in the sea. Can I ask about your specific soul power level and age? Yang Podi hurriedly saluted Seahorse Douluo. Senior Seahorse Douluo, my name is Yang Podi. I am 21 years old this year, from the Poi clan. My martial soul is the Poi spear. I am an 85 level strong attack soul Douluo, and now I am a student of Xianxing Academy. Seahorse Douluo seemed a little surprised. Poi clan? Is it the Poi clan, one of the 4 single attribute clans affiliated to the Haotian Sect in the past? I didn't expect that the Poi clan would produce a genius like you, Yang Podi said with a serious face. Senior Seahorse Douluo, in the battle of Haotian Sect that year, my Poi clan has left the Haotian Sect. Now we don't belong to any force. We will neither belong to the Haotian Sect nor surrender to the Spirit Hall. Now all the family members have established the Xianxing Academy in Almo Mountain near the far north, and will no longer interfere in any struggles in the Soul Master world. Seahorse Douluo nodded, then spoke to the 5 people around him. Which factions are you from? Yang Xianyu spoke first. Junior Yang Xianyu, martial soul Po Hun Gun, born in the Poi clan, now belongs to Xianxing Academy. The other 4 people also spoke one after another. Junior Yang Penguin, martial soul Po Hun Gun, born in the Poi clan, now also belongs to Xianxing Academy. Junior Dugu Ian, martial soul Bailan Snake King, born in the Bailan clan, now also belongs to Xianxing Academy. Junior Yilingling, martial soul Nine Heart Begonia, born in the Nine Heart Begonia family, now also belongs to Xianxing Academy. Hearing this, Seahorse Douluo also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be enough if these geniuses were not born in the Spirit Hall. However, Douluo was still a little confused. What kind of force is Xianxing Academy? Why have I never heard of it? Yang Podi smiled and replied, I am the champion Marcus canonized by the Xiandao Empire. My fief is in Almo Mountain. Our Po clan, Yu clan, Juxin Hating family, and Bailan family are all four of us. Now we have moved to Almo Mountain and jointly established Xianxing Academy. We only teach and educate people and no longer participate in the struggles in the Soul Master world. Douluo couldn't help but nodded. It is indeed good to establish an academy away from the sect struggles in Douluo Continent. You are qualified to accept the assessment of Lord Poseidon. However, Douluo's eyes suddenly became deep. So, the purpose of you six coming to Poseidon Island is not to join Poseidon Island. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were cast on Yang Xianai and Yang Podi. Yang Podi said with a determined face, my main purpose of coming to Seagod Island is to gain experience and make myself stronger. I think Lord Seagod will not refuse the assessment of me. Yang Xianai on the side, on the other hand, had a solemn look on his face. Senior Douluo, my goal here is to join Seagod Island. Douluo was still a little confused, but Yang Podi continued, Senior Douluo, you should know the specific situation after we accept the assessment from Seagod. It is also Lord Seagod's will that we come here to accept the assessment. Hearing Yang Podi say that it was Seagod's will, Douluo seemed a little moved, but finally spoke, no matter what your reason for coming to participate in the assessment, you must remember that once you participate in the assessment and join our Seagod Island, you can no longer leave without special circumstances. Yang Podi and the other six nodded solemnly. Douluo walked towards the seahorse holy pillar very seriously, and his face seemed very pious. One person, come forward and accept the confirmation of the assessment of Lord Poseidon. Before Yang Podi was ready to step forward, Yang Pingan had already walked to the front, which made Yang Podi a little strange. What's going on with Pingan recently? This is not like his style. It seems that he is more responsible than before, and wants to show something more. He always feels that something is wrong, as if he has missed something. Yang Podi couldn't help but look at the other four people. The other four people seemed a little bit accustomed to it, which made Yang Podi a little puzzled. Before Yang Podi could think more, he saw that the Douluo in front seemed to look at the seahorse holy pillar very piously, with his hands on his chest and open, as if it was some special ritual. Then, a blue light appeared between Douluo's hands, and this light seemed to echo the seahorse holy pillar. The seahorse holy pillar seemed to be stimulated by something. Suddenly, the inscriptions on the entire seahorse holy pillar began to light up gradually, from bottom to top. Finally, a strong blue light seemed to light up at the top of the seahorse holy pillar. Then, Douluo turned around and pointed at Yang Pingan. A huge blue light shone from the seahorse holy pillar and enveloped Yang Pingan. Yang Pingan seemed to have no reaction, and his eyes were even a little dazed. The blue light shining on Yang Pingan seemed to change gradually, from the original azure blue to white, then purple, and finally black, and the black became deeper and deeper, and finally turned into 6 light curtains in front of Yang Pingan. The first light curtain showed something, while the next 5 light curtains were pitch black, showing nothing. Then, the black light curtain finally turned into a burst of black light, pouring into Yang Pingan's eyebrows, forming a black hexagon. Douluo's face changed suddenly when he saw this situation, and he couldn't help but shook his head. Black level 6 test, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for you. Douluo saw the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces and couldn't help but continue. Black level 6 test is 2 levels higher than mine. I was in black level 4 test. The tests given by Lord Poseidon are divided into levels. The difficulty of the tests varies with different levels. Just like the color of the spirit rings, from low to high, they are white level test, yellow level test, purple level test, black level test and the red top level test. The content of the test is in the light curtain that just appeared. Only the testee and the examiner can know it. The test will not only be based on the testee's strength, but also on potential. This is the will of Lord Poseidon. Black level 6 test is the most difficult of all black level tests. Among our 7 sacred pillars of Poseidon, only the strongest sea dragon Douluo is in black level 6 test, and the other 6 are in black level 4 test. Especially for you land soul masters, it is 1,000 times more difficult. For sea soul masters, each level of the assessment takes 10 years, but for you land soul masters, each level of the assessment only takes 1 year, which is dozens of times more difficult than that of sea soul masters. And once you participate in the assessment, There is no possibility of retreating. Whether you try to escape halfway or fail the assessment, the mark between your eyebrows will explode and directly destroy your soul. After hearing this, Yang Xianai and the other three became very solemn, but Yang Pingan's expression did not change. Instead, he became more determined. Thank you, Seahorse Douluo, for your guidance. I am confident that I can pass the assessment. Seahorse Douluo shook his head. It's a good thing that you have confidence, but sometimes, confidence, strength, courage, and opportunity are all indispensable. At the beginning, I was only in the 4th black level test, but I was surrounded by danger many times, especially the last test. I had to face the attacks of countless demon soul great white sharks. It was like walking through the gates of hell. Do you still have confidence? Yang Pingan looked back at Yang Podi and the other 5, and seemed to have made up his mind. Master Seahorse Douluo, I have confidence. Even if I die, I will never back down. Seahorse Douluo looked at Yang Pingan's determined eyes and couldn't help but nodded. Very good. As your examiner, I also hope that you can pass the test. The others seemed to be infected and stepped forward, ready to accept Seahorse Douluo's test. Yang Podi always felt that Yang Pingan's gaze when he looked back at the 5 people just now was a little wrong, as if there was something wrong, but he still couldn't figure it out. The second person to go on stage was Niu Meng. After passing the ceremony, 4 light curtains were formed. The content of the test was the 4th black level test. The third person to go on stage was Du Yan, and the content of the test was the 5th black level test. Seahorse Douluo looked at the 3 people and couldn't help but wonder why the black level test suddenly became so frequent. You know, there used to be only 1 every few years, but now there are 3 at once, and there seem to be 3 more terrifying talents behind. The 4th person to come on stage was Yi Lingling. The light was also shining. The blue light emitted by the seahorse holy pillar changed from blue to white, then from white to purple, from purple to black, and finally became deeper and deeper, and turned into red. After turning red, it became deeper and deeper, and finally became a deep red. In the end, 7 light curtains appeared in front of Yi Lingling, and at the same time turned into a red 7-pointed star, which merged into the center of Yi Lingling's eyebrows. At this moment, Seahorse Douluo couldn't help but take a breath, and even froze for a while before he spoke. Red level 7 tests. Seahorse Douluo seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly saluted Yi Lingling. Miss, it's an honor to be your examiner, and I wish you all the best. Niu Meng on the side seemed a little strange. Senior Seahorse Douluo, aren't they all assessments? Why is there such a big difference? Seahorse Douluo couldn't help but roll his eyes at Niu Meng, the reckless man. Although the black level assessment and the red level assessment are both top level assessments, the black level assessment corresponds to the 7 sacred pillars of Seagoat Island, and the mortality rate is extremely high. After passing the assessment, you will be a candidate for the 7 sacred pillars of Seagoat Island. The red level assessment corresponds to the Great Priest of Seagoat Island. No one has failed since it appeared. As long as Monsieur Lingling passes the assessment, she will be the successor to the Great Priest and the future person in charge of Seagoat Island. Yang Xianai and the other 3 looked at each other when they heard this, not knowing what to say, and just watched Yi Lingling's expression change. Niu Meng was still stubborn. Senior, according to what you said, the red level assessment is much easier than the black level assessment. When Seahorse Douluo heard this, he wanted to curse, but finally said helplessly, of course not. The red level assessment is 1 level higher than the black level assessment, and the difficulty is also much more difficult, but so far no one has failed the red level assessment, and each appearance symbolizes the appearance of a peerless strongman like the Great Priest. However, as soon as Seahorse Douluo finished speaking, he fell into silence. The little girl in front of him was a healing spirit master, and no matter how she looked at it, she could not become a peerless strongman like the Great Priest. Yang Podi on the side began to understand a little. Only Niu Meng, who was in the 4th black level test, had a plate armor giant rhino martial soul that had not evolved. Du Yan's martial soul was now the green phosphorus snake king, which could barely be called a top-grade martial soul, but it was only a title Douluo, and it was estimated that it would be difficult to cross the 95th level in the future. Yang Pingan's martial soul and bloodline had actually evolved, and it should be considered a dragon soul spear. No matter from which aspect, he was a strong man. Yi Lingling's martial soul was originally the 9-hearted begonia. Now that her martial soul has evolved and with the transformation of her body by the acacia heartbreak red, it is probably also a top-grade martial soul, especially its ultimate life attribute. Even Yang Podi himself was a little amazed. Chapter 194, The Content of the Assessment. The fifth person to come forward was Yang Xianayu. After the blue light enveloped Yang Xianayu, it gradually changed from blue to white, from white to purple, from purple to black, and then it turned blood red again, but he did not seem to stop. Then the 7 holy pillars on the entire Poseidon Island seemed to have changed. 6 of the holy pillars emitted red light, which condensed on Yang Xianayu and eventually formed a golden light. Similarly, 9 light curtains formed in front of Yang Xianayu. Finally, all the golden light turned into golden Poseidon trident and merged into the center of Yang Xianayu's eyebrows. Yang Xianayu looked at Seahorse Douluo at this time. Senior, my test is golden. It seems that I have to pass 9 tests. Seahorse Douluo shook his head with a wry smile. I don't know what it means. I have never seen a golden test. At this time, a voice suddenly came, like the sound of nature. Since the establishment of Seagod Island, this is the first time that the 9 tests of Seagod have appeared. I will personally be your examiner. I saw a red shadow flash in the sky, and a beautiful woman holding a scepter appeared. There was not a trace of soul fluctuation on this person, as if she had merged with the heaven and the earth, a bit of a return to nature. Yang Podi secretly said, this is probably Seagod Douluo Poseidon, one of the 3 most powerful men in the world, and a rare level 99 extreme Douluo. The beautiful woman came to Yang Xianayu. Her voice was unusually soft. I am Poseidon Douluo Poseidon, the current chief priest of Poseidon Island. I already know the purpose of your coming to Poseidon Island. Lord Poseidon has given me clear instructions. I hope you can practice hard and pass these 9 tests. Yang Xianayu saluted quickly. Thank you, Senior Poseidon Douluo. Then Poseidon said to Seahorse Douluo beside him, Ho Yang, these 6 people are my distinguished guests of Poseidon Island, and they must not be neglected. After Poseidon finished speaking, he disappeared directly, which made Yang Podi squint his eyes. Is this the strength of the peerless Douluo? It is indeed extremely powerful. Just when everyone fell into silence, Yang Podi suddenly said, Senior Seahorse Douluo, I haven't accepted the assessment of Lord Poseidon yet. Can you give me the content of the assessment first? Seahorse Douluo, who was originally dazed, came back to his senses after hearing this, and said a little embarrassedly, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect the great priest to suddenly appear. I will give you the content of the assessment now. With Seahorse Douluo's actions, Yang Podi was also shrouded in a blue light, which eventually transformed into red, but in front of Yang Podi, there was only a red light, which finally turned into a red dot and merged into the center of Yang Podi's eyebrows. Yang Podi was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he saw the content on the light curtain. It was written on the light curtain, assist the descendants of the Poseidon to complete the assessment, and at the same time, you also need to pass the assessment. Specific assessment requirements, none. Yang Podi was speechless when he saw the content of the assessment. What the hell is this Poseidon doing? I just wanted to use the vast sea universe cover to take the sea gods test and improve my strength. Why do I feel like I have fallen into a big pit, and this pit seems to be getting deeper and deeper? In the god realm, sea god temple, sea god and Shura god sat together and drank wine. Sea god looked at the people of Sea God Island in the lower world, and seemed to be smiling, and even nodded. Shura god looked at Sea god with a puzzled look. Sea god, what are you doing? Why did you give him a red level test? Sea god just said leisurely, this red level test I gave him is not easy, let's see if he can grasp it. But you, what are you going to do next? You won't really give up on such a good seedling. Shura god's eyes flickered. Although this kid is good, he still has some shortcomings. When he really understands what Shura is, I will naturally give him a test. In Douluo Continent, Seagod Island, Yang Podi and 6 others came to Seahorse City under the leadership of Seahorse Douluo, and lived directly in the city lord's mansion of Seahorse City. Yang Podi looked at the leisurely look of the 5 people and couldn't help but asked, what is the content of your assessment? Is there anything special? Niu Meng seemed to say indifferently, my first level of assessment is to cross the light of Sea God. Tips: go to the core forbidden area of Sea God Island and climb the first 98 steps of the forbidden area to be considered as passing the test. You can quit halfway, and the time limit is 1 year. Du Yan on the side also said, mine is the same as Niu Meng, but my assessment content is 108 steps. Yang Pingan seemed to be more nervous than others. My assessment content is 108 steps. Yi Lingling seemed a little entangled. My assessment content is 136 steps. Finally, everyone looked at Yang Xianyu, and Yang Xianyu was full of confidence. My assessment is to cross the double light of Sea God, and I need to climb 368 steps. When Yang Podi heard this, his eyes seemed to darken, and he asked quickly, 368 steps? Are you sure? How is this possible? Yang Xianyu nodded in confusion. Brother, this doesn't seem strange, right? Isn't it just 368 steps? It shouldn't be that difficult. Yang Podi smiled bitterly. This Sea God is really a rip-off. Xianyu's test is more difficult than Tang San's. In the original novel, Tang San only had 333 steps. Now Xianyu has made a 368-step test. Is there still hope of passing it? Is it because I helped Xianyu get an extra piece of top-grade soul bone? Yang Xianyu looked at Yang Podi and said, Brother, what is your test? It seems that you are taking the red level test. Is it enough to just pass one level? Yang Podi shook his head. My test is to help you pass all the tests. Everyone, eat well now. The test will officially start in the afternoon. By then, you will know what a God-level test is. After a hearty lunch, under the leadership of a purple-clothed soul master, Yang Podi and 6 others ran quickly and arrived at the destination of this test. What caught everyone's eyes was a strange island, which was completely surrounded by seawater. The terrain of this island was much higher than other places, and it was considered the tallest building on Poseidon Island. In the center of the island was a small palace, which almost overlooked the entire Poseidon Island. The whole island seemed to be shrouded in golden light, and there seemed to be a strange repressive force, especially in front of the island. There was a staircase leading directly to the top of the mountain, leading directly to the palace in the center of the island. The stairs were all made of white jade, which looked very extraordinary. Everyone looked at the purple-clothed soul master with some doubts. Senior, is this the forbidden area of Sea God Island? The purple-clothed soul master seemed to look at the stairs in front of him very devoutly. This staircase leads to the central position of Sea God Island, where's the temple of Lord Sea God. Only those who have passed the purple level assessment will be qualified to step on the stairs, otherwise they will be blocked from the stairs. The content of your first level of assessment is the number of stairs you step on. Dear guests, if you feel uncomfortable during the assessment, don't force yourself. As long as you retreat from the sacred mountain quickly, you will not be injured. Yang Podi glanced at the other 5 people. Let's go. Let's all try the content of the first level of assessment first. The 6 people came to the stairs of Sea God Island, and it seemed that there was a mysterious force that began to prevent everyone from climbing the stairs. The 5 people realized that the assessment of Sea God Island was definitely not simple, but it would be very difficult. No wonder the purple-clothed soul master showed a look of pity on his face after knowing the content of the 6 people's assessment. Yang Podi said to everyone, try your best to see how many steps you can climb. See where your limits are. I'm afraid that the next year will be like hell. Yang Pinguin was still the first to go on stage, but when he just climbed the steps, he found that there was a very strong pressure preventing him from moving forward, especially as the steps got higher and higher. The pressure became greater and greater. However, as Yang Pinguin roared and summoned his martial spirit and spirit ring, the pressure on his body suddenly became much smaller, but even so, he only walked a little further and was still suffocated by the pressure. Yang Pinguin seemed to have made up his mind. The 2 soul bones on his body flashed, and he used various soul skills at the same time. After trying his best, he finally reached his limit and finally retreated helplessly. However, even if Yang Pinguin tried his best, he could only reach the 58th level in the end and could not move forward any further. After seeing Yang Pinguin's performance, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. With Yang Pinguin's soul power level and physical fitness, he only climbed to the 58th level. How many levels can others climb? Especially Yi Lingling needed to climb 136 levels, and Yang Xianyu needed to climb 368 levels. The difficulty was probably beyond imagination. Then the other people also began to climb hard, testing their own limits, but the result disappointed everyone. Niu Meng tried his best to climb to 52 levels, Du Guyan only climbed to 48 levels, and this was the effect of the external soul bone used by Du Guyi. Yi Lingling only climbed to 44 levels, but Yang Xianyu climbed to 79 levels in one breath. His physical fitness was the strongest among all of them. After all, Yang Xianyu had 4 top-grade soul bones plus ice and fire body refining, especially the soul bones on his left and right arms, which were extremely powerful power-type soul bones. This was because everyone had undergone strict weight training for a long time, even including gravity pressure training, and top-level medicinal baths. Their physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, so they could perform so well. If they were replaced by other soul masters of the same level, they might not be able to climb half the distance of the 5 of them. Yang Xianai looked at Yang Podi with a little confusion. Brother, don't you want to try it? Yang Podi shook his head. I'll try later. Now you should understand the difficulty of the sea god's assessment. This is why I want you to work hard to improve. Tell me about your feelings. Yang Xianai thought for a while before speaking. I think the light of the sea god is a bit similar to our usual gravity pressure training, and the speed of soul power circulation will even be faster, but the greater the pressure is, with our current strength, it may be difficult to pass the assessment. The other 4 people had similar feelings, and there seemed to be a hint of gloom on their faces. After listening to this, Yang Podi nodded. It is indeed difficult now. It also makes you understand the difficulty of the sea god assessment. The next few things are your training direction for the next year. First, everyone stays on their own suitable steps to meditate and exercise. You need to adapt to the pressure of the sea god's light as soon as possible. The sea god's light is an excellent training environment. You will get twice the result with half the effort when you practice on it. Except for mealtime, you cannot stop practicing at other times. Second, you must break through your limits by climbing every day, even if you get injured. After your soul power is exhausted, I will arrange a medicinal bath for you. Third, I will fight you one-on-one once a week. You need to do your best to fight me. I will not show mercy. Only in battle can you truly break through. After Yang Podi finished speaking, regardless of other people's thoughts, he walked towards the purple-clothed sea soul master. Senior, please arrange for a soul master to come and deliver some food every afternoon, and also help arrange a female soul master. We have 3 girls here, and they may need to take a medicinal bath every day. It will be more convenient for a female soul master. In addition, please arrange to build 2 small houses nearby to solve some personal problems. Yang Podi had long known the situation on Sea God Island, and was even more aware of the difficulty of the assessment, so he had already prepared a large amount of supplies, including various medicinal bath materials and some treatment materials. Seeing the current situation of the purple-clothed sea soul master, he nodded quickly. Please rest assured, distinguished guest, I will go and make arrangements right away. Chapter 195 Sea God's Light Assessment. After Yang Podi finished communicating with the purple-clothed sea spirit master, he glanced at the 5 people who were still in a daze and said, Why are you still standing there? Why don't you start practicing quickly? Do you really want to wait for death? In the next year, I will let you know what hell is. The 5 people swallowed their saliva and hurriedly walked to the steps suitable for their own practice, and began to meditate and practice. Yang Podi looked at the 5 people and couldn't help shaking his head. Now he began to regret it a little. If he had known this, he should have forced Oscar and Ningrongrong, 2 top-grade assistants, to come over. In that way, the difficulty of everyone's assessment would be a little smaller, and the worst thing would be the loss of 2 immortal herbs. Unfortunately, everything is a little late now. Oscar and Ningrongrong are at most at the Soul Sect level. Even if they use immortal herbs, they can only break through to the Soul King level at most. The assistance is relatively limited. Besides, the 2 are still thousands of miles away. Yang Podi himself also looked at the sea god temple in the distance, showing a trace of determination, and began to climb the stairs for the first time. For Yang Podi now, the first 200 steps were basically no pressure, and he could walk up slowly and easily. When he reached the 200th step, Yang Podi began to summon his martial spirit and spirit rings. When the 2 red spirit rings appeared, everyone who was watching in the dark was a little stunned, especially the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, who couldn't help but admire Yang Podi's spirit ring configuration. After summoning the martial spirit and spirit rings, he used his spirit power to resist, and the pressure instantly decreased a lot. Yang Podi still walked forward slowly, as if he was not affected by anything. After the 300th step, the pressure began to really increase, but it still couldn't stop Yang Podi from moving forward. It was just a little more. When he reached the 400th step, the pressure suddenly increased a lot, basically reaching the pressure of the tidal Douluo level. But Yang Podi was still unmoved and continued to move forward slowly under the pressure. When he reached the 500th step, the pressure on his body was like a mountain, pressing Yang Podi a little breathless, and his own spirit power had reached the extreme. Yang Podi's eyes were red, and he released his own killing god domain. The white light on his body competed with the golden light of the sea god, and then he continued to walk forward slowly. When he reached the 600th step, both his body and soul power seemed to have reached the extreme, as if he could not move forward any further. Yang Podi looked at the sea god temple in front of him, and seemed to be even more unyielding. He gritted his teeth, and 2 red soul rings appeared on his body again. His whole body turned silver, and he slowly walked forward. Even his wings were revealed, and the golden tail soul bone also supported his body like a pillar. In the end, Yang Podi exerted all his abilities to the extreme, and finally stepped into the 699th level, but he could not move forward any further. Yang Podi looked at the sea god temple in the distance unwillingly, and finally shook his head helplessly, and had to slowly withdraw from the light of the sea god. Although Yang Podi's physical fitness is excellent now, after all, he only has a soul bone of 100,000 years, which is still insufficient. The people on Poseidon Island who were secretly observing could not help but marvel. They did not expect that Yang Podi, a mere soul Douluo, could actually climb to the 699th step. It was simply unheard of. Even Douluo Poseidon could not help but be moved. With Yang Podi's strength and physical fitness, it is possible that he could really pass the Poseidon test, but why did Lord Poseidon choose Yang Xianyu, who was much weaker in strength? After Yang Podi returned to the ground, he slumped on the ground. This was also the first time he had exerted his strength to this extent, almost without reservation. Yang Podi said to the 5 people on the steps, "People have to constantly break through their limits to become stronger. Lord Poseidon's test does not look at people's strength, but more importantly, your determination to break through your limits. Otherwise, you will not be qualified to pass the Poseidon test." Everyone was moved, especially Yang Xianyu, who was practicing at the highest point. After all, her test was the most difficult, and she was the true heir to Poseidon. In the god realm, Sea God Temple, Sea God looked at Yang Podi's situation and couldn't help shaking his head. "Ashura God, I am jealous of such a good seedling. Are you really willing to leave it alone?" Ashura God sneered. "How can I ignore it? Isn't he improving on Sea God Island now? When he truly understands the way of Ashura, he will naturally become the next generation of Ashura God." Sea God said with a smile, "This Yang Podi's body is so outstanding. If he reaches level 99, plus all the top-grade soul bones, is it possible for him to fight against gods? Is it possible for him to become a god himself?" Ashura God's face was indifferent. "Such a person is worthy of my inheritance." In the following time, everyone began to practice according to Yang Podi's plan, and Yang Podi himself practiced on the 430th step. The light of the sea god is indeed an excellent practice environment, which can accommodate everything in the world, and everyone's soul power is also steadily improving. Everyone can upgrade 1 level in almost 2 months. Among them, Yang Xianyu's advantage of full innate soul power has also begun to gradually show that he can upgrade 1 level in less than 2 months, and it only takes about 1.5 months. Everyone kept breaking through themselves every day and worked hard to climb the steps. After the soul power was exhausted, they would replenish and repair their bodies through medicinal baths, and then continue to practice on the steps. Especially in the weekly battles, no matter who fought against Yang Podi, they were seriously injured by Yang Podi, and Yi Lingling treated everyone as soon as possible, and they could recover soon. In this way, after 6 months of circulation, Yang Xianyu was the first to reach the bottleneck, and his soul power reached level 70, and Douluo Poseidon also appeared in front of everyone. Douluo Poseidon looked at the puzzled expressions of everyone and said leisurely, "All those who have passed the Poseidon assessment can get a God-given soul ring when they encounter a bottleneck for the first time. The God-given soul ring will give you the most suitable soul skills and can also reach the limit of your body." Yang Xianyu. This is the gift of Lord Poseidon. You should feel it carefully and bear it with your greatest perseverance, so that you can get the greatest benefit. After that, a golden ball appeared in Poseidon's hand. Poseidon waved his hand lightly, and the golden ball came to Yang Xianyu's head. Then Poseidon gently pointed, and the golden ball broke, and a strong golden aura enveloped Yang Xianyu's body. At this time, Yang Podi suddenly said, "Xianyu, just follow the operation when you absorb the spirit ring. Remember, do your best to break through your own limits. The more you break through the limits, the longer the spirit ring will be." Yang Xianyu nodded when she heard this, and sat down to absorb the God-given spirit ring. Poseidon glanced at Yang Podi with a smile, and then left. Yang Podi was immediately shocked. This Poseidon might have bad intentions. He and her were not related, and could even be said to be the enemy of Haotian Sect. She couldn't let Xianyu become a god so easily. It seemed that he had to use some trump cards. Yang Podi glanced at everyone and said, Xianyu is just absorbing the god-given soul ring. There will be no danger. Let's continue to practice. Everyone will have a chance in the future. After hearing this, everyone continued to practice, and the soul power around Yang Xianyu became deeper and deeper, and finally formed a golden sphere that could wrap Yang Xianyu's entire body, like a cocoon. With a practice of half a year, everyone's soul power has improved, and their physical fitness has also greatly improved under the effect of the sea god's light. Compared with the initial situation, the height that the four people climbed has now greatly improved, generally doubling. According to the current practice situation, Yang Pingan and Niu Meng should be able to pass the test easily. Du Yan will be relatively difficult, but the problem should not be too big, especially the 8-spider soul bone can play a great role. The most difficult ones are Yulingling and Yang Xianyu. Yulingling's soul power is now almost catching up with Yang Xianyu. Acacia Heartbroken Red is worthy of being a divine fairy grass, especially the faster improvement of physical fitness, plus the absorption of soul rings. There should be a lot of hope. But Xianyu has a terrifying 368 steps, which is the most troublesome. After half a year of cultivation, Yang Podi's soul power has increased by a little more than one level. Now he is only at level 86.5. It is estimated that in another half year, he can reach the peak of level 87. Level 88 is more difficult, unless he uses the light of the sea god to break through the limit again. Yang Xianyu's god-given soul ring took 2 months to absorb. When Yang Xianyu broke out of the cocoon, the whole person seemed extremely excited, especially the blood-red soul ring, which shocked everyone. Through the absorption of this god-given soul ring, Yang Xianyu also reached level 74, which made everyone envious. They practiced hard, wanting to improve their strength and physical fitness as soon as possible, so that they could absorb the god-given soul ring in the future. But disappointingly, even if Yang Xianyu reached level 74, he could only barely climb more than 200 steps, and there was still a long way to go before the assessment. Yang Podi thought about it again and again, and finally gave the Xingluolingzhu on his body to Yang Xianyu. This was the only thing that could help Yang Xianyu's cultivation now. Other immortal herbs had no effect on her at all. After all, he had only been taking the Mo Shinsu for more than a year. After Yang Xianyu absorbed the Xingluolingzhu, she also condensed a soul core, and her soul power increased by 1 level, officially reaching level 75. She could barely cross more than 250 steps, but there were still more than 100 steps away from the assessment content. Even if Yulingling kept treating and assisting her, she could only barely reach about 280 steps, and could not even cross 300 steps. Yang Podi always felt that he seemed to have missed something. It stands to reason that although the assessment of the sea god is more difficult, it is not completely hopeless. The only way is to climb with Xianyu and use the killing god domain to assist her. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. However, Yang Podi suddenly thought of something. The black jade bamboo he gave Xianyu as the best fairy grass for her, but it did not make her martial soul evolve. The effect was even a little worse than Pingan's 9th grade dragon grass. This seemed a little wrong. Yang Podi carefully reviewed the effect of the black jade bamboo. After absorbing the black jade bamboo, it can make the martial soul stronger and greatly enhance the combat power of the martial soul. The biggest feature of bamboo is its stress resistance. That is to say, Yang Xianyu's body and martial soul are now far more resistant to stress than others. This is also one of the reasons why Yang Xianyu has improved so quickly recently. In terms of the speed of climbing the ladder, it has even surpassed Tang Sen in the original work. Yang Podi suddenly thought of the difference between the two, that is, the domain. When Tang Sen obtained the 7th soul ring of 100,000 years, he awakened a stronger blue-silver domain. Although Xianyu also had a soul ring of 100,000 years, she did not awaken the domain. This may be the difference in the martial soul itself, but the gap should not be so big. Yang Podi had always felt that his soul-breaking spear would awaken a domain when it absorbed the 7th to 8th soul rings, but it has not fully awakened yet. Instead, it has mastered the prototypes of 2 similar domains. This may be the difference between the soul-breaking spear martial soul and a true top-level martial soul, but Yang Podi is very confident that when he absorbs the 9th soul ring, he should be able to awaken 2 domains at the same time. Thinking of this, Yang Podi hurriedly asked Yang Xianayu, do you feel that your domain will awaken now? Or do you have a similar feeling? Yang Xianayu thought carefully before speaking. I feel this way, but it has not been fully awakened. I always feel like something is missing. Yang Podi thought carefully before speaking to everyone. From today on, all of you will have to add an additional training, that is, let you withstand the attack of my killing god domain, so that you can see the collision of domains. Yang Xianayu seemed a little puzzled. Brother, is this okay? Yang Podi shook his head. I underestimated the role of the black jade divine bamboo in you. If you want to fight against the domain, you can only have the domain. Through multiple confrontations, your domain may be truly awakened. Yang Podi thought about it carefully again. Logically, if they absorbed the 7th soul ring, Yang Xianayu, Yang Pingan and Yilingling would all have the possibility of awakening their domains. After all, the immortal grass they ate was of the highest quality, and their martial souls had also been enhanced and evolved. Moreover, Yang Podi had always been a little confused. How could Xianayu have a congenital full soul power? Unless his martial soul is like Tang Sen, and has not fully awakened. When the martial soul awakens for the 2nd time, a domain will truly appear, just like when Jinrinksu reached level 70, she would have an angel domain. If things continue like this, Yang Xianayu and Yang Pingan will only be able to truly complete their martial soul transformation and create a domain when they reach level 90. But now Yang Podi can't wait any longer, so he can only find a way to make them awaken for the 2nd time in advance. Yilingling is estimated to be able to create a domain at level 70, and it might even be an extremely terrifying life domain. Chapter 196 Field. In the following training, Yang Podi added a confrontation with the Killing God domain. Under the Killing God domain, Yang Podi himself was like a huge blood shadow, as if he was going to tear the enemy apart, especially the terrifying murderous aura, which made everyone extremely frightened and had to use all their soul power to resist. However, for the domain, soul power was equivalent to a lower level, and it was very difficult to resist. With the increase of this confrontation, everyone complained bitterly, especially the 3 girls. Time passed quickly, and soon another 4 months passed. In these 4 months, the 5 people have steadily improved. Among them, Yang Pingan and Yilingling have reached the bottleneck one after another and reached level 70. After absorbing the God-given soul ring given by Poseidon, they only got a 10,000-year soul ring, and did not reach the 100,000-year level. In terms of age, it is only about 60,000 to 70,000 years. Just as Yang Podi encountered, Yilingling really awakened the terrifying life domain. Within her domain, she has a strong healing effect on all teammates. It can be said that it is difficult for teammates to die. In addition to the martial soul true body, she also awakened a powerful skill, life protection. Although Yang Pingan has experienced a lot of fighting, he still has not reached the realm of awakening the domain. There is still a big gap. Instead, he has begun to slowly comprehend the prototype of the domain, and has a certain experience in fighting with the domain. At least in terms of momentum and spirit, he will not become a lamb to be slaughtered. In the last half-month, Yang Xianayu became more and more familiar with the confrontation with the killing domain, and became more and more handy. Finally, in countless confrontations, the original domain prototype was completely awakened and formed a soul-breaking domain. In particular, Yang Xianayu's martial soul, the soul-breaking gun, finally completed the transformation in countless confrontations and formed the final evolution. The entire soul-breaking gun is like dark green, and the gun blade is silver-white, which looks sharper and even more powerful. It was named the Black Jade Gun by Yang Xianayu. The evolution of Yilingling and Yang Xianayu's martial spirits made Yang Podi wonder who was the real protagonist. Why did he feel that both of them had the potential to become gods, while he was still struggling to find the way to become a god? After a year of hard training, everyone had made great progress. Yang Xianayu had reached level 78, which included the absorption of a 100,000-year soul ring and the star spirit pearl, forming a soul core, and finally cultivating into a domain. This domain was called the soul-breaking domain, which made Yang Podi envious. However, Yang Podi was not without gains. After using the Killing God domain many times, he understood the essence of the Killing God domain more and even began to glimpse the direction of the Killing God domain, evolving into the Killing domain. Yang Pingan and Yilingling reached level 73, and Yi Lingling also obtained an extremely strong life domain. As for Yang Pingan, he had not yet formed a domain. He might have to wait until he absorbed the 8th or even 9th soul ring. Du Guyan is now level 68, and Niu Meng is now level 67, which is a 6th level improvement, which is not bad. As for Yang Podi himself, he is only at the peak of level 87 now. His soul power has increased by more than 2 levels in this year, which can only be said to be barely acceptable. On the last day of the Poseidon assessment, 6 people began the final assessment. And Yang Podi has told everyone that for the Poseidon assessment, everyone should try their best to show all their strength and try to surpass themselves. The higher the level of the steps they climb, the better. The first person to go on stage was still Yang Pingan. Although he still did not have these areas, his strength had improved a lot, especially his determination to fight and his courage to move forward, which was the strongest among the other 5. With Yang Pingan's current strength, level 118 is not a problem at all. After some efforts, he finally climbed to level 135, which was considered to be a transcendence of himself. The second person to go on stage was Niu Meng. Among the 5 people, Niu Meng's physical fitness was very good. Due to long-term defense practice, he was more easily adapted to pressure. Finally, after some efforts, he directly climbed to level 130, which exceeded the assessment target by a lot. The third person to go on stage was Du Guyan. With the help of the 8th spider soul bone, he finally barely broke through the 108th step. The fourth person to come on stage was Yi Lingling. With a newly awakened life domain, Yi Lingling also broke through the 136th level and reached the 143rd level, which was also a breakthrough. The most difficult one was Yang Xianyu, but Yang Xianyu exerted his personal strength to the extreme. With 4 top-grade soul bones on his body, plus the newly comprehended soul-breaking domain, and even the external soul bone on his right hand, it can be said to be a great improvement. After some efforts, he finally broke through to the 368th level and completed the first level of the Sea God's 9 tests. Finally, this is Yang Podi himself. Through a year of hard practice, his physical fitness has been improved again under the effect of the Sea God's light. The Sea God's light is indeed a perfect practice environment. This time, he finally broke through the bottleneck of 699 levels and finally reached about 760 levels, but it still seemed as if he had reached the limit and could not break through again. When everyone completed the assessment, everyone collapsed on the ground, finally not living up to the hard work of this year. After completing the assessment, everyone also received corresponding rewards, but unexpectedly, the rewards for each person were different. A voice came from Yang Podi's mind, read level 1 test, assist the descendants of the Sea God to complete the test. The first part is completed, surpass your own limit, and the age of all soul rings is increased by 5,000 years. Yang Podi was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he heard this voice. He worked hard for a long time, but he only increased the age of his soul rings by 5,000 years. This didn't seem to be of much use. It just increased the power of each soul skill. The others had different rewards. Yang Xianyu increased the affinity of the Sea God by 5%, which made her confused. She didn't know what the so-called affinity of the Sea God was. The other 4 people basically increased their soul power level by 1 level, but Niu Meng and Yang Pingan exceeded more, and the steps they climbed were more exaggerated. The 2 were also rewarded with 500 years of soul ring age increase. Now their second soul rings have turned purple. And Yi Lingling also increased the age of her soul ring by 500 years because it was a red level test. Yang Podi just felt that the Sea God seemed to be targeting him. Why could others improve their soul power level, but he couldn't? The only thing that was gratifying was that the first and third soul skills, 2 amplification soul skills, had basically doubled their power and amplification, which was not bad. Now Yang Pingan and Yi Lingling have reached level 74, Niu Meng has reached level 68, and Du Guyan has reached level 69, and their overall strength has also improved a lot. Just after everyone completed the first assessment, the content of the second assessment was also displayed in their minds. The content of the second level for everyone was similar: breakthrough, ring blockade. Under the premise of testing a sea soul beast, break through the blockade on the ring sea and reach the other side. The only difference is that Yang Xianyu's assessment is not allowed to use any soul ring skills, and Yang Podi himself was actually restricted from using soul ring skills. Hearing this, Yang Podi's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Yang Xianyu is restricted from using soul ring skills, She still had 5 soul bones on her body, which were more practical and more powerful than soul ring skills. Led by the purple-robed soul master, Yang Podi and his 6 companions came to the second-level test site, the ring-shaped sea. Yang Pingan was still the first to break through the level, but this time it was a bit tricky. Yang Pingan just tried to move forward in the sea, but a black shadow flashed in the sea, knocked Yang Pingan unconscious, and he returned to the land, lying on the ground. Yang Podi couldn't help but stroke his forehead. Yang Pingan likes to show off so much recently, no matter what the reason is, he should think clearly first, and he accidentally became like this. Seeing this, Yi Lingling hurriedly helped Yang Pingan. Although Yang Pingan was knocked unconscious, he didn't suffer any serious injuries and woke up soon. Yang Podi looked into the sea and said directly, "Senior, come out, it's no problem for you to deal with this soul saint with your strength, so don't tease us juniors." As Yang Podi's words fell, a fast black shadow appeared in the ring-shaped sea, reaching dozens of meters, and then the black shadow flashed and jumped directly out of the ring-shaped sea. It turned out to be a huge white shark 25 meters long. The shark changed rapidly in the air, and finally turned into a girl. The girl was about 1.8 meters tall, with a perfect figure, especially the gray-blue hair behind her back, which was more than 1 meter long, which made her figure even more beautiful. The girl's eyes were gray-blue, and her fair skin was covered with a faint gray-blue glow. She had a high nose bridge and a face with some sharp edges, but it didn't look abrupt. Instead, it was very distinctive, giving people a moving exotic style. However, the only flaw was that the gills were more prominent, and there were a few shark fins on the body, which showed that this was an incarnation of a soul beast. The girl smelled Yang Podi and instantly became very angry. She slapped him directly, as if she had great power. Yang Podi didn't indulge her, and directly punched the girl's attack. After one blow, both sides took 2 steps back. The girl seemed very angry. "Damn human. You actually hunted 100,000-year soul beasts, and more than one." Yang Podi shook his head. "This senior, humans and soul beasts are in opposing positions. Humans need to obtain soul rings, so they naturally need to hunt soul beasts. This is a rule that cannot be changed in the whole world." The girl's face turned black. "But 100,000-year soul beasts are different from ordinary soul beasts. They have feelings and thoughts. Aren't you afraid of retribution for hunting them like this?" Yang Podi's face turned a little black when he heard this. "Senior, I know you are also a 100,000-year soul beast, but humans and the soul beast clan have been full of contradictions since the beginning, especially for 100,000-year soul beasts, which are the existence desired by all human soul masters. Even Senior Poseidon Douluo Poseidon has a 100,000-year soul ring. I'm just getting soul rings. I'm not opposed to the soul beast clan, nor have I killed soul beasts for no reason, so I don't think there's anything wrong." Without waiting for the girl in front to speak, Yang Podi continued, "We are the assessors of the Sea God War. I hope that the seniors can understand and treat us fairly, otherwise it will be disrespectful to the Lord of the Sea." Hearing this, the girl was speechless, but she waited for a while before speaking. "I am the mount of the Lord of the Sea, Xiao Bei, the king of the demon soul great white shark. Your second level is to pass my blockade and walk through the circular sea. I will never let you go for a hateful person like you." Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head. "Thank you, senior. I can only say that humans and soul beasts have different positions. I have no malice towards the soul beast clan, and I never kill soul beasts indiscriminately. I hope you can understand." At this time, Yang Xianayu suddenly stepped forward. "Brother, who is this person? Why is he stopping us from moving forward?" Xiao Bei, the king of the demon soul great white sharks, looked at the golden trident of Poseidon between Yang Xianayu's brows and seemed to be greatly intimidated. He quickly apologized. "I'm really sorry. I didn't expect you were the assessors of Poseidon. I was reckless this time and I hope you can forgive me. Just pretend you didn't hear what I said just now. To express my apology, I tell you that I will only stop you from passing through the ring-shaped sea and will not actively attack you. I am the assessor of your level. You can call me Xiao Bei." Yang Xianayu couldn't help but speak when he saw the girl in front of him. "Aren't you a 100,000-year soul beast? How can you transform into a human? I remember Xiao from Shrek Academy is also a 100,000-year soul beast, but she seems unable to transform into a soul beast form." Xiao Bei was a little confused and said, "Have you seen a 100,000-year transformed soul beast? Although I am a 100,000-year soul beast, I have not transformed." It's just that with the help and illumination of Lord Poseidon, I can show the mentality of an ordinary person, just like the legendary mermaid, but only for 1 hour a day, and my strength will be weakened." After Xiaobei finished speaking, he jumped directly into the sea. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Second Level Assessment. The 5 people looked at Yang Podi with some confusion. Finally, Yang Xianayu said, "Brother, do we have to pass through the circular sea by blocking this 100,000-year soul beast? This is too difficult." Yang Podi couldn't help but smile. "It's really not easy, but you all try it first. It can be regarded as an experience for you." Seeing the puzzled eyes of the others, Yang Podi continued, "After all, we are land soul masters and have never had the experience of fighting against sea soul masters. Now we have such a good sparring partner. Isn't it a good opportunity for us to learn the experience of fighting against sea soul masters? You guys try it first, and we will decide on the specific plan later." The 5 people looked at Yang Podi with some confusion, but they still entered the circular sea one by one. However, they were all quickly knocked out of the sea and suffered considerable injuries. Niameng couldn't help but say, "Brother, this is a 100,000-year soul beast, isn't it a bit too difficult?" Yang Podi couldn't help but laugh. "A 100,000-year soul beast without any malice, it can even be said that it is not fatal. Where do you think you can find a sparring partner of this level? From today on, in addition to meditation, everyone must go to the sea to fight Xiaobei, so that everyone can quickly increase their combat experience in the future, especially the experience of fighting against sea soul masters." Yang Xianai looked at Yang Podi a little puzzled. "Brother, if you take us there in person, plus the soul bones on us, wouldn't it be very simple? Why drag it on for so long?" Yang Podi shook his head. "You are going to accept the inheritance of the sea god. A dignified sea god cannot have no experience in fighting in the sea. You should work hard to practice first. The current battle is just the basics, and it can even be said that there is no danger. The subsequent assessments will probably be more dangerous, so you need to try your best to improve yourself." After some communication among the few people, they finally decided on the next training method. Everyone should try to stay in the ring sea to fight Xiaobei every day. At the same time, everyone should not slack off. They need to work hard to meditate and improve their soul power. This year is a rare leisure time. I am afraid that all the assessments in the future will be full of danger." After Yang Podi finished speaking, he took out some soul beast meat from the soul guide and prepared to start grilling. "In the past year, because I was busy practicing, I basically didn't relax. It was rare that the second level assessment was relatively simple, and I could relax a little. I have been on the Sea God Island for a year. Basically, every meal is seafood. I am a little tired of it. Taking this opportunity, I took out a lot of things I had prepared before, including fine wine and soul beast meat. These soul beast meats were frozen before they were put into the storage soul guide. Even after a year, they can still be fresh. It is not a problem to eat them." The other 5 people also completely relaxed and grilled together on the ring seashore. Especially the barbecue mixed with fine wine was particularly attractive, and it was rare to relax. However, the magic soul great white shark Xiaobei seemed to smell the smell and came to the beach again, and his expression looked a little strange. Yang Podi smiled and said, "Senior Xiaobei, we are having a barbecue. Do you want to come and taste it?" Everyone seemed a little puzzled. Xiaobei was obviously an enemy, so why did they invite him to have barbecue and drink wine? Especially Niameng, who was a pure foodie and was afraid that he would snatch the food from others. Yang Podi was so angry that he waved his hand and directly knocked Niameng into the sea. He secretly pinched Yilingling's waist, indicating that she should treat Xiaobei well. Yilingling seemed to understand Yang Podi's meaning and repeatedly invited Xiaobei to come and taste it. Although Xiaobei said he was embarrassed, his actions were not slow at all. Especially after drinking 2 cups, he seemed a little dizzy, and he didn't look as cold as a 100,000-year soul beast. Especially with the 3 girls, he seemed to get along very well. After only half an hour, they were already sisters, which made Yang Podi speechless. "I'm afraid they are not plastic sisters? The relationship is so good so quickly?" As for Niameng, the reckless man, he was simply a slow-witted person, so no one bothered to pay attention to him. In the following year, everyone worked hard to practice, and they had to fight various battles every day. As for Xiaobai, after getting familiar with everyone, the relationship was much better, but Xiaobai was still very repulsive to Yang Podi. Obviously, he didn't like Yang Podi killing 100,000-year soul beasts, nor did he like Yang Podi's attitude towards 100,000-year soul beasts. During this year of hard training, everyone's Sea Soul Master's combat experience has improved a lot, and the soul power level has also been slowly improved, but it is obviously not as fast as practicing under the light of the Sea God. After a year of hard training, Niu Meng and Du Guyan both entered the bottleneck of level 70 and obtained the God-given soul ring. However, no matter how hard the two tried, they could not reach the 100,000-year level. In the end, it is estimated that Du Guyan's 7th soul ring is only about 50,000 years old, and Niu Meng's 7th soul ring is estimated to have reached the 70,000-year level. After this year of training, Yang Xianyu's soul power has reached level 80, but now there is no time to absorb soul rings, and there are no other 100,000-year soul beasts nearby. After a year of training, Yang Pingan and Yilingling's soul power reached level 77, which was 4 levels higher in a year, which was pretty good. Niu Meng and Du Guyan both reached level 72. Since Niu Meng's soul ring was older, his soul power had caught up with Du Guyan. Yang Podi himself also entered the Ring C many times to fight Xiaobei, but neither side had much advantage. Xiaobei was extremely fast and very flexible in the Ring C, and the power of a 100,000-year soul beast was also very good. Ordinary title Douluo could not defeat it in the sea at all. Yang Podi, with his strong physical fitness, was able to fight Xiaobei to a draw, which was pretty good. Of course, this was when Yang Podi's soul ring was restricted and he didn't even use his soul bone. Otherwise, it wouldn't be too difficult for Yang Podi to seriously injure or even kill Xiaobei. After a year of training, Yang Podi's soul power was improved again, and now he has reached level 89. His actual strength has only improved by 1.5 levels. After all, he had already reached the peak of level 87 under the light of the Sea God. Finally, it was the last day of the second level assessment. Everyone was ready to pass the final assessment. As Yang Podi expected, although the 100,000-year-old demon soul great white shark was powerful, the pressure on the 6 people was not that great, especially for the 6 people who had 2 soul bones on average. They could not take any advantage at all. After a battle, the 6 people quickly passed the Ring C and passed the second level of the Sea God assessment. After passing the assessment, a voice came from Yang Podi's mind: with your powerful strength, assist the descendants of the Sea God to pass through the Ring C, and at the same time complete the training of the descendants of the Sea God, and increase the age of all soul rings by 5,000 years. Yang Podi couldn't help but complain, what the hell is this Sea God doing? Why does he like to increase the age of his soul rings? Can't he help himself increase his soul power by 1 level, or improve something else? However, the others gained a lot. Basically everyone increased their soul power by 1 level. Yang Xianyu didn't have the ability to improve, but this level actually directly increased the affinity of the Sea God by 10%, which was also very good. Yilingling once again increased the age of her soul rings by 500 years. Her soul rings have now become 4 purple and 3 black, which can be said to be very good. Even the strength of her soul skills has been greatly improved. Yang Podi's soul rings have now become 6 black and 2 red, which is even more extraordinary. At least there are no low-level soul rings like yellow and purple. Now Yang Pingan is already level 79, Yilingling is also level 79, Niu Meng is level 74, Du Guyan is level 74, and Yang Xianyu is still level 80. However, unexpectedly, the content of the third test of the Sea God is not the title body training. The red screen in front of Yang Podi also changed. The third level of the first red level test, the Battle of the Peak Whale Shark, assist the Demon Soul Great White Shark Clan to kill the evil demon killer whale, and assist the descendants of the Sea God to complete the third level test. Yang Podi's eyes suddenly lit up. This Sea God is quite interesting. Knowing that Xianyu is now level 80 and can absorb 100,000-year soul ring, I'm afraid he wants the evil demon killer whale king as Xianyu's 8th soul ring. The assessment contents of other people are somewhat similar. Basically, they all participate in the peak whale shark battle and kill the evil killer whale, but the assessment contents of each person are a little different. As the third test of the 9 tests of the Sea God, Yang Xianyu's assessment content is to kill the evil killer whale king. Yang Pingan's assessment content is to kill 15 evil killer whales. Du Yuyan's assessment content is to kill 10 evil killer whales. Niu Meng's assessment content is to kill 8 evil killer whales. The only difference is Yu Lingling. Yu Lingling's assessment content is to protect the demon soul Great White Shark clan, and the loss must not exceed 1/5. The time limit for completing the third test of the sea god is still 1 year. And Yang Podi is thinking whether to complete the third level of the sea god now, or simply wait until Yang Pingan reaches level 80 before completing it. After all, Yang Pingan is only 1 level away. In addition to the evil killer whale king, there are many higher-old evil killer whales in the evil killer whale group, which are very suitable for Yang Pingan's soul-breaking gun. However, after thinking it over again and again, Yang Pingan decided to complete the third level test as soon as possible. The soul ring issue will be discussed later. Moreover, according to Yang Pingan's current physical fitness, the 8th soul ring may also absorb a 100,000-year soul ring, especially after the tidal body training. It is a bit of a waste to absorb ordinary soul rings now. Moreover, if Yang Pingan completes all the 6 black level tests, he may get another god-given soul ring, which would be a bit interesting. After some communication, Yang Podi went straight to Xiaobei to discuss matters concerning the peak whale shark battle. After hearing this, Xiaobei's face changed completely, and there seemed to be a trace of fear on her face. Obviously, the evil killer whale had cast a great shadow on her. Xiaobei thought for a while before speaking. There are 3 soul beast races in the sea that are ranked at the top of soul beasts, including our demon soul Great White Shark, the evil demon killer whale and a deep-sea demon whale. Among them, the deep-sea demon whale is the strongest, followed by the evil demon killer whale, and finally our demon soul Great White Shark. The evil demon killer whale is an extremely bloodthirsty sea soul beast. They exist as a race in our social soul beasts. Each group has about 300 to 500 heads. Even the deep-sea demon whale king is unwilling to provoke them easily. The evil demon killer whale is extremely bloodthirsty. Even when it does not need food, it will kill weak soul beasts. Therefore, there are basically no other soul beasts in their territory. Niu Meng was surprised and said, the evil demon killer whale is so powerful that even the deep-sea demon whale king dare not provoke it. We heard in Hanhei City that there is a demon whale sea area on the sea, and no ship dares to enter. Xiaobei shook his head. That is the deep-sea demon whale king, the most powerful soul beast in the sea. The deep-sea demon whale king is too lazy and doesn't like to swim around, otherwise the entire group of evil demon killer whales may not be a match for the deep-sea demon whale king. Is this deep-sea demon whale king so powerful? The deep-sea demon whale king is indeed very powerful. One of its blind eyes was stabbed by the sea god. In the sea, it is almost invincible. Xiaobei seemed to have thought of something, but was diverted by the reckless Niu Meng. He returned to the main topic again and couldn't help but give Niu Meng a blank look. An adult evil demon killer whale is 20 to 25 meters long. They have a strong physique, sharp teeth and powerful skills. One evil demon killer whale is enough to tie with 2 of our adult tribesmen. The total number of evil demon killer whales is about 300, and there are about 200 adults. Niu Meng hurriedly said, what level of strength do adult evil demon killer whales have compared to humans? Xiaobei thought for a while and said, it normally takes about 10,000 years for an evil killer whale to reach adulthood. A 10,000-year-old evil killer whale has the strength of a soul saint. An evil killer whale over 50,000 years old has the strength of a soul Douluo. And an evil killer whale over 80,000 years old has close to the strength of a tidal Douluo. The evil killer whale king should have the strength of a human soul master at level 96. There are 2 evil killer whales over 80,000 years old, a dozen over 50,000 years old, and the rest are all between 10,000 and 50,000 years old. Everyone swallowed after hearing this and said, doesn't that mean there are 3 tidal Douluos, 10 soul Douluos, and 200 soul saints? Everyone was shocked. According to this strength, they are far stronger than the legendary 3 upper sects, especially since they are still in the sea. Seeing this expression, Yang Podi couldn't help but shook his head. Don't worry, everyone. Although the soul beasts are strong, they still have some shortcomings. Only soul beasts of the 100,000 a year level can reach the intelligence of humans. The intelligence of the rest of the soul beasts is relatively low. Even if they live in groups, they can only be regarded as primitive tribes. Chapter 198 Tang San is tricked again. While Yang Podi and his friends were discussing how to deal with the evil demon killer whale, a lot of things happened on Douluo Continent. It has been 3.5 years since the end of the Soul Master competition. After 2.5 years, Tang San finally met Tang Hao's requirements and was able to perform the 9,981 hammers of the Clear Sky Hammer Chaotic Cloak Hammer technique. His soul power also reached level 56, which was 11 levels higher than that of the Soul Master competition. Tang San is only 17 years old now, and his soul power level is much higher than that of the original. You should know that in the original, Tang San was only level 60 at the age of 19. However, it took half a year later than the original to practice the Clear Sky Hammer. Tang Hao was quite satisfied with Tang San's progress, but he still thought that Tang San was not good enough, so he decided to take Tang San to the Slaughter City, which would also make it easier to obtain the Killing God domain. After some operations, Tang San finally arrived at the Slaughter City, but the Slaughter City at this time was very different from the original. The number of people was much smaller than in the original. It could even be said that there were not many people in the entire Slaughter City, especially the central hell killing field, which was basically difficult to deploy. After all, 9 people would die every time. In order to help Yang Podi open the hell killing road, the King of Slaughter sacrificed most of the people in the Slaughter City. According to normal development, it would take decades to restore the original situation. Although Tang San was strong, especially with various killing methods, there were endless, but no one participated in the hell killing field. No matter how strong he was, there was nothing he could do. Tang San himself did not meet Hulina in the Slaughter City. Hulina came to the Slaughter City a year and a half ago, but there were even fewer people in the Slaughter City at that time. According to the estimates of the personnel at that time, it would take at least 7 or 8 years to complete the 100 wins in the hell killing field. Seeing this, Bibi Dong had a friendly negotiation with the King of Slaughter, and finally left the Slaughter City with Hulina. Tang Hao entered the Slaughter City and found that Tang San's training progress was much slower than he had imagined. This was not a problem of strength, but that no one gave Tang San a chance to compete in the hell slaughter field. After seeing the situation in the Slaughter City, Tang Hao also went directly to the King of Slaughter. Tang Hao seemed to be looking at the King of Slaughter in confusion. King of Slaughter, what's going on in the Slaughter City? Why are there so few people? The King of Slaughter was not angry, but smiled. You are a god of slaughter who has walked the road to hell. You should know better why this situation has occurred. Tang Hao's face became a little solemn. Has a god of slaughter been born in the Slaughter City a few years ago? Why haven't I heard of anyone who has obtained the domain of the god of slaughter? The King of Slaughter began with a smile. God of slaughter, the person who obtained the domain of the god of slaughter is an acquaintance of your Haotian Sect. I didn't expect you didn't even notice this. Tang Hao's face changed instantly. Who exactly has obtained the domain of the god of slaughter? Is it from the Spirit Hall? The King of Slaughter shook his head. It's from the Poi clan, a family that was once a subsidiary of your Haotian Sect, but it seems that they are enemies of you now. Tang Hao suddenly thought of someone, and his face changed again, but he finally spoke. How long will it take to open the road to hell next time? You also know how to open the hell road. Under the current situation, it will take at least 5 years. I'm afraid you can't wait. Tang Hao thought carefully. Instead of letting Tang San waste time here, it is better to go out and practice first. At most, he can come to the Slaughter City in 5 years. At that time, he will be more confident. In the end, after Tang Hao fought with the King of Slaughter, he took Tang San away from the Slaughter City and arranged Tang San to practice again. Tang San missed the Killing God domain and the acquaintance with Hulina after going through the Slaughter City. The loss was a bit big. You know, if Hulina hadn't experienced a life and death battle with Tang San in the Slaughter City, how could she be deceived by Tang San again and again? In terms of ruthlessness, Hulina is not inferior to Bibi Dong. Moreover, Tang San did not experience the second awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor, and his appearance did not change at all. It is very difficult to deceive Hulina or others. After Tang San left the Slaughter City, he worked hard to train again. Finally, after a year, his soul power reached level 60. This is almost a year and a half faster than the original work. Maybe it is the effect of the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, or maybe it is because there is no killing in the Killing City and the etiquette learning of Yuxun. But the lack of these two studies has also brought great changes to Tang San. First of all, Tang San lacks the crucial Killing God domain, and there is no Blue-Silver domain after the second awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor. I am afraid that it will be difficult to give birth to any domain in the future, at least before the title of Douluo. It is impossible to give birth to a domain. Secondly, without Yuxun's etiquette education, Tang San's state of mind will be worse, and he will be more radical and extreme. When Tang San reached level 60, he couldn't wait to find Xiao Wu in the Xingdao Great Forest. After Tang San and Xiao Wu met, they both burst into tears, just telling the various situations after the two sides separated and their longing for each other. With the help of Xiao Wu, Tang San still followed Yu Xiagang's plan and obtained a 25,000-year soul ring. The soul ring chose a venomous snake soul beast, which is a very powerful green phosphorus snake. After absorbing the soul ring, Tang San's control power was strengthened again, especially the poison attribute of the blue silvergrass became extremely powerful, and it was difficult for the Soul Emperor to resist. If it continues like this, Tang San may surpass Douluo and become the strongest control-type poison soul master. Even the blue silvergrass has a tendency to transform into poison attribute. Moreover, Tang San was born in the Tang Sect, and he is very knowledgeable about poison and likes to use poison very much. This is also his favorite. What is even more surprising is that this 25,000-year-old green spirit snake actually gave birth to a right arm soul bone. Tang San did not absorb it because of Tang Hao's warning, but just put it away for future processing. After all, the age of 25,000 soul bones is too low. According to Tang Hao's next plan, he has planned to let Tang San return to the Haotian Sect, but Tang Hao still has not made up his mind to cut off his right hand and right leg. I don't know what he is worried about. Maybe it is because Tang San and Yin still need his protection. As for the current Tang Sect, Tang San himself has given up hope. Due to the widespread dissemination of the hidden weapon drawings, it is difficult for the Tang Sect to receive orders for hidden weapons. Moreover, after Titan lost his right hand, he no longer has the strength of a master craftsman and cannot forge those high-level hidden weapons. The current Tang Sect can only barely maintain its operations with these personnel. Shianxing Academy has also developed significantly in recent years. The total number of teachers and students exceeds 2,000, including about 1,400 people from the original 4 major families, plus students recruited for 3 consecutive years. However, the soul power level of these students is generally low, and there are relatively few great soul masters. However, there are also very few elite disciples who have been lured into various families, which can be regarded as a small taste of sweetness. There is basically no change in the top management of Shianxing Academy. Yang Wudi and Niagao have always been level 92, but Douluo also unexpectedly broke through to level 93, which is a rare little surprise. However, Yang Wuxiang, who has been hiding in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to practice, actually broke through to level 93, which made Yang Wudi speechless. The one who improved the most was Niu Jinfeng, whose soul power actually reached level 94, becoming the second best soul power expert in the entire Shianxing Academy. This time, it was Niagao's turn to be speechless. Yang Wudi and Niagao looked at each other. They had been the clan leaders for decades, but they were surpassed by their daughter and brother respectively. They looked a little disappointed. As for Yang Zhenshan, he worked hard in seclusion to practice. Now he is at the peak of level 96. I wonder if there is still hope to break through to level 97. For a while, the entire Shianxing Academy's senior leaders were all a little excited. Everyone wanted to practice in seclusion, especially after condensing the soul core. They seemed to see the hope of future improvement. Especially Niagao, on the one hand, wanted to urge Niu Jinfeng to have another child, and on the other hand, he strongly urged his son Niu Meng to practice, hoping that the family would have another title Douluo. The entire Shianxing Academy's senior leaders were in an extremely strange environment. All the elders practiced in seclusion, so that Douluo shook his head when he saw everyone, and had to find a way to urge his son Douguzin to practice hard. On the Sea God Island, after Xiaobei heard Yang Podi say that the Soul Beast clan was just an ordinary primitive tribe, he couldn't help but get angry. How can you say that about our Soul Beast clan? In terms of combat effectiveness, our Soul Beast clan is not weak at all. Yang Podi just shook his head. Xiaobei, tell me, which one is stronger, the Soul Beast clan or the Soul Master family with the same strength? Xiaobei was speechless when he heard this. There was no need for comparison. If both sides fought against the Soul Beast clan, they would undoubtedly lose. And Yang Podi continued, the advantage of the Soul Beast clan is that they have strong physical fitness and are more united. But the Soul Master family has more other things, such as the inheritance of family knowledge, and humans can continue to improve through learning. Just like our Poi clan, in addition to inheriting martial arts, we also inherit gun skills and alchemy knowledge, and even various networks of contacts. These are incomparable to the Soul Beast family. Yang Pingan on the side seemed to think of something, and said a little puzzled, "Brother, according to your idea, are you going to use poison to deal with the evil killer whales?" Yang Podi nodded. The evil killer whales are bloodthirsty and brutal, and their physical fitness is very strong. This is their biggest advantage, but also their biggest disadvantage. Bloodthirsty and brutal means that they are difficult to control. If we use drugs to amplify their bloodthirsty and brutal characteristics, then they will just be a group of lunatics. It is not so complicated to kill a group of lunatics. We don't even need to attack, they will kill each other. After saying that, Yang Podi took out Bloody Mary and Colorful from his body. Bloody Mary is the biggest nemesis of the evil killer whale. Chapter 199, Encircling and Killing the Evil Killer Whale. Yang Podi followed Xiao Bei and the others to communicate for a while, and basically determined the plan to fight the evil killer whale. The next step was how to execute it. Regarding the issue of poisoning, in addition to Yang Podi himself, there was also Douluo Ein who is extremely good at poisoning. After all, the poison of the green phosphorus snake king was also very strong. As for how to execute it, Yang Podi looked at Yang Xianyu seriously. After all, she was the future sea god, and there were many things that she had to execute. If she did everything herself, then this future sea god would be useless and would not have any training effect at all. Yang Podi only glanced at Yang Xianyu. "Xianyu, I remember that after you possessed the vast sea universe cover, you mastered 4 skills. This time, you are mainly responsible for the operation, and I am just assisting you." After that, Yang Podi spoke to the other 4 people. "In the past 2 years, you have completed the first 2 levels of the Sea God assessment, which are basically physical training, and there is no real combat. This actual combat is very dangerous. The opponent is the peak soul beast tribe of the sea, which is even stronger than the demon soul great white shark tribe. Everyone must pay special attention to safety." When the others heard Yang Podi's words, they were also shocked. From Yang Podi's intention, he did not want to participate too much in this battle. He wanted everyone to participate in the battle and let everyone fight on their own. After Yang Podi finished speaking, he directly handed the Bloody Swan Kiss, Bloody Mary and Colorful to Yang Xianyu. The next step was to see how Yang Xianyu would execute it, and even how Yang Xianyu would formulate a plan. In terms of talent, Yang Xianyu is the only one in the Po Yi clan with full innate soul power, which is absolutely very good, but she is too young and her experience is much worse than Tang Sen, and even worse than the other people in the team. It can be said that she has always been fighting under the protection of others. Under the eyes of everyone, Yang Xianyu seemed a little nervous and a little excited. In the end, she took the 3 things handed to her by Yang Podi. "Brother, don't worry, I will never let you down. It's just a mere evil killer whale. I will make them disappear into ashes." Yang Podi basically participated in the following things as a bystander. He did not take the initiative to put forward any opinions, but just watched coldly. Yang Xianyu was full of confidence. He carefully communicated with Xiao Bei and several others about the living habits of the evil killer whales, and even analyzed the differences between the 2 groups of evil killer whales and magic soul great white sharks. It was a bit like a real person. In fact, Yang Podi has always had a little idea. After all, he is a prophet. Whether it is dealing with Tang Sen or Jinring Su, it is a bit bullying. As the descendant of the sea god, Xianyu will always have to face Tang Sen and Jinring Su. Instead of suffering in the future, it is better to let Yang Xianyu exercise more now, at least so that she can find her own shortcomings now. After some planning, it was determined that Yang Xianyu would take Xiao Bei and Douluo Ein to poison the evil killer whale group, and the others would wait outside. After the poison began to take effect, they would besiege the evil killer whale group, so as to minimize casualties. Moreover, whether it is Bloody Mary or Colorful, with a strong physique of the evil killer whale, it cannot be completely fatal. The most important function is that these 2 poisons will be silent, and the real mass killing of the evil killer whale is Douluo Ein's green phosphorus snake king poison. Since Yang Xianyu mastered the vast sea universe cover, he also mastered 4 skills, namely, Vast Sea Body Shield, Universe Calming Cover, Vast Sea Raging Waves, and Universe Breaking Demons. It can be said that they are all very powerful, with very good effects and very practical. With just these 4 skills, he is already invincible in the sea. After some planning, the group prepared to go out to sea to deal with the evil killer whale group. Of course, Xiaobei also arranged the Demon Soul Great White Shark group to explore in advance to ensure the current situation of the evil killer whale group. As Xiaobei said, the evil killer whale is only 500 kilometers away from the Sea God Island, but the specific activity range of the evil killer whale is about 10 kilometers in radius of their territory. The group is relatively strict, and there are even many evil killer whales on sentry. This is one of the reasons why the evil killer whale group can stand at the top of the soul beast race. The group rode on the back of the Demon Soul Great White Shark, and when they were still 50 kilometers away from the evil killer whale group, they were ready to start the action. This action was mainly led by Yang Xianayu, and others assisted. For this operation, the time was specially chosen. The specific time of the operation was the second half of the night, which was when the entire evil killer whale group was relatively relaxed. Yang Xianayu took out a vast sea universe cover and covered the people in this operation, mainly including Yang Xianayu, Xiaobei, Du Yuan, and Yang Podi, who was ready to assist at any time. Driven by Yang Xianayu's soul power, the vast sea universe cover instantly turned into a huge 3-dimensional triangle, surrounded the 4 people, and slowly dived into the sea. It must be said that the vast sea universe cover works very well. It can not only isolate the seawater, but also integrate with the surrounding environment, and there will be no soul power fluctuations, and no one can detect it. Yang Xianayu drove the vast sea universe cover, and the 4 people moved quickly in the sea and soon came to the territory of the evil killer whales. Walking in the territory of the evil killer whale group seems to be extremely dangerous, especially the territory of the evil killer whale group has a very strong bloody smell, which seems to be full of killing, especially the strong soul beast breath of the evil killer whale king. It is like facing a high-end tidal Douluo, and the pressure is very high. Yang Xianayu and his companions did not attack the evil killer whale king directly, but found a coral under a relatively blind spot where the evil killer whale could not be observed, and even the huge body of the evil killer whale could not enter. After entering this place, Yang Xianayu took out a bloody swan kiss, Bloody Mary and colorful, and began to poison directly. According to Yang Xianayu's own plan, the entire sea area was directly poisoned on a large scale, as long as the toxin was put into the seawater. At that time, the entire sea area would become a poisonous sea. And whale-like soul beasts would need to swallow a large amount of seawater, and they would naturally be poisoned, especially since these 2 toxins were colorless and tasteless, and they were completely irresistible and impossible to prevent. After the poison was applied, the 4 people just hid under the coral, waiting for the reaction of the evil killer whale group. Time passed quickly. After the 4 people waited in the sea for 5 days, the evil killer whale group seemed to slowly begin to change. They became more and more violent and bloodthirsty, and their bodies began to become slightly weaker. Even a small number of evil killer whales began to attack other of their kind. Yang Xianayu and the others were waiting for this opportunity. Du Yuan carefully took the bloody swan kiss and directly spit out a mouthful of the green phosphorus snake poison. After the poison was amplified by the bloody swan kiss, it quickly merged into the seawater. The entire seawater turned almost green in a very short time. Before the violent evil killer whales could react, they were already in the green phosphorus snake poison. Even if they used their bodies and soul power to resist, it was a bit too late, especially in their violent state. They could not concentrate their minds to resist the green phosphorus snake poison. The seawater began to turn green, which was the signal for this attack. After the other 3 people and the Demon Soul Great White Shark group 50 kilometers away saw the signal, they began to swim quickly towards the evil demon killer whale group and began to prepare for the siege. Of course, before the action, all the people and the Demon Soul Great White Sharks had been processed in advance. Du Yuan had already detoxified the green phosphorus snake poison for them. Yang Xianayu even gave them a colorful antidote, so they would not be poisoned for at least a short time. As for Bloody Mary, there was no antidote, so they could only control the time and try not to ingest it. As the seawater turned green, the demonic killer whale king naturally understood the current situation. It was probably that a human soul master had released a large amount of poison on them in order to kill the entire demonic killer whale group. The demonic killer whale king immediately roared, wanting to order all the demonic killer whales to evacuate the place quickly, at least to stay away from these toxins. Otherwise, with the intake of toxins, the demonic killer whale group would probably suffer large-scale casualties, or at least a significant decrease in combat effectiveness. But at this time, the demonic killer whale group was extremely violent. Except for a few demonic killer whales that were more than 50,000 years old, the other demonic killer whales seemed difficult to control. At this time, countless demonic soul-grade white sharks attacked from all directions. It was obvious that the entire demonic soul-grade white shark group was dispatched to annihilate the entire demonic killer whale group in one fell swoop. Facing the attack of the demonic soul-grade white shark group, under the leadership of more than a dozen high-aged demonic killer whales, the ordinary demonic killer whales also began to fight desperately, but they were very violent in their hearts, and even their strength was much lower than usual, probably only 40% of their usual strength. Xiaobei also took this opportunity to attack the evil killer whale king. At least to entangle the evil killer whale king to prevent the evil killer whales under his leadership from counterattacking at the moment of death, and also to prevent the evil killer whales from breaking out of the encirclement. After all, the attack power of the evil killer whale king is much stronger than Xiaobei. The evil killer whale king looked at Xiaobei and the demon soul-grade white sharks coming from all directions, and shouted directly, "Xiaobei, you dare to collude with humans and want to kill my evil killer whale tribe?" Xiaobei also shouted, "Evil tiger, you evil killer whales are cruel and bloodthirsty. You killed my brother. I want to avenge my brother and the sea soul beasts you killed. We will destroy you on behalf of the sea god." The evil killer whale king seemed extremely angry. The sea god disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. You demon soul-grade white sharks rely on the sea god and are traitors to our soul beast clan. How I killed your brother, I will kill you today. As the evil killer whale king was furious, Xiaobei and the evil killer whale king began to fight, but it was obvious that in terms of personal strength, the evil killer whale king was much stronger than Xiaobei. If he hadn't been poisoned, Xiaobei would have been at a disadvantage. And Yang Xianai also seized the opportunity, suddenly jumped up, summoned the soul-breaking gun and quickly attacked the evil killer whale king, and the attack was very fierce, basically released with all his strength from the beginning. But the evil killer whale king was indeed very strong. He was not afraid of the siege of Yang Xianai and Xiaobei. Instead, he fought hard and had a slight advantage. But the other evil killer whales were in a miserable state. Their strength was seriously damaged by the poison, especially the poison of the green phosphorus snake king, which quickly consumed their soul and physical strength. Moreover, the magic soul-grade white sharks were obviously well prepared. They had been treated by the body to prevent poisoning, and even all of them held their breath to prevent ingestion of seawater. The tactics of the magic soul-grade white shark group were very clear, that is, to range some magic soul-grade white sharks to entangle the evil killer whales one-on-one, and the other part to besiege and win by numerical advantage. The evil killer whale king organized the evil killer whale group to cooperate in resistance, but most of the evil killer whales were in a very violent state. They basically lost their minds and only knew how to fight. They could not hear orders at all, let alone how to cooperate. Yang Pingan and others also followed the magic soul-grade white sharks to cooperate in attacking these evil killer whales, without any intention of holding back. The most critical one is Yilingling, who released a huge life field to treat the injured demon soul-grade white sharks. The treatment effect is very terrifying. Even those one-on-one demon soul-grade white sharks can compete with the evil demon killer whales under her treatment effect. As time went on, in just over 10 minutes, dozens of evil demon killer whales fell, and the loss ratio was very high. In addition, the other evil demon killer whales were in very bad condition and were all at a disadvantage. The others basically exerted their strength to the extreme, and all summoned their own martial soul true body or weapon soul true body. Yang Xianai and Yang Pingan both held huge soul-breaking guns and attacked their opponents respectively. Du Yuan transformed into a huge green phosphorus snake king, constantly releasing toxins and carrying out various large-scale attacks. Niu Meng summoned a huge plate-armored rhinoceros, firmly guarding beside Yilingling, stubbornly resisting those fearless evil demon killer whales that rushed towards Yilingling. The most intense cooperation was between Yang Xianai and Xiaobei. The huge evil killer whale and the demon soul-grade white shark, plus a huge soul-breaking spear, attacked each other back and forth, and they were completely evenly matched. Obviously, if this situation continues, it will not take long before the entire evil killer whale group will be wiped out, and no one will escape. At the critical moment, Those evil killer whales that are more than 50,000 years old began to fight hard and played a key role. Chapter 200, Title Body Refining. I saw a 60,000-year-old evil killer whale with red eyes and extremely concentrated soul power. The soul power of the whole body was concentrated on one point. It was obvious that it wanted to self-destruct and gain hope for the continuation of the tribe. But at this moment, the space flashed, and Yang Podi flashed in front of it with his soul-breaking spear in his hand. The soul-breaking spear directly pierced its head, instantly interrupting his self-exposure. The evil killer whale king seemed to be extremely angry when he saw this. All the soul power on his body flashed, and his huge body rolled violently. His body endured Xiaobei's attack, and then flew towards Yang Xianyu like a slingshot, trying to kill the person who besieged him in one fell swoop. Although Yang Xianyu was already unable to dodge, she saw her right arm soul power flashing. It was her right arm soul bone skill, Earth Python Entanglement. The whole space seemed to be controlled. The space seemed to have extreme power. It had the entanglement attribute of the Titan Python. It was an extremely strong power control soul bone skill, a bit like the combination of the two attributes of the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. At this moment, the attack of the evil killer whale king was blocked, and even the whole body was squeezed by the force. Xiaobei also took this opportunity to continue to attack, as if he wanted to tear the evil killer whale king to pieces. At this time, the evil killer whale roared and sent out several water columns directly from his body to resist the attacks of Yang Xianyu and Xiaobei. Then the soul power of his whole body flashed, and the surrounding sea water seemed to be completely out of control and began to attack Xiaobei and Yang Xianyu. It was the domain he desperately used, the killer whale domain, which could control the surrounding sea water. Yang Xianyu was completely unmoved and directly used his soul-breaking domain. The extreme Jingjin attribute collided with the surrounding seawater, as if to cut the seawater apart. As the battle became more and more intense, countless evil killer whales began to fall, and every time a high-aged evil killer whale wanted to self-destruct, it was instantly killed by Yang Podi, and there was not even a single evil killer whale that escaped. At this time, more than half of the evil killer whales had been killed or injured. The evil killer whale king seemed to have understood that today might be the end of the evil killer whale group. After all, no one could escape now. The evil killer whale king roared, and seemed to have exerted his soul power to the extreme, especially his eyes were red, and his body even began to swell up a little. Xiaobei shouted hurriedly, "Be careful, the evil killer whale king wants to self-destruct." Yang Podi just looked coldly at the evil killer whale king who wanted to self-destruct, ready to help at any time. But unexpectedly, all the soul rings on Yang Xianyu's body flashed, and all the soul rings were integrated into the martial soul body. The soul-breaking gun became bigger and stronger, and then she quickly attacked the evil killer whale king, trying to kill the evil killer whale king instantly. But the evil killer whale king was extremely strong, especially his physical fitness was extremely terrifying. Even if he was hit by Yang Xianyu's fatal blow, only his body was pierced, but he was extremely violent. "You will die with me." At this critical moment, Yang Xianyu's eyebrows emitted a blue light, which directly pierced through the evil killer whale king's head and even attacked the evil killer whale king's soul. The evil killer whale king's head was directly pierced by the blue light. This was the skill of the Hanhei Kyankan cover, Kyankan Pomo. The evil killer whale king seemed a little incredible, and finally said with his dying breath, "I didn't expect it to be the sea god." After that, the evil killer whale king fell directly, and a huge blood-red soul ring appeared on his body. The other evil killer whales seemed to be even crazier when they saw the evil killer whale king fall, especially the old evil killer whales, who were all ready to self-destruct to avenge the king of the tribe. But Yang Podi was extremely fast, and he flashed in front of them quickly, killing them directly, and also interrupted their self-destruction. As time went by, the whole battle lasted for more than an hour. All the evil killer whales were killed, and the entire sea surface turned blood red. Yang Podi and the other 6 gathered together. "Xianyu, go absorb the soul ring quickly. The 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone of this evil killer whale king are very good for you." Yang Xianyu nodded and began to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring. At this time, Xiaobei and all the demon soul great white sharks seemed extremely excited. They didn't expect that after so many years, they finally avenged their dead tribesmen and brothers. Yang Xianyu absorbed this soul ring and soul bone for 3 days, and his soul power reached the peak of level 83. and the reminder of passing the assessment also appeared in everyone's mind. This battle can be said to be a one-sided massacre. All the evil killer whales were killed, and none of them escaped. The demon soul great white sharks suffered relatively few losses, with only more than 10 deaths, but the others generally had various wounds, and they were obviously seriously injured. But under Yu Lingling's treatment, they recovered quickly, and even Xiao Bei was amazed at the treatment effect. Yang Podi's mind showed, the third part of the first test of the Red Extreme, the Battle of the Peak Whale Shark, assist the demon soul great white shark clan to kill the evil demon killer whale group, assist the descendants of the sea god to complete the task of the third test of the sea god, and reward all the soul rings to increase by 5,000 years. After seeing this reward, Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head. Now this reward only increases the power of each soul skill, and has no other effect. However, now Yang Podi's soul ring has become black 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 red red. If the fourth test is completed, it should be able to become 5 black and 3 red, and the improvement should be greater at that time. As for the others, their soul power has all increased by 1 level, among which Yu Lingling has increased the soul ring age by 500 years, while Yang Xianai has not increased the soul power level, but the affinity of the sea god has increased by 10%, which can be regarded as an unexpected gain. So far, Yang Pingan is level 80, Yu Lingling is also level 80, Niu Meng is level 75, and Du Yuyan is level 75. Yang Xianai's soul power is level 83, and the affinity with the sea god is 25%. Now there is no way to help Yang Pingan and Yu Lingling get the right soul rings. I'm afraid they will have to return to the mainland. Although those 80,000-year-old evil killer whales are good, they are not suitable for these two people. Yang Podi's mind also showed the content of the fourth level of the sea god's assessment, tidal body refining, assist the descendants of the sea god to complete the content of the tidal body refining, and the content of my own assessment is not limited. Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head. Among all the contents of the sea god's assessment, Yang Podi really valued the tidal body refining, which is the best training for the main body martial soul. The assessment contents of others are different. Among them, Yang Xianai's assessment content is an average of tidal body refining time of 12 hours a day, Yu Lingling needs tidal body refining for 7 hours a day, Yang Pingan needs tidal body refining for 6 hours a day, Du Yuyan needs 5 hours a day, and Niu Meng needs 4 hours a day. The assessment content of each person is based on the assessment level. The higher the level, the longer the time. Especially for Yang Xianai, the time required every day is as long as 12 hours, which can be called the ultimate body training. However, no one has considered it for the time being. Let's go back to Poseidon Island first. The specific arrangements need to be made. Besides, this battle is extremely exhausting, especially Du Guyan and Niu Meng, who are almost exhausted. After returning to Poseidon Island, everyone returned to Seahorse City to rest for a few days, and then prepared to welcome the fourth level of assessment. Unexpectedly, when everyone decided to start the assessment, it was Poseidon Douluo Poseidon who came to greet the 6 people. In other words, the assessment content of the fourth level was all presided over by Poseidon. In view of the difficulty of the previous 3 levels of assessment, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Led by Poseidon, the 6 people walked in the opposite direction of Poseidon Mountain. There was no soul power flashing on Bo Seixi's body. He was just walking normally, but his speed was faster than expected. Several people used their soul power to catch up, but they still couldn't catch up, especially Niu Meng, who was the slowest. He tried his best. It was probably because Bo Seixi deliberately controlled the speed. He was worthy of being a peerless Douluo. The group walked quickly for 2 hours before reaching the destination. Especially before they got close to the destination, they heard the sound of huge waves, which even sounded a bit like roaring, like rolling thunder. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at a mountain 100 meters high, and what came into view was a very shocking scene. In front of them was a valley that was sunken into the sea god island. Outside, there was an endless sea. The valley was sunken from the shore into the island, about hundreds of meters deep. It was surrounded by black rocks under their feet. Just stepping on it could feel that it was as hard as steel, especially the ground was still shaking. What really surprised everyone was the spectacular scene of the waves hitting the shore in this valley that was sunken into the sea god island. For some reason, once the calm seawater outside the sea god island enters this valley, it immediately turns into raging waves. The highest waves are nearly 100 meters high, hitting the rocks under their feet heavily. These rocks seem to have been tempered by thousands of hammers and are as hard as diamonds. Just watching these hundreds of meters of waves hitting each other is like seeing the great power between heaven and earth, as if this is the most furious appearance of the sea. Poseidon said lightly, "This is the place where you will take the fourth test. It is called the Wrath of Despair. It is one of the wonders of the sea god island. Even sea soul beasts like the demon soul great white shark will never come here. This is also a rare place in the sea where sea soul beasts are extinct." Before everyone wanted to ask anything, Poseidon's soul power flashed, summoning his martial soul and soul ring. The martial soul was directly a huge blue phantom. This is the legendary sea god martial soul. And her soul ring is even more scary, directly 8 black and 1 red, especially her soul power fluctuation, which has reached level 99, as if it has merged with the entire sea and the world. Yang Podi couldn't help but be shocked. This level 99 peerless Douluo was indeed completely different from ordinary title Douluo. He was probably already in the realm of demigod, and his strength was far beyond the reach of ordinary title Douluo. Especially when she used her soul power, Yang Podi had no doubt that even her father, the level 96 title Douluo, didn't know how many moves he could hold. As for what Kyanjin Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo said that the two brothers could fight against Kyandaolu together, that was purely self-praise. No wonder it is said that after level 95, the gap between each level is very large. Now it seems to be true. Poseidon's soul power flashed, and 6 silver pillars appeared directly in the sea. Each pillar was tens of meters high and about 1.5 meters in diameter. There was a cross on the top of the pillar, and 5 rings on the cross. Whether it was the pillar or the ring, although they were made of deep-sea silver, each pillar weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds, far exceeding the sea god trident. Yang Podi's face became more solemn. The simple soul power operation of Poseidon just now must have used the power of the sea, otherwise he would not have been able to support the 6 deep-sea silver pillars so easily. You know, even BB Dong couldn't lift the Sea City Trident. BB Dong was a level 99 peerless Douluo like Poseidon. Yang Podi looked at this desperate situation with raging waves, and his heart was a little hot. This was the real body refining, and it was using divine power to refine the body. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.